3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Oh, that was Rupturous, thank you. So, Final Fantasy IX. Hello everyone, I'm Metako. I run this game every now and again. I've got some people to help out. So, on my furthest to my right, I've got Mr. Zwanzig. He's very well known in the game.
Somewhat.
He made a very substantial PB of 902, which is a magnificent world record at one point.
Yeah, for about a day and a half.
Which is not atypical for you.
Yeah, and since then nobody else has had it except Luz.
Exactly. So it's been a very, very good one for him. And I've got
Dionysus 7.
And Leo ran Dissidia 2 days ago. Yesterday? 2 days?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. And then on my left I've got
Zero
no
Scar.
No Scar.
Whatever you want.
And Zero's recently started running FF9. He's a wonderful FF12 runner, and you'll probably remember him from last year's, or 2 years ago, from the FF12 commentary for that. So the first thing with FF9, I suppose, there are a couple of different ways you can play it. You pretty much fight all the same things, go to the same places, and generally buy the same stuff as you would in an RPG to get through the story. But there's one big difference we've got at the minute. In the older routes around 2011, you would just play through the game and you wouldn't do any optional bosses. Then a couple of years ago, someone thought they would try an optional boss Tantarian, and that gets you the auto haste ability from running shoes. And then even more recently than that, a Japanese runner MPU came up with a route without getting Tantarian and the running shoes, which has been really, really fast and currently has both Japanese and North American records for the game. It is arguable which is faster. Up until very recently, I would say MPU's has got a very good slant for it. But a chap, Mr. Mizzo, and I have been working really hard to see if we can get something with the running shoes to get comparable to that. So I'll make reference to that as and when we go. So, we're about to start. Can I get Zidane's name, please? Because it's going to come up pretty quick.
Yes. And currently in the lead is...
No one.
Whoa, it just got sniped. What?
Oh!
Currently in the lead is Pepsi with $65.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Is it a capital P at the start, and are there any other capitals?
Only the P is capital. But I'd like to take the chance and tell you that we have a donation specifically for you.
Oh.
And that's a $150 donation from Anonymous saying, in honor of my cat, good luck, Metako.
Thank you very much.
Is the cat
Does
called
the cat have an
Pepsi?
owner?
Anonymous.
Oh, thank you very much, Anonymous. I hope that your cat is doing very, very well. Okay, so you'll notice that I'm actually using 2 thumbs to mash with the buttons here. So when we clear text boxes in FF9, you can actually fill the text box with 1 input and then clear with the next. So we do actually mash with two buttons, and it is pretty quick. This is the first fight. The first thing we need to do is steal a weapon called the Mage Masher. Generally, if you don't get it, you'll reset at about 4 minutes to make sure you do get it. We kind of need it for the run to work out. So I'm going to just take as long as it takes. Worst case scenario for me was 8.5 minutes, but I've seen it go worse than that. So steal rates come in different ways. You've got 100% steal rate, 25%, and I think 1 in 16 is what the Mage Masher is.
Yeah.
So we could be here for a while.
There are also 1 in 256 steals on some bosses. I think the well-known example by most casual players is the Fairy Flute from Hildegard's.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
That one is a nightmare.
obviously we never worry about those.
Pretty well known, yeah.
There goes Senna.
So that part is usually when we are racing, it's already making a difference between runners because some are lucky and those not.
Yeah, this is the first thing that really makes a difference.
Yeah.
Wonderful. This is going beautifully.
So, you'd not be able to tell how big the difference is between the Mage Masher and the Dagger if you just looked at the basic stats of them, because it's 12 for the Dagger and 14 for the Mage Masher. But with the way damage calculations work in this game, that actually means you're just doing double damage.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
it's huge.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is definitely a point to where this stealing would take so long that it would have been faster to not bother at all, but, you know, on average, it's always going to be faster, and especially in runs where you're able to just reset for it if you don't get it.
Absolutely.
I mean, would there be a backup for the ability that the Mage Masher gives?
You can pick up a Mage Masher somewhere in Ice Cavern is the earliest you can get it without this, I think. I'm not even entirely sure where that is.
I could not tell you where it is.
I think you have to watch a medium lengthy cutscene of like VV destroying an ice ball, and it's behind one of those.
Yeah.
But you know, you wouldn't have it until then, and you'd have to watch that cutscene.
So a small thing that I'm actually doing that you might be seeing is I'm kind of rapidly going in and out of menus here as well. There's an ATB system, so in the bottom right you can see the green bars filling, and some characters will fill faster than others. Depends on your speed stat, your level, things like that. So in this fight, Blank and Pepsi are actually both faster than the masked man that we're fighting, who actually clearly doesn't have a Mage Masher in his inventory. So if I hold the ATB by going into the submenu and go in and out of it quickly, when their ATB empties, it will fill before Masked Man's does. It means that I can get...
Yes! There we go!
I can get two turns in for his one. Right, what's the Mage Masher split?
That was a 6:05, something like that.
Well,
maybe 6 minutes.
If I hadn't have attacked the Masked Man, it would have been
oh,
faster.
did you just attack?
I targeted back.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
Okay,
Wow,
so important thing, you don't actually game over when you suicide in this fight. The game has done a couple of fights like this very specifically, so nowadays the game, because it's kind of like a tutorial fight, it doesn't want you to lose. So even if you do get beaten by this, because it's kind of like a training fight, you are actually fine. It's the fastest way to do that. There are a couple of fights coming up as well where we will want to do that. So there we go, now we've got past the first boss. So we've got this kind of like ragtag troop of thieves who we have already established. Not very good at their job. We're going to go steal a princess. So no RPG tropes in here at all. No. So now we're going to leave them, and we're going to go to a completely different place that they're on their way to. So this is Alexandria, and you get some really, really nice cinematics and cutscenes and things like that. And now we're going to get introduced to a second character. So this is Vivi, or I have a sneaking suspicion it's probably going to be Comfy.
Unless we get more snipes.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
And this is the theater ship coming in. And the idea is they're going to put on a show. So they've been like hired by the Queen Bran, to put on this like basically production for them of I Want to Be Your Canary. But they've got different ideas. So the plan is we're going to put on the show, and at the same time we're simultaneously going to sneak into the castle of Alexandria, which is glorious and shiny, and steal the princess away. So we'll see how that goes. I don't really know. It might go well, it might go poorly. It's anyone's guess at this point.
Yeah, you have never played this game before, so you wouldn't know.
No, I'm very new to this experience. So the biggest concern that we've got is that a lot of the cutscenes, which are unskippable on the PlayStation version, which I'm doing, are at the beginning. So if your bladder control is not optimal, you could have trouble with this game. But it's okay. I've got it planned.
Yeah, you know exactly where your breaks are going to be.
That's it. So that one was 1 minute 36. Ideal for a pee break, that one. So this is we've got this thing. So Vivi's got his ticket there. He's going to see the show. Now, this is like a bit of a spoiler, if you will, but I have a fun theory that this girl is actually the final boss of the game, and she intentionally steals your legitimate ticket, gives you a fake ticket, and then we're unable to see the show, and for that reason, that's what sets the events of the game in motion. I should have gone for puck skip, which would have been fun. So there's a fun thing in Final Fantasy games. It's called paralysis dodging. So if you queue up two text boxes on the same frame, they'll both show up on the screen, and instead of being locked in the conversation without being able to move, you can move freely on the screen. The only one we know of in Final Fantasy IX is on that first screen. So you talk to the vendor on the right, and then Puck, the little rat boy that just came after me, bumps into you. You get them both at the same frame, and then you can run off the screen without having to do the conversation with them. So it's pretty nice, but it's extremely precise, and it's really hard to set up. You can't really buffer them in FF9. Final Fantasy VII, much easier to get paralysis dodges, and there are considerably more of them. So when are we going to do jump rope? I'm super down for it. So there's two girls who are skipping there on the left. If you do 1,000 jumps in succession, you get King of Jump Rope. And I firmly believe it's one of the easier mini games in Final Fantasy.
I have legitimately never seen anyone who's as good at jump rope as he is. It's insane.
It's incredible.
So there's like in FF10 you have to dodge 200 lightning bolts, and everyone's like, oh, it's really, really easy, and it's only 200. I struggle with that considerably more than 1,000
Really?
jumps in this.
Oh.
So we get the chance to do it here at the beginning of Disc 1, but I believe in Disc 3 there's another chance to do it.
Well, you want to make the start of Disc 3 longer?
No, but what I could do is make a save file, and then we could do it at the end,
Oh.
which I think would be exceptionally good fun. Let's see. Tell you what, there's a little tent on the left here. I don't normally get it in runs, but I'm going to pick it up now for a fight later on as a just in case to kind of help out. So the little kid, Puck, Rat Boy, wants us to help him go and see the show. So he's found out that our ticket was fake, and woe is us, and we've been devastated by the world, and it's all awful. So he's going to help us go and see the show. So we're going to, like, I guess, climb over the rooftops of Alexandria, and that's going to help us get sorted. So we'll see what happens. Now we get introduced to Muggles. They're in a lot of Final Fantasies. And then this is Stiltskin. Stiltskin's the boy. At various points in the run, you can speak to Stiltskin, give him a little bit of money. It goes up in, like, I think multiples of 11 is how you would do it. Or it's like 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. And he'll give you, like, nice items and ethers and phoenix pinions, and you can sell them for lots of money and use them at the end. And they're very good to have. You also use Muggles to save in this game. And I'm saying that more for myself than other people because I'm known for not saving in game, and it's not the best thing. So,
Do you have actually a list prepared for like where you're going to save in this run?
no.
Oh, okay.
But I've put some in place that I didn't think of before. So the first one, I mean, I'm going to save it for Plant Brain. I wasn't going to. I was just going to heal at the spring there, and then I thought, what if he does double Thunder AOE?
Yeah, I was going to say.
And then, oh, that would be dead. Okay, Vivi's name is coming up. Can we find out what Vivi's name is, please?
Yes. My last refresh just went through, and we are comfy.
Comfy.
I am pretty comfy.
Yeah,
I got the
this
comfy chair.
Oh yeah.
You two have the comfy chair. All right. So one of the things that happens as well, you'll see that like my hand position has changed somewhat from what it was earlier. When I'm mashing at my fastest, I'll do a double overhand with 2 thumbs, like this. But if I have to hold D-pad inputs, I can't really get to that effectively and quickly. So I hold it like this. Now the reason for that is it's like an ergonomic thing. So I could do it like that and like crush my wrist backwards. So it is something you have to take consideration of if you play this without a turbo controller. It's how you're going to get your 2 inputs efficiently and well with good posture and positioning and form. So here we go. The show is about to start. There's something coming up in a few minutes that has got to go well. I think we should go around the cast and see who gets it first.
Oh no.
I'm terrible at it.
Oh no.
I won't get it.
No.
Oh great.
You're the only one to get it first try like that.
We'll see.
I've done it literally once ever.
Oh
Really?
wow. Okay. So this
Yeah.
is some of our characters. That's Steiner or Batman. The princess on the left, that's Garnet. She's the person we've come to steal. The other woman is Bran.
We have time for donations.
Oh yeah, go for it.
We have a $15 donation from Arnesis saying, "Let's go, Metako."
Oh,
Renesis.
And we have a $250 donation from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you very much.
Is that anonymous with a cat, I wonder?
Maybe.
This is like lots of cat money. Thank you very much, Arenesis. How's it going, dude? Okay, so now we've got the play's going to start. So we've got this chap, King Leo. And he's going to introduce the story. It's just like classic quintessential love story. Princess is there, bad thing happens to princess, man goes to fight princess, someone fights man for princess, princess dies, man dies, everyone's sad. It's classic Shakespeare,
End
really.
of the story.
It's pretty good. So here we've got the characters from the start, our Tantalus troupe. So we've got Pepsi, Blank, and Cinna. And then we're going to get into a bit of a scuffle. So one of the cool things they do, instead of just like telling the story all in cutscene form, we do actually engage with some of the fights. So we're about to fight King Leo as part of the story. And there are a couple of things to take into consideration. He's got 2 lackeys with him, Bonero and Zanero. In this fight, we can ATB with both Blank and Zidane again. So I will be making use of that to get 2 attacks in for the enemy's 1 attack. But Cinna's really the outlier here because Cinna does percentile damage with his hammer. So he can do like 4 up until I think 30 around there is his damage range. If he gets like a really good damage roll, we can kill Leo very quickly. And if it goes horrendously with bad ATB and bad damage rolls, we can lose quite a bit of time. But we'll see what happens. Junk. And this is possibly the best battle theme that we only hear one time in the run.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm basically going to hold ATV with Cinna. He's going to be like our anchor point because there's no point attacking with him off the bat.
You don't actually have to kill Zanero and Bonero, but since their animations can just really slow down the fight, you just get rid of them at the start.
So they can do normal attacks and they can do poly. Poly's slow, but it allows me to refill my ATB, queue up an attack with Blank and Zidane. Assuming no one misses, I will be able to get him.
So this trick that he's using to get double turns with his characters, well, two.
Nice
Excellent.
job.
Literally worst possible damage roll.
Okay. So there we go. That's him down. Right, so this is the sword fight. Sword fight goes in a couple of different ways. You have to do 50 inputs within 55 seconds. You have to do them all correctly and quickly to get 100 nobles impressed. That gets you 10,000 gil. Unfortunately, part of the proviso of this route when Mizo and I came up with it was that I'm usually pretty okay at it. And if we're going to do it successfully, we need to actually do this. So the plan is, if I don't get it the first time, I'll do it a second time. If I don't get it second time, then we'll improvise around it. And it will be
glorious.
Wonderful. Yeah, so
he told me this yesterday, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
you actually, oh, okay. Oh, okay.
It'll be fine.
I have
luck.
confidence in Metako.
Oh no, I pressed right! So we all heard it go wrong, basically. That would have been it. Okay, we'll try it one more time and see what happens.
Oh,
That wasn't bad, actually, considering.
93.
Okay.
wow.
Okay, let's see.
Less RNG. Yes! Okay, I was very scared for a second that you were going to say yes again and retry it.
I know, yeah. So the wonderful thing is you can try it over and over again to see what happens. And that is the thing I've seen people do. I've done before, so that's fine. So all I can do is apologize to Mutski that I didn't get it first try like he did at RPG
I
Limit
have
Breakers.
legitimately never been as nervous watching someone do nobles.
That was my right hand was fine. My left hand was going bananas. It was terrifying. Although I can throw in like a few excuses.
Okay.
This is not my console. This is not my controller. this is nothing that I'm using is mine basically. So when I arrived, my luggage didn't quite make it with me. So that's what I'm going to say for now. But we can get on. So that's fine. That's the first really important thing money-wise that needs to go well. So that's okay. The next thing happens about 5.5 hours in. And that's with a card game that I really need to win as well. So basically, we've now broken into the castle successfully after that little scuffle. And this is our princess. And Zidane's kind of like sizing her up a bit, seeing what she's like. And the thing, I mean, Zidane's a bit of a ladies' man. And I think he's maybe got himself in mind first rather than the mission. So I was like, oh, hello. Do you want to like? And then she belts and she runs off, and they were like, oh well, that's a problem. So we probably could have had her by now, but that's fine. So this is Zorn and Thorn. This is kind of like our comic relief, our like twin duo. They're pretty funny. They're good at what they do. And they're just messengers for the queen. So they find out that something's gone disastrously wrong and the princess has gone missing, but they're quite dopey. So like Thorn saying to Zorn, oh, you're going the wrong way. And he's like, no, I'm not. Let's go somewhere else. So we're going to go try and find the queen. We know, like, already know where she is. So she's down at the front with Steiner and Beatrix. So we are actually going to be able to name Steiner pretty soon. So can I get Steiner's name, please?
Yes, I'm doing the last refresh right now. Maybe has been sniped.
I only saw Batman for it.
No, we have Batman as the top name.
Excellent.
Incredible. So I think Vivi was Batman at a previous match.
Yeah, at AGDQ 2013, I remember that.
It's definitely Vivi for that.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
I would also have a donation with advice for you, Metako.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
We have a $10 donation from Anonymous saying, hey Taco, hyped to see this route finally. Hoping for a great encounter luck. Much love, brother. And also don't forget to save.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so Batman. I'll get there eventually. By the time I get to the final character, my naming will be on point. I assure you.
So we got 100 nobles impressed. How many viewers did Metako have impressed? And will they shower us with gil or dollars?
I would not be surprised if Chocolator appeared somewhere to say that he was not proud of what I've achieved today. It's like... Although having said that, I think Zwanzig's actually seen me reset the whole run 3 times in a row.
Oh, yeah.
For failing nobles. Which no one else does.
No, like, for most people, the 10,000 gil is just a thing that if you get it, you know, nice, you can maybe cut out some gil pickups here and there. But nobody really wants to route around it because it's hard and it's 13 minutes in, so you don't want to have to reset for it.
Yeah, once you've got your Mage Masher, you just want to lock in. So yeah, there's another interesting difference as well between some routes. So in the Japanese version, you don't actually get 10,000 gil from nobles. I think it's just 500.
Yeah, the way the nobles gil works is it sort of scales up linearly with the amount you impress all the way up to 99, and then it goes to about 500, about what you said, and then at 100, only in the NA version, they added an extra line of code in there that says, oh, then you get 10,000. So.
And then for casual play, there's another thing with the nobles coming. If you get the 100, you can get a moonstone from the queen with Steiner.
Yeah, you can do that as well. So you can collect that from the queen, and it's a pretty good add-on actually. But useless to us right now. I just want the money. So, but yeah, so this route would have to be well, not completely redone, but it would have to be recalculated. For Japanese if it was to be run there, because we don't get the benefit of the nobles, but it is pretty much just gil pickups along the way. I think I guesstimated it's roughly 30 seconds of pickups usually between runs, but if you can do it, you do it, and it's good fun and it's worth doing. So we've just gone with Steiner. The really cool thing in the beginning of the game is you actually do get a nice range of characters into play with them. Throughout most of the run, we do actually just use like one party, and Zidane's kind of like the main character. But there are a couple of points where we will diverge and have access to different ones. This is obviously completely accurate.
I feel like this is the most Batman thing Steiner does the entire game, and it doesn't go very well. So
no, it's brilliant. I don't know how he managed to do. I mean, like you've got the towers, and then there's bunting attached between them. I don't think they have the tensile strength to hold a man in plate armor. But it's a video game. And it's probably not the most ludicrous thing that happens in this game either. We're probably still well within the realms of, like, this could actually happen. So now we're now chasing the princess. So Steiner's trying to save the princess from us. We're trying to save the princess so that we can get her and steal her. I don't even know why she's running away. Maybe she wants to say. I have no idea. Shout out to the flugelhorn beside Ruby there. So I don't know why Ruby's getting in the way of us. There's a double bass as well, but I mean, who cares about the obvious instruments? So now we're going to find Garnet, and then we're just going to have like a real heart-to-heart. So we're back at the beginning of the game in this place. So we've kind of like come full circle. And And this is where we get the big reveal that Garnet is in fact trying to run away from home. So she actually wants us to take her away. So it's like, this is a net win for us. Everything works out great, and this is just top tier greatness. So like Zidane just like, yep, sure, gotcha, no worries. Now this is the weird thing. So Steiner's trying to get in. I don't know when we locked the door to the front at any point, and every other door is open. And Steiner knocked on it about 30 seconds ago and has not tried to knock on it since. He's a fairly patient man. he's giving us time. I mean, surely he can hear the conversation. There's no indication we're whispering either. But conveniently, just as the door closes, he manages to burst in. So yeah, there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek. It's very like slapstick comedy. There's a lot of funny moments in the game, and it's a thoroughly enjoyable playing experience.
It's considerably less serious than the other PlayStation 1 entries.
Yeah, because 4, 5, and 6 have got, well, 4 and 5 particularly have got quite a lot of like silliness in them, and they're really good fun in the funny sense. And 7 and 8 took a fairly serious turn. 8 basically had dreams that give you the funny part, and this game kind of like goes back. It's kind of like often referred to as like a love letter to Final Fantasy. So one of Steiner's knights is useless, Knights of Pluto, and has managed to wedge himself in. But I don't know. Good news for us, I guess. But who are we? Are we Steiner? Are we Zidane? So now is the first. I'm actually going to equip that Mage Masher now, which is going to be.
Yeah, I was thinking that because I usually used to do it in the
yeah, most people do it as soon as you finish speaking to. Is it Blank or Marcus there? I can never remember.
That's Blank.
Okay, so Blank. Oh yeah, because we've got Blank here. So the reason for putting it on here, the only reason I did is I saw a Japanese runner do it, and you have to bonk into Garnet anyway, so you don't lose any like movement for it, and you don't have to worry about where you are, because if you do it at the first chance you can, the camera angle changes quite quickly, so it's just a bit easier to gauge where everything's going on there.
Fair enough.
So this is the first fight with Steiner. So again, ATB weight is a big thing in here. We can ATB weight both Zidane and Blank, but Blank does about half the damage that Zidane does. But my ATB is absolute trash. So I do want to steal a silk shirt if I can. So because everything was really bad, I'm not even going to bother trying to ATB weight. The other thing that can happen, which can go wrong, Zidane's got, again, different damage rolls. If he does his minimum damage roll 84 twice, you actually won't defeat Steiner 1 in this fight. So if you see an 84, you're probably better holding off a Blank and maybe needing to do 3 attacks. So just good to know, keep an eye on your damage. It becomes more and more important as the run goes on, counting your damages to make sure that you're on point with everything. So we didn't get a silk shirt, we got a leather hat. The leather hat is useless, doesn't do anything for us in the run at all. And now we find out for some reason Blank has stored Oglops into his entire armor, and conveniently Steiner is scared of them. So that gives us a bit of a distraction. Everyone's running around, and then we just get to kind of like rock through the middle of that. I don't know where we've got left in the ship to actually go and hide out, but lo and behold, the play is still going on, so at least we can rely on that. So at this point in the story, I don't know, Marcus is maybe trying to steal the princess or something. He's been caught by the lackeys, so the king's like, yeah, you can die now. So we'll see what happens. Oh no, what could this mean? And everyone appears on the stage. So this is where things can get really hairy, because no one knows that Garnet's hidden herself as a white mage, and Steiner's super oblivious. But fortunately, Garnet took acting lessons when she was a child. She's still relatively young, but she's fine. And nothing sells a story more than when the entire party do their fist bump together in unison to say, let's go get sorted. So to finish up the story, it's very simple. You know, Marcus falls in love with Garnet, and this is supposed to be like the hero, Steiner. So then we defeat the lackeys, and it's like, okay, everyone's gonna live happily ever after, and it's all great. And then we can steal the princess and get out and do something with Batman, but we don't know what yet.
Steiner is very considerate in not spoiling the act.
Yeah.
While all this is happening.
Oh yeah, it's been like he sells it hardcore. You would think he was in on the action. So like classic story. This is a bit like Midsummer Night's Dream, if anyone's a Shakespeare fan, and then the story the Mechanicals do. And then Bran is absolutely devastated, and she doesn't even know it's her own daughter that's just been killed on stage, but
Oh, here's the kids.
it's fine. How did we get here? This is the biggest problem I've got. It's like we ran behind everyone, went over the rooftops, and somehow we've ended up in front of the audience. So yeah, we get chased a bit. So these are Alexandrian soldiers, and then we've also got the Pluto Knights. The soldiers are a little bit more competent than the Knights are. And then, oh, this is just things are going to get crazy and fall apart. So Vivi is obviously a child and is terrified, and we find out he has now got access to black magic, but it's not a great shot. And, oh well, game's up. I guess we just give her back now and go home and try again. So I think this is when, I don't know, Steiner gets like this moment of realization. He's like, wait a minute, I can do something about this. And then we fight him again, so.
And fight in massive quotation marks in this case.
Yeah. So we've got two options for this fight. We can either suicide everyone that isn't Garnet, and that instantly finishes the fight because the enemy's AI tells them they're not allowed to attack Garnet. Or, if Vivian's and Anne's ATVs are considerably faster, I will actually attack Steiner.
Well,
that didn't happen. Because killing Steiner in the fight will cause the other two to run away, and that will end the fight as well. But great luck on the ATB so far. Things that are worth keeping an eye out for and a mind for as well is, so we are like intentionally killing everyone except Garnet. If I suicided or queued up suicides with the 3 characters that aren't Garnet, and then queued up an attack with Garnet on one of those 3 characters, and they all hit, she would hit herself. Because the game, unlike FF1, and I think the FF1 on the NES was the last one where it always targeted the enemy that you, or it always hit the enemy that you targeted, even if they weren't there. So it does auto-target, and if the only person's left is that one character, things can go badly. So sometimes you've got to be mindful of your ATB and the characters that you're queuing up. So we've got another break. This one's a minute and a half.
yeah, it really is an unfortunate thing that a lot of the longest breaks are in the first half hour of the run.
Yeah, but this is great, and it's the most heavy reset part as well. So, I mean, so Bran is now furious and is actually going like hell for leather and cannoning a giant ship, which is obviously going to now crash into her city and destroy everything. It's a grim affair. I mean, I respect her entirely as a leader, and I think that she knows exactly what. Oh no, this is not going. Yeah. She's loving it. I mean, she shows no remorse.
This may or may not have something to do with why Garnet wanted to run away.
Yeah. Who knows?
Just crush it.
So now we've got super cannon.
Super bomb.
Yeah. So I guess we're gonna fight a bomb now, which is cool. So everyone's on the ship except Bran, and we've now collected a bomb as well. So our roster is filled. But oh no, Steiner's gonna take the side of the. Does he know he's taking the side of the bomb?
He doesn't. I don't think so.
Okay, so this is slightly better ATB-wise. One other thing you'll see me do now and again is like run away from fights. Sometimes it's just for fun to give me something to do, but it does have a purpose as well. So it's most prevalent in Final Fantasy VIII, but if you queue up an action while you're running or flash run very quickly afterwards, the animation it takes to like raise up your weapon and do something with it gets cancelled, and it will make the attack go through faster. So in fights where it is particularly tight in terms of ATB, and you want to make sure you get 2 attacks for an enemies, you will want to be running when you queue up your actions. So it's like a little small optimization thing, but it does come very handy, and especially if you are going for 2 rounds for every enemy's 1 round, it is quite important. So from the last input in that fight, it's a 1 minute 50 break, which is really nice. But I'm going to try and hold out until Black Waltz 3. That's going to be the first one where I actually tear through this building, if necessary. So, now, this is the weird thing. Garnet got away. The ship got away. The city was partly destroyed, and Bran is still dancing. She's got some sort of complex going on that really doesn't get explained.
I think the thing is she thinks she blew it up.
Oh yeah.
And then she realizes. Then she gets angry.
Yeah.
And
the fan.
Inflicts undue violence upon her fan.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The poor fan. So I don't know. We might just get out of the city, but
there it goes.
there we go. Snap. It now matches her hat.
Oh. She's not impressed anymore.
So you'll see there's lots of mist around. That's probably important. I guess we'll talk about mist at some point later on, and the prevalence of mist. So now we've got text box. And then
Excellent. Gameplay.
That's it. It is a very, it's a really exciting game. I highly recommend you go and learn the runs for it.
Do we have time for
Do you like frantically mashing for 20 minutes at a time and then having 5 minutes of complete inactivity? Final Fantasy IX is the game for you.
Do we have time for donations?
Absolutely, yeah.
Nice. We have a $20 donation from Mutski saying, "Hey Metako, 93 more nobles than my marathon run. Best of luck on the run and shoutouts to all the mutts on the couch. Name Icon Mutski because she's the best."
I agree.
We have a $5 donation from Jakev Some Numbers saying, "Hey Taco, Jake here. Since my last donation got set to anonymous, I'm back to ask a very important question. Is Sagnol a boss?"
Uh-oh. This is not a conversation we want to have in a public setting. Let's see. TLDR. Yes? So basically, there's something that came up. So we've had an all bosses category. Mutski, actually, the chap who donated beforehand, was the first person to do it, and he did it for either some sort of celebration or idea or just for fun or whatever. Thought it'd be pretty fun to do. So he came up with a route, did it entirely himself. Took him like 18 hours or something like that, and he did 2 runs of it. Then I decided as part of an event I was doing that I would also do an all bosses run. So I did it with his parameters, not very optimized. But I got like 16 and a half hours or something because there was so much random things in RNG like facing into it. And then we got into a proper discussion because a French runner, Serge Benamo, decided he wanted to do it as well. Mandatory AT, you have to hold select and then you can mash to go through it. It's the only ATE in the game where you can hold select before it comes up while mashing and it activates. Every other one you actually have to press select manually in time beforehand, first of all.
I did not know that.
Yeah, because I found that out, I was like, oh, maybe this works for all of them. It super doesn't. So we wanted to, so then we had a discussion. So he said, oh, we should do this, this, and this. And then about 6 of us got together, had a chat about it, and we have come to a general consensus. So it's come from majority vote, and Zagnol has been a talking point. Armadillohan's been a talking point. There's a lot. I am going to force an encounter here, maybe. Wow.
Can we get that encounter RNG in the rest of the run, please?
Yeah, that was amazing. So the reason for this is Zidane's currently level 1. I've got 2 fights coming up. I would like to get level 4 at the end of this dungeon, which is the evil... We're at ATB. Which is the evil forest. And that will make the next proper boss fight that comes up a little bit more manageable and more consistent. You can do it at level 2 and it's fine. Well, you can do it at level 1, but don't. So it's just, this is a nice way because the way experience works in FF9 is it's shared amongst your party. So as soon as I get more characters in my party, the experience gets divided. And that's a kind of important thing that we've been implementing into this route as well, because generally it's just been go with who you've got. If you use the character, keep them alive. If you don't, you just can't leave them. It also has another cool feature. So the higher level you are, the longer your trance gauge will last. And we're going to see trance in this fight. That's kind of a tutorial one, prison gauge 1. So in this fight, Zidane's going to glow, and you'll see that his ATB bar underneath it is another one that's flashing. That gives us special abilities. This can be good and this can be bad. So at a moment of intense emotion is when you get trance. Also, when you get smacked enough is a good enough impetus to fit you into trance. It can happen at any point, and the trance abilities that you get, you cannot get rid of. So in Final Fantasy VII, it took over attack. In Final Fantasy VIII, you could just hold right and use it. In Final Fantasy X, you can press left and you can use it. In Final Fantasy IX, you get no choice. You have got to use it. No, it is actually useful for this fight. It does more damage than your normal attack. And it takes an attack from Steiner, an attack from Zidane, and a trance from Zidane to kill. Now, the reason why I do the trance first, if Steiner misses, then one attack from Zidane won't do the damage to be able to cover it. So then I would just do 2 trance attacks instead. It's a little bit faster. So I'm going to do another run trick to make sure I get that second attack in. And because I'm level 2, my trance gauge doesn't run out. Stay in trance, and it's just a little bit faster. If I was level 1, we'd have to watch the D-trance animation. It really only comes into play at 2 parts that we have any sort of control or reliability over. and the second one's about an hour and a half in. After that, anytime you get trance, if it's against the boss and you can use it, it's a good thing. If you get it against the normal enemy, it's a bad thing. And there's nothing we can really do about it. So we just freed Vivi. No, we didn't. We just freed Garnet.
Yes.
Which is great.
Garnet.
And now a second prison cage has come down, and it's still in Vivi, so we want to get him back. Another thing that's important is that at the beginning of the game, when you've got the Mage Masher, Zidane can do 2 different trance abilities. One of them attacks one enemy, and one's an AoE, and attacks all enemies. And in that particular fight, Garnet's an enemy, and if anyone said, "Oh, I'll do the most powerful one," they've probably died.
I do not understand how that got through testing. Like, how did they make the tutorial for trance the one fight where there's an enemy you can't hit without game over?
It can go wrong.
I mean, I actually got game over the very first time I tried to test the run.
The first time I raced someone in FF9, I died to Steiner 2 because they said, "Oh, suicide your party," and I killed everyone, including Garnet. And I was like, "You said to do it," and he's like, "Yeah, but not like that." So in this fight, we can steal 2 different items and get a broadsword and a leather wrist. We will actually want both of those eventually. And if you get the broadsword, it is faster here because we can put it onto Blank when we get him back later, and then we can equip it onto Steiner so that he can do more damage, and it means we don't have to buy one later. The reason that I don't do it is that if I get the leather wrist, it makes menus slower. I have to buy an iron sword anyway, do an extra menu to put the iron sword on, and it just becomes an absolute mess. So I take kind of like more consistent method for it. You can also miss, it's quite rare, but that is something that can happen. So this is just a consistency thing. And I kind of like got that from Ziak at first. He's another Japanese runner who had a very, very good time with the Tantarian route. And I was like, oh, this is really interesting, because he basically didn't steal anything and bought all the items instead, which gives him like a much more consistent run overall. But I mean, it's pretty likely you'll get the broadsword. It's kind of like a preferential thing here. So we've gone through there. Vivi's got some sort of poisoning. Steiner's got the form of emotional poisoning. He's just mopey. Yeah, that's all it is. He still doesn't know what's going on. This is a bit overwhelming for him. And now we're going to like go and explore some stuff. So we've got the princess, we've got back, and the thing we need to figure out now is how are we going to get out of this place. So he drinks the potion. He says, "Why not? If I die, it's not the end of the world. If I get healed, everything's great." So now, because Baku is actually the boss, the masked man, who we've now fought once and has helped. Well, fought twice now in different guises. And has helped us out. So we basically check with him and say, "Can we go and do this thing?" And he's like, "Yeah, whatever." So let's try and figure out where we need to go. So we're going to go speak to Vivi first.
I can tell you haven't read the dialogue in a little bit, because actually what happens here is that Baku doesn't actually want you to go go rescue Garnet, because he's like, well, it's not our job or whatever.
It's not the way they work.
But
if you want to go do that, then you're gonna have to like leave us,
go alone,
leave our group, basically.
That's exactly what I said. Anyway, so Vivi's like,
that's why he fights you.
Vivi's like, great stuff. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, first time playing the game. So some things that are very important. We do pick up an ether there, and we're going to pick up another ether that's in the Prima Vista ship, and we are going to sell these specifically to get more gear and items and things like that after this, because it just helps with things. So if you don't pick them up, it's really bad. If you don't get nobles, generally you would pick up a third ether chest as well, which costs you 7 seconds, which is huge. Consequential is what we describe that as. So no, I don't know. Zidane has some flashback, and he decides he's probably in love with Dagger, I would imagine. So let's go on through and get out. I guess Blank's like, if you want to do it, go do it, buddy, but I ain't going to help you. Is that the general premise? Yes, it is.
Something like that.
So here's a second ether. Now we need to, I guess, fight for permission to leave the ship.
Who's in purple? Me?
No, it's Leo.
No, it's me.
So if we get... You can't get crit by Baku, but if you're running when you get hit by him, you can get quite a lot of damage done and die. Also, if you miss in this fight and you're level 1, I think you can die fairly easily against Baku.
Yeah, it's definitely happened to people.
For its kill. I've died before to it. I've seen a couple of runners die to it. Let's keep an eye out for that. So 131 should be good health. If I've got 102 at level 1, it's a bit worse. Oh, I got the first attack as well, which is great. So nothing to get off Baku. It takes 3 hits to take him down. I guess one thing about Final Fantasy IX is it's got analog controls as well. FF8 was the first one of the PlayStation FFs to get that in it. But it's got a slight disadvantage to the D-pad, and that the D-pad turns quicker, the analog turns slower. So if you're going in a straight line, analog's just as good as D-pad, and a lot of different screens, D-pad will take you exactly where you need to go. I've used D-pad for about 95% of the run, and it's definitely something you need to play around with, because there are a lot of like square screens where you can either hold the straight direction or diagonal direction and go exactly where you need to go. For example, in that screen, if you hold up slightly, you will talk to the musician on the top. If you hold down, you'll talk to the one on the bottom. But if you hold straight left, you can absolutely avoid him and still mash to your heart's content. These are the small things that keep me up at night. So basically, we've decided we're going to pick up Batman because he's Batman, and then we're also going to pick up Comfy as well to give us some cushioning in the next fight. More puns like this for a very small fee.
Oh. I mean, I like so far we have Pepsi, Comfy, and Batman. So all you need for a good evening of movie watching, basically.
Comfy, Pepsi, Batman.
Yeah.
So donate now to have Garnet
Popcorn.
call Netflix. Right, so we've now got our ragtag team. We've got Vivi, we've got Steiner. And Vivi and Steiner, before they went out, were having a bit of a secret conversation. And I believe he actually mentions, like, sword magic. And we're going to have like a little look and explore that. So we get different skills as well. If anyone's played Final Fantasy IV, you'll know that with the twins Palom and Porom, you'll get twin magic. And if you cast twin with them, depending on what they've got, they will do like a super spell between them, basically. And some characters work in conjunction here. So Steiner like forms a really like nice bond with Vivi in counter. And Vivi will empower Steiner's sword with elemental magic. So generally speaking, in the Evil Forest, you want to kill just about everything, realistically. The nice thing about goblins is that Zidane and Steiner can both kill it with a normal attack. We can also fight Fangs. Zidane can kill a Fang with a normal attack. Steiner can't. Vivi can kill everything with fire, and even if you do fire all, which drops the damage down in a similar way that like experience gets shared, the magic will get split between the enemies as well in terms of damage. He will still destroy everything. So Vivi's really a powerhouse at the minute. So it kind of depends. If you're going to be able to kill the enemies in one attack or quickly or before they go, it's generally preferable. In a marathon setting particularly, levels can be the difference between like good and bad fights, and can help with damage rolls and things like that. So I probably will kill maybe a little more than I normally would, but this is exactly how I would have played it in a PB attempt.
And all of this is not to say that getting encounters is ever really a good thing after that first one that he made sure to get before Prison Cage. Like all of these we really don't want to be getting, but you know. You may have picked up on this. This game has a little bit of RNG in it.
Yeah, there are elements of random parts. So in that previous screen, you'll notice that I went just into the screen very quickly and came straight back out of it again. You might not have even seen the contents of it. We call it screen splitting. So the way encounters work in encounter fields is the first 4 steps you cannot get an encounter, and then every 2 steps after that you get an encounter check, and it's a 50% chance to get an encounter on one of those tiles. And there's another threat level that goes up steadily with that. And when it gets to a certain threshold, you get an encounter. So I'm going to heal here in the spring, and then I'm going to save. Because the next boss, again, it can kill you. It won't, but it can. So this is the thing. I guess I want to go to slot 5. 6. Okay, that's where we're going to stay. So fairly quick in this game. Really slow in FF12. Sorry. And it gets slower as you go.
It's slower than this in 12?
Yeah, 12 is really slow for saving.
So splitting the screen just resets your threat level to make sure that you get a better chance at not getting an encounter. So sword magic fires. Oh, come on. There's a one-shot against Dendrobiums, which is this enemy. Okay, so Pollen does damage whenever Dendrobium casts it, and also it puts the blind status on me. So eye drops will get rid of it. Yeah, if I wanted to play it safe, I need to do a thing with Zidane in the next fight, so I could use eye drops to guarantee her help, But if his ATB's bad, it's not going to work anyway, so I'm just going to like suck it up and play the fight and see what happens. Because it depends on circumstance. So it's Steiner's not blinded, Vivi and Zidane are, and then we'll adapt in the next fight. So here's a nice cutscene, everything's great. It's called the Evil Forest, but so far it's been fairly mundane, but that looks creepy. That could be bad. So if you want to play it really safe, I guess you would heal Steiner and Vivi before this fight. Those are the only two that really like could fall under any sort of woes and potential harm. And we find Garnet, and she's like nicely asleep against this stationary plant that cannot move, or by the looks of it, turn around to actually like get her. But it's fine, whatever. I ain't questioning it. Right. So this is Plan Brain. So basically, the fastest way to do this, if you kill Zidane, then Blank will appear, and come on, buddy.
Oh,
there we go.
nice.
Blank starts with full ATB as well, so I am going to like try and like hold the inputs for his attack to make sure he goes first.
And just to be clear, like that would eventually happen anyway, and that would move on to the second phase of the fight. Like we didn't just randomly trade Zidane for Blank for kicks. Like we actually do need that to happen first.
Yeah, exactly. So you can attack Plant Brain, and after a while, Blank will rock up. Okay, this is relatively ideal. Pollen does no damage. So the way it goes is he's got Pollen. He can do like a whip attack, which will keep Blank and Batman alive. Comfy would die from it. If he does Thunder, Blank and Batman survive. Comfy would die. We can't use Sword Magic if Vivi's dead. So if you queue up like Fire Sword and Vivi dies, it will fail and you can't do it. So it's important you don't queue up actions before you know you can do them or the enemy's going to go. So sometimes you'll also see me just like flash in and out of menus and sub-menus and battles, and that just gives the enemy a chance if they've queued up an action or attack to like get it off. So that was pretty solid. I'm happy with that. So the next thing we do is we get into a fight with some of these plant spiders.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if you've been counting XP.
I can do it now.
I have. It's 58. You can get level 4 with 44. So,
lovely.
Just so you know.
Okay, so for this menu, if I got a second Silk Shirt, I would put it on Zidane, and that gives him help against thunder attacks. And against the next elemental boss, it would be advantageous if he uses that, but also it means that fire would do more damage. It's okay. If you're level 2 or 3, it's probably nice to have it, and I could have just put it on him anyway and then given it to Vivi later, but because it usually doesn't make too much of a difference, I just put it straight on the Vivi, and that's what we just took off Blank. Oh, brilliant. 2 plant spiders.
Yeah,
excellent.
So you could get level 4 here if you wanted to, but...
I do.
You do? Okay.
So I'll just ATB with Steiner, or Zidane.
So it's random whether you get 2, 3, or 4 of these guys here, and... Yeah, this fight is really like kind of interesting because it's always kind of improvising how you want to approach this. Because getting level 4 will speed up the next boss, but you know, if you get a really slow fight here, then that's obviously not ideal.
Yeah. So Zidane and Blank can both ATB with this plant spider. So by going in and out like that, I can guarantee that Zidane will go before the plant spider. It's also a good thing that Steiner got hit, because if I did get the broadsword steal, I would have put it on Blank, got his iron sword off, and put the iron sword on Steiner, and that would have meant he would guarantee being able to suicide himself. But with the broadsword, he would not be able to. So that was fine. That went fairly well.
I hope I actually did count right.
I did get a level up, so yeah. Well, that's fine. Level 3 and 4 are relatively similar, just circumstantial depending on damages. So yeah, we do generally count for a lot of the fights how much damage we do, how much health we've got, and things like that to make sure we're in an advantageous position. So 1 minute 28 break as we try to escape the evil forest. So we managed to get Garnet. Blank came to the rescue. We've got Vivi. We've got Steiner. Presumably everyone else is in the ship, which is still in the forest. Could be anywhere. So I don't know. I guess Zidane is being weighed down by emotional grief. Maybe he just really likes plants.
So I realized, like, this was a couple of months ago, I think. I realized I had no idea what it actually is that he throws here.
It's
is it a map?
I thought it was something really important, and it turns out it's just the map.
I figured it was the world map.
the world map.
Yeah, it is.
That's kind of important.
Well, I don't know. With how much emphasis they put on it, I kind of...
Yeah, I risked my life to give
Yeah.
you this.
I don't know.
Fair enough. So yeah, Blanca, sacrifices
Sacrifice.
himself for us. I don't know why. It's not really established very well in the story, but I guess we'll never find out. So there it goes. I've got an emote for that. Okay, so now we're outside the evil forest, and we're just gonna kind of like chill out. I guess we're not gonna go back in there. It's like really tightly wound up. We also get a tent, which is really good. That's a free tent. It doesn't come out of our inventory.
That's also a thing you can use with Moogles.
Yeah, so on the
Use a
world
tent.
map you can use a tent with a Moogle to get HP and MP heal. Doesn't heal you to full, but
Yeah.
it gives you a substantial amount. So this is Pride Rock. It is though. I mean, so yeah, the whole forest has been petrified. We have no idea what we're supposed to do, or where we're gonna go. So I think the idea is that we're gonna try and get back to Lindblom. We're just gonna say it's been mentioned. We know a guy there. He's probably gonna do things that are gonna help us out. So we're gonna take a nice rest, make sure everyone's recuperated, and then we're gonna, I guess, travel across the world map and see what lies ahead.
And Steiner is not agreeing with this plan at all, but it's like majority vote.
He doesn't have a
Yeah.
choice. At this point, he hasn't got the bomb to back him up,
Yeah.
and he's not in his hometown. It's very, very peculiar. Very peculiar.
In the meantime, we have an active time event on the donations if we have time.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
We have a $10 donation from Badfink saying, donating this towards Tetris Extreme Reverse. Hope everybody is having a great time, and I look forward to catching up on ESA action in the future. We have a $5 donation from Caboost saying, recently played FF9 again myself, and it took 39 hours, and you're going to do it in 9 hours. Holy. Good luck on the run.
Thanks.
We got a $5 donation from Finrod C saying,
I know,
hey
right?
Taco, hey Couch, good luck on the with the run. I hope you brought the mini fridge with you. May the RNG God with you.
I thought he was going to say the Arm Brew Gods.
Yeah.
That's what I was waiting for. That's what the mini fridge is in a reference to.
Maybe
so.
that could be a name swipe.
I don't know. So, I mean, the important thing for the game here, when I get onto the world map, you'll see that there's a marquee, which lets us know that we're on the Mist continent. While that is displayed on the screen, we cannot get encounters in the world map. So this is the only place where we'll actually be able to run across the whole section without having to do some other world map movement to make sure we don't get encounters. And I'll cover that when we get to the next world map screen. So yeah, I mean, basically there's like a couple of streamers have fridges on their streams. And because I'm from the United Kingdom, there's a company in Scotland called Bar, and they make Arm Brew, and it's like the most delicious thing. And they changed the formula, they changed the recipe, and apparently people don't like it so much anymore. So I had a really bad paint job of a fridge with Arm Brew in it, and I had it on stream for like 2 days. But I mean,
It's actually good.
if anyone's watching from Bar, I am very interested in your services. So this is the Ice Cavern. This is like mandatory ice dungeon. Typically in RPGs, there's like a fire dungeon, earth dungeon, ice wind, that kind of thing. So we've got this. In the Ice Cavern, there are parts of the ground that will actually have like mist, steam, windy bits that will appear and disappear. So we've got 2 on this screen here. The chest on the left is a tent. I'm not going to pick it up, as I don't need to, and we don't plan to anyway. But I do need to wait for the mist to clear, otherwise I'll get into a fight with wires or weirds, something like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm level 4, I don't need to, and it's also not advantageous to either. So it's quicker to go up on the right side. I believe it is possible, like in real time, to avoid this the first time without stopping. So you hold up on the D-pad, and then you hold up and left at a specific timing. It's done in the TAS. It has been, I believe, confirmed, consistent, but
Yeah, Luzbel was playing around with it.
Yeah, so it can be done. If anyone who doesn't know, Luzbelheim is the NA world record holder for every Final Fantasy game. Yeah,
At least for the PS1 era.
he gets around. So, for these fights, if I get one, I'm either going to flee with Zidane or kill them all with Vivi. but I also don't lose anything at this point by killing Garnet. She doesn't need any experience. She doesn't need levels for the run until considerably later on when we go back to Alexandria eventually. So because the experience gets divided by the 4 characters, it is generally preferable, if possible, to kill Dagger before. But if I'm going to get the kill with Vivi, I'm going to take that in advance. You'll also notice here that I'm like intentionally bonking into like some of the floor spaces. FF9 has an acceleration system when you move, so optimal movement, you'll move without friction and you'll go quickly. I guess I can just heal the Garnet because she's... Oh, I know where I want to go.
You want to save?
I want to go to the left and I want to trigger the Sea of Moogle.
Nice.
Yeah, just in case. The next fight is 100% consistent, but if I'm bad at maths, it can go badly. So this is another safety save. I was saying something about experience and I've lost my train of thought since then. So that's what we do there.
So the XP gets divided?
Oh yeah, I was talking about movement is what it was. But yeah, so the XP, so that's why we would kill Dagger. But in certain fields, you can actually run into the scenery and you will not lose your top speed. So you have to keep an eye out, and it's quite specific for some regions. So in the Ice Cavern, it's relatively forgiving for D-pad movement. So I've, in personal experience, like this is not weighted on any sort of factor testing. I found the more inputs that I do on a screen, the more likely, the more often I get an encounter. So that's a me thing. You can't get an encounter on the screen that I'm just coming into now. And let's advance the story. So here's, I don't know, some mist. It's really cold, as you can see by the terrific acting. We don't know what's coming from it or how it's working, so we're just going to advance on, and then everyone's going to pass out.
Steiner must be the one who's the most cold of all them.
I don't know why he's got the most exposed skin. Oh, oh, never mind. The metal too. Yes, that is true.
So
it is not of the warm clothes on, but yeah, I mean his ankles must be.
Vivi's outfit looks like it'd be pretty comfy.
Yeah. I just want to, I mean, because obviously you've got like pantaloons and old-fashioned attire, and that's the kind of thing you might find in like the Jacobean or the Elizabethan era, but it's just air that's in there normally. He could have cushioning in there. Right, so now we're just Zidane, because apparently I'm immune to the cold or something. I don't really know why. It's maybe because I have a tail. And we're going to find out what the source of this problem is. So this fight goes differently depending on what level you are. If you're level 2, you do the first half normally, and then you wait until you trance to be able to do enough damage to not die and kill the enemy. At level 3, you just have to heal potentially once more. At level 4, this is like the standard fight. So that's what I'm going to try and show off. So the number we're basically looking for is 37, and that's to be Zidane's hit points after a certain point. So. So here's another Black Mage. It could be related to Vivi. He might not. I don't know yet.
There's another name though. It's a Black Waltz.
Black Waltz.
Yeah.
Well, it was spoilers. I wasn't going to give that away yet. So he summons a Sea Lion. If I get a good ATB, this is nice. If they both go first, I might have to do a heal beforehand. If I go before Black Waltz 1, it'll be nice. Sea Lion always goes first, no matter what. His ATB is ludicrous. Okay. So Black Waltz 1 dies in 3 hits. Sea Lion dies to a few more than that, but it's a back and forth fight that I'll go into. So we're going to wait to kill Black Waltz 1, and then we'll react to your hit points. Sea Lion does Blizzard. It can do 32 or 36 damage. Wing, depending on your equipment, does like between like 17 and 25. 30 if you don't have the Silk Shirt, I think, or level 2 or 3, something like that. Black Waltz doesn't do as much damage, so we don't even look at the damage that he does. Wing is ideal because it will always do less than Blizzard does. So if I've got more than 37 or more hit points, I cannot die to the next attack from Sea Lion. And 36 times 2 is 72. So
yeah.
If I get a low roll,
yeah,
okay, ideal. So now I can attack. That goes normally. So another thing, Zidane's got 88, 92, 96, and 100 damage. If I get mostly high rolls, I can get a quick kill. If I get mostly low rolls, I get a low roll. So I'm going to have like very little health here. So I should high potion, because that's the smart thing to do. It puts me to full health, gets me 450 in battle. A normal potion only gives me 150. So now, after the next attack, Sea Lion will glow yellow at the core, and he will counter with Blizzara.
Shoutouts to Karakar.
Karakar.
The little story.
So at FF Relay 545, one of the most well-known Final Fantasy speedrunners of the PlayStation era.
I would be surprised if he's not the person who's done the most runs of this game out of anyone ever.
Probably, yeah. So, yeah, he did not know that that happens. So, if I had bad health here, I'd have to heal again, but I can get 2 attacks in. The next one he's going to attack with Tsunami when he glows red. But yeah, Kara didn't know about that, which is beautiful. But I've got my own admittance, actually, after this fight, about something that I didn't notice. So, yeah, so the Tsunami and the Blizzard are both counter-attacks. So he does that plus another attack. So we do want Wing if possible. Like, Blizzards are just not nice. And then I do need to make sure that I don't put myself in the position where I can actually game over. So, generally, I should be counting damage rolls, but I'm not. They've been mostly favorable.
Yeah.
I haven't seen an 88 yet. It's been mostly 96s and a 92. So I'm going to check how much I've got left again. So the number is 37. So I'm good now. He doesn't do any more counter-attacks after this. Ugh. Okay, so I did enough damage. That's the quick kill, if you want, or the normal one, I guess. The other one would be slow.
Yay.
Clapping for maths. Welcome to education.
Good
So that's-
RNG.
That was great. So no, that was fine. That worked out very nicely. So the admittance is that I didn't know that the ice cavern was all ice before the fight, and after you beat Sea Lion, that turns into a spring.
Really?
Yeah. Until like about a month ago.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I never noticed. I was just looking in the background. I was like, wait a minute, the ice moves. So now we've got rid of like the ice or the mist or the infection or whatever that's going on there. I imagine it was probably caused by Sea Lion and not Black Walt Swan. Who's to know? And now everyone revives, and then we're ready to rock and roll. Zidane's health was pretty okay at the end of that fight, and I've got all 4 characters alive. I can get random encounters now, so I do want to be mindful. I don't want Zidane to die because he's the only one who can flee in a fight. So the run mechanics in FF9 are garbage. It's basically along the lines of every second you get a 50% chance to flee. There's a lot of formulas like that in the game, but flee is guaranteed. So we give the enemy a little bit of money, and then we get to run away. So if I get an encounter here, you know, worst case you probably get 4 flans and they can all do blizzard, so that was ideal. That was a
Nice.
1 encounter ice cavern.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So we made it out of there absolutely fine. But I mean, if you're playing it risky or Zidane's at really low health, there's nothing to say that you'll get in the random encounter and they'll just steamroll your party and you can die. So it depends, you know, how safe you want to play it. Right. Garnet is going through a moment of crisis, and she is going to decide that that's not the name for her. And for that reason, I need to know what we are going to call her.
Let's see. It's Deca's name, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Dagger's name.
Yeah.
So someone actually donated for it to be called Garnet. I did see that near the top.
Yeah, that was
The
the
last
I
amount,
saw.
and it's pretty close.
Batman.
By $10, Garnet won.
Huzzah.
With 2 R, please.
Garnet.
What?
Yes.
No!
Garnet.
I can't do that. That's wrong.
how much time is left?
Like seconds.
Yeah.
No.
Like right now.
2 hours. Are you sure?
Yes.
Can you squint?
No. It's Garnet.
Wow.
I don't feel so good. Whoever donated for Garnet with 2 R's,
She's a pirate now.
great. Oh, yeah, I guess she's joined the crew, but I still hate it. Yes. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you live, but I will find you. And I will.
If
Okay,
it makes you happy, it would have been morale if someone snapped it.
Aw, that's such a nice name.
Yeah.
Where's the naming way? Okay, so now we've got world map movement that's different to what we did before. So because there's no marquee anymore, you're going to see what's called stutter stepping. If anyone wants to explain it, please do. Or not, whatever. I mean, it's all
That's
You
a
mash
way
the
to-
up button very
yeah,
hard.
That's a way to progress through a map. It generates the least amount of encounter
Basically, there's
maybe?
normally on field maps, there's a threat level that goes up the more steps you take on a screen. And for some reason, this only works on the world map. That threat level doesn't go up if you take very tiny steps.
Is it that it's not going up, it's going slowly
It
compared
increments,
to a full
and
step?
it's less than 1%. It increments.
According to the TAS, the guy, little gecko who made the TAS, he specifically put a little thingy into the notes for his new TAS that he made like a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And he said there's a common misconception that you can still get encounters with a low chance if you stutter step ideally, but no, actually if you do it perfectly, you should never get encounters.
Okay.
According to him.
Yeah.
But like
I'm waiting for the Japanese run that it happens in. Then we'll see who's.
Yeah, well, yeah. It still happens sometimes with turbo controllers, so that would imply that turbo can't mash frame perfectly. So I don't know who to believe on this.
No. Free time. So yeah, there's the difference between turbo and no turbo. So you see that I actually do like every single input in the run. Unless a rogue toilet break happens, and then someone else might do it for me. But you can use turbo controller, and in the North American, it is accepted. There's a category for turbo and no turbo, and Japanese work off different timing methods and different rule sets compared to NA for Final Fantasies. So they time earlier and later from the console being turned on until the end shows up after the credits. But they also, I think they all just use turbo because it's just commonly accepted to do so. So they will still like do certain inputs, but for stutter stepping, they don't have to mash. They can just hold up, and it will do it in 15 hertz increments or 30 hertz increments for menus as well. So when you're healing, you can heal super quick because the menu goes in 60 frames per second, and the field goes in 30 frames per second. So much to offer in the game. So this is Dali. We've arrived. It's kind of like a stopping point, so we're kind of just gonna like.
Someone's being comfy over there.
Yes, comfy has gotten comfy. So yeah, we're just basically just going to check things out and see what's going on. I do have a shop coming up in a little bit. It's generally accepted in this one that you want to get wrists, and wrists are going to be very useful to get me more money later on. So FF9 introduces a synthesis system where I can like put two items together and make a stronger or better item. And in this instance, it's going to actually make me more money by selling that item than it is to actually keep it and use it. But the main difference that this route has over others is I'm going to buy 2 leather wrists, and normally you would only get 1. The children of me. The children, the pain of my existence. Optimal pattern, if the girl moves first, and it's immediately, you can actually just go around her normally. She'll actually go above you and you can go under her. If she doesn't move at all, you just go normally. If she moves at any point after, immediately, you have to go up and around her. I've spent far too long going through it and it's painful. The lad's usually okay. He's a good boy. That girl is a monster. But you also said it weird things there. I went into your garden, I came back, I went into the inn, I went out, or the pub I think it is, and twice, and it's just a case of like advancing story triggers. So for whatever reason in this particular area, the fastest way to advance the story is not to actually go and speak to people and find people and do what you're meant to do. You can just go in and out of certain screens, and on console that's the fastest. I believe on PC it's faster to go in and out of the field 3 times because of the loading times. But no one runs PC. So here we go. So this is the shop where we're gonna buy a couple of things. So 1923 is what I need to do. It's also really important I choose the second dialogue options here to garnet. Garnet. Grr. We actually had in the task we found out one text box option we've been doing since day one is slower than the optimal. It's in disc 3 when we choose our party member before the Shimmering Island.
Right.
It's about 1.5 seconds faster to choose the third option rather than the first.
Revolutionary stuff.
It takes me about 3 seconds to choose that option though, so I don't know how worth it is. All right, here we go. 1923. A fun fact, in this shop you can buy leather hats and feather hats. I want feather hats for synthesis later on. And in my first run I ever did, I got to the next area where I needed to create the items and I couldn't do it. And I was like, what's gone wrong? And I think Swansea was there and said, check your inventory. And sure enough, I had 3 leather hats and my run ended. But
I think I've done that as well.
It's too easy to do. So I'm just going to do a bit of catch up with Garnet, and then we decide that we're going to go and find Vivi and have a chat with him because he's having a bit of a crisis at the minute. Presumably after hearing about the Black Waltz. I don't know why he's mopey. He's sad about something though. And we're going to cheer him up.
He gets mopey a lot for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah. But it's all it's like legitimate problems. I love that the sign at the top of the bar says no credit.
I've never noticed that.
Oh, I can point out lots of things. So like there's a wine rack there. Another thing is, so you've got the plates on the left, but there are no glasses for us to have drinks. There's just that like the two on the actual counter there.
Yeah.
I would like to think that at this bar they just prefer NA timing to JP timing. No credits.
Oh.
That's good.
Oh, wow.
More of that.
Good one.
This is free content you're getting. That's not even. I don't know. I always think that plants are really gorgeous here. It's really pretty. You get plenty of time to look at the scenery. Also, each of the bedposts has got a different icon on them.
You can also
so
have
like
your
sun and moon.
astrologic color or something like that, like your lucky color, something like that.
What? Where? What?
In the room, in the hotel.
Oh yeah, you get like astrology signs, or astrological. So yeah, I take a wide berth to the left there to avoid the kids who come straight down, generally speaking. You can go straight up and it is like ideal if they don't get in your way, but then you can just like bash against them a bunch. Oh yeah, Vivi got stolen. That's pretty bad. It's kind of a theme that happens now and again. So he's talking to us through the power of the drain pipe or something like that. There was a chocobo, he didn't know what that was, and there was a quest sound that he was going after. Although no chocobo I know makes a quest sound. Might not go work. So we're gonna go find him. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do we have time for some donations?
We sure do.
Nice. We have a $10 donation from Effigy JP saying, I should be trying to move house just now, but I'm sure I can spare an hour or 9. Good luck, Metako. Loving the run.
Awesome.
We
Yeah.
have
Effigy's a Scottish runner, by the way.
We have a $15 donation from Seasoner saying RNG, 9 hours of RNG with Swansea on the couch. This is literally FF9.
Literally FF9.
We have a $35 donation from Anonymous with no comment. We have a $30 donation from Kasui saying stay comfy, stay Pepsi, stay Batman.
Stay Garnet.
Stay Gar.
We have a $10 donation from Anonymous saying Rummel, probably for our German restream. And we have a $30 donation from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you very much for all those donations.
That's great. So we just navigate through the Dali Underground here. And then one of the chests starts to make some noises. So, I don't know. It's Vivi. We'll just do that. There's also some suspicious mist coming from the top of those two doors. There's probably a good reason why they're shut. Now, for those of us who feel that 9 hours is a short speed run, you can make your Final Fantasy IX experience even longer by playing as a solo character. And if you play as solo Garnet, you actually go in there and you farm encounters. But if you do go in those doors, you can't get encounters normally in this area at all. I can just run through it forever and not get any. But as soon as I open those doors, the mist gets out, and all the monsters in this area are all powered by mist. So they'll get out and you'll actually end up having to fight them. So we're not going to do that. So we see this like machine producing eggs, and that's pretty odd. Don't really know why or what's happening with it. The next screen we've got a little bit of movement tech. This is slide skip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that was kind of bad. So basically what happens is if you just run all the way along the screen, Zidane will notice something and go and screech back again. And then you'll do the dialogue, whereas if you fractionally hold circle to walk instead, or I guess if you're doing analog for that, you would slightly let go of analog. Don't do that, that would be bad. Then you start walking, and then you can like activate the trigger by mashing quickly rather than running. I believe you probably could do it while running the whole time, but it would be like probably frame perfect, give or take. Oh, so this is where we found out that the eggs turn into mages. And then the mages get crushed in size by approximately 200%, so they fit into the box for like optimal loading. So this is the bit here. If I hadn't not stolen from Prison Cage 2, and I had the Iron Sword on Steiner, I wouldn't need to do this menu. So we're just going to do a quick one here. So we only need Bird Killer on Steiner, and Bird Killer is one of the abilities that gives you a 1.5 damage multiplier on bird types, which in FF9 means can fly or float. And there are various Eater and Killer abilities in the run, and that's basically our best way of damaging things. So Bug Killer, ideally we wouldn't actually fight any bugs there, but it does set us up for a dungeon that comes later on. Into Disc 2. So this bit is literally just Steiner's gone for like messaging and having a look to see what's going on around the place. Meets Morad. Morad loves coffee. If you want to further your FF9 experience in a non-speedrun setting, or you want to do something silly like Excalibur 2 Perfect Game, you would have to go and find the coffee beans for Morad, and he really likes it. So, oh, there's a ship. Maybe if we get on the ship, we'll be able to get Dagger or Garnet back into Alexandria. Let's accost it. So here we go. Oh wait, they're taking barrels from the underground. I wonder. They're in the barrels, and we're going to get them out and fight a boss. That's what's going to happen. So Black Waltz 2's got some interesting characteristics. Does anyone want to go over fire skip?
I can. If you want.
By all means, work away.
All right. So Black Waltz 2, sort of similar to Sea Lion, will do a little counterattack once he hits an HP trigger. He's going to use Fyra, and it's pretty strong. Animation takes several seconds, but we can skip it. And to skip it, you have to get rid of, you have to kill off whoever he is targeting. Because the way it works is if his current target is not alive, his script just kind of is like, okay, I guess I'll just not use Fyra then. And then he will never use it again for the rest of the fight.
It's pretty great. So yeah, I'm going to make use of ATB weight with Sedan in this fight, and then hope for the best. There are circumstances, well, no matter what, you can get the fire skip, but there are some times when it's better to just heal up to full and like tank it.
Mostly if he's targeting Steiner.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Steiner is our big damage dealer right now.
Ooh, so with the Iron Sword and Fire Sword, he does a ton of damage. I also want to get 2 ethers at the end of this fight, because that means I'll sell it and I'll get 1,000 more gil, which would be really nice. Zidane can actually go before Black Waltz 2. Not likely, but can happen. Okay. So it's 2 attacks from Zidane, 1 from Steiner, and that sets us up for the skip.
So then we're going to see what he does, who he's targeting.
So ideally he hits Vivi. So spell's good because it gives me time to fill my ATB. I need to get the attack off soon after he does this. So it's not enough to just suicide the character. You also have to get the damage in and not let his ATB fill.
Yeah,
because if his ATB fills, he will still do it.
No.
Yeah, because then once his ATB fills, he will immediately retarget, and then, you know, that whole AI quirk won't happen. Yeah.
So I'm technically doing this for safety because Zidane can get his ATB in before Black Waltz 2 if you revive him. This is fine. So he should die in these 2 attacks.
It's kind of arguable whether it's worth it to do fire skip when he's targeting Zidane. It's like, when he hits Vivi, it's great. When he hits Steiner, it's definitely not worth it. With Zidane, it's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it's pretty... It usually depends on his ATB, because you could kill him with Vivi.
I don't know. I've never really exhaustively tested to really know whether it's
here we
good
go.
or not.
Yes,
Nice.
money.
Double ether.
That means I don't have to sell a high potion or a remedy at the next menu. That's where we're at. We're actually at the point where like every single item that I buy and sell is dependent on everything that happens. So you can soft lock the game here. Not a great idea too. So I'm just going to wait.
Excellent.
So if you very quickly go to depart now and mash, you can soft lock the game. You know that because Steiner will turn around and no text box will appear. It doesn't just happen if you do it really quickly. I believe it's probably like a frame count for it, because you can sometimes do it really quickly and not get the soft lock, but enough of us have done it to know that leave it a little bit is probably a good idea. So Steiner's taking us on the ship. He wants to get us back to Alexandria. We're going to go on the ship because we're going to try and sneak Garnet back to Lindblom. And we'll just have to see who wins.
Prepared for the famous line.
Exclamation mark curtains.
Curtains. Oh.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of a cutscene here.
Oh, soft.
Bad, very. I was gonna say he's a bad human being, but he's not. Fun fact. Not a fun fact. So, Zidane's obviously got a tail, and he's not a human. And here's it. For some reason, everyone seems to think that the race that Zidane is pronounced genome, after a
Is it not?
after a genome. Since I was a child, I've always called it a gnome. And I refuse to believe it. Now, this is right up until the first person said the word genome to me, and I was like, oh. And it makes sense in the story, too. So that's the thing. But in this next room, exciting speed tech, there's a black mage on the right side of the screen. He can either stand still, walk forwards towards us, or walk away from us, and Vivi's going to chase him. If he walks to the back, Vivi runs after him, and we lose time. If he walks to the front, Vivi runs towards him, and he's closer to us, and we save time. If he stays in the middle, it's pretty average. Like most times, I would say maybe 8 out of 10, he just stands still, and you get this. But it is a thing that's worth knowing about. There's a similar, almost arbitrary time save in Final Fantasy VII, where in Maker Reactor 1, when you get in the elevator, it will either immediately go down, or you'll wait for 3 seconds and then it'll go down. And then I always use my cue for everything that happens on the ship here is dagger nods. So when she nods, it means I can move. Another movement tech thing we can do here. So on this screen, if I was to run straight left or up to the left, after this dialogue, Steiner will push me upwards. And if I go downwards, Steiner will push me downwards. And I need to get into like the deck. So I kind of like wiggle down a bit with left and left down. And you'll see that there's a bucket in the way that I couldn't possibly get my hitbox through. So it's better to get pushed downwards after this dialogue, and then I can get into the left side of the, I guess it's the deck bridge thing.
Yeah.
Here we go. So
Control space.
small, yet not insignificant. And then Steiner realizes he's been betrayed. Oh no. Right, I'm just going to give everyone a heads up now. I'm taking the 2-minute 5 toilet break after Black Ops 3-1.
Okay.
So I'm going to clear this path, and I'm going to book it. You've got a bit left, don't worry. Now, do I jump over the post and the rope or not? I can.
It's a bit risky.
It's more fun if we do it, because then it would be more funny. Thanks, Sparkles.
Path cleared.
I heard that for a mere $20, Captain Robo Sparkle said that he would do the Freya dance.
Anyway, when you go, watch out for my mic or headset cord, which is behind you.
It's fine. I can line myself up beforehand.
Yeah.
I reckon with how close they are, I can do a light jog. I don't actually have to run. So this is another Black Waltz. Bad guy. But this is really interesting because the Black Mages here, they're probably Type A's. They're actually taking Vivi's side, and we get this real like emotional conundrum with, are they like machines? Are they sentient? Do they feel? I would look away now if you like happy things.
I mean, we've been fighting black mages so far, but the piano tells us that this is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the cello that does it for me. When it comes in with that line, it's just oh man.
Also, one thing I don't know is that the hats that the black mages have, like they're not falling off when they fall, which makes me think that they are actually part of them. But then in this screen coming up, you can see one of the hats on the port of the ship.
It's left on. That's just a horrible reminder. So again, the nod's the cue. When Garnet nods, Sedan can move. This would be the last point if you didn't put a silk shirt on Vivi that you'd be able to. And then I definitely did it, but this is where you would...
I do hope you did, yeah.
Do you know the backup if I didn't? Neph does. Right, so this fight's pretty scripted. Again, there's a quick kill. Vivi trances, big emotional state. I'll check the damage and I'll be able to tell you actually. It's 1128. So if I get high rolls, and I do mean high rolls, I will not detrance. Zidane's unlikely to trance in this, but he'll probably trance to the move. So I want to get an attack off fairly quickly. It's not really quick, but fairly quick. 72 is his highest roll. So basically, Steiner can do 240, 250, 260, 270, and Vivi can do somewhere between 165 and 189. I'm also going to steal in the next turn. Brilliant. Awesome. So that's the lowest roll Steiner can do. So if you see a 240 from Steiner, it's fairly unlikely that he's actually going to be able to get, we'll be able to get the quick kill. 175 is like the second highest, I think, from Vivi.
Wow.
So we're not getting it. That's set in stone. So Thundara, because of the silk shirt, Vivi cannot die. He'll be at like 30 health, 40 health. Sweet. Nice. Steepled hat. Or silver gloves. That's fine. I just sell them. So it gives me more money. The steepled hat's ideal in terms of menuing because I'm not even going to count anymore. That's not even close. So steepled hat I need to buy anyway, so it just makes my menuing quicker because I don't have to sell the silver gloves. So it takes one more fire, and then we watch the detrance animation, and then it clears out. And that's Black Bolt's 3.
Everybody get ready for him to bolt through here.
Yeah, so I've got a little bit of time. There's mashing.
Which way are you going around us?
Oh, I'm going to go right there. I'm going to go behind Leo, so I'm going to go in between us.
Wow.
Excellent.
I got it all planned out. So yeah, a little bit of mashing here, 2:05 cutscene, and then a little bit of mashing, then a 1:06 cutscene, and then we go to the next area. So if anyone has anything they would like to say and contribute, please do.
Maybe some donations if there are any.
We can have anything at all.
Yeah.
We have some donations coming up.
Uh-huh.
We have a $10 donation from Anonymous with no comment.
It's the cat again.
Yeah. We have a $50 donation from Anonymous saying, always love to watch the marathon. Final Fantasy IX is a great game. Vivi rules. Greetings from Germany. Big thanks to Germans for restreaming this event.
Huzzah.
And we have a $200 donation from Anonymous.
Oh.
Yes.
Here are some money for the wonderful thing you do, and I would like to put this money on Dishonored Forgive Billy Lurkbit. Thank you.
You ready? 3. No, not yet.
It's the next one, right?
Yeah.
Oh. See, he's very particular about not letting us press any of the buttons.
Yeah.
There's no reason why we couldn't do this. Absolutely none, except his pride.
Yeah.
And there goes the hat.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Meanwhile, we have a very exciting scene. I think this is the longest break in the run, and it's only an hour and a half into it.
Is it?
I mean, I could be wrong. He's got all the breaks written down in his notes there.
Well,
I never did that.
Well, the opening cutscene is longer.
Yeah, sure. If you need a break in between Mage Masher resets, yeah.
That was actually a good point. You did it!
I got my 45 seconds.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
aced it.
You could have grabbed a coffee.
Does anyone want ice cream? We've got ice cream. Well, we can get it in the next one. It's coming up very soon. No, I didn't hear it either, but I bet it was hilarious.
Yeah, I guess.
Of course. Who wouldn't? Not my controller. Yeah. I mean, the hardest one for sure. FF12's savage when it comes to breaks. There realistically are 2 in the run that are like a minute or more, like a minute and a half one. But there's a 2-parter at one point, and I don't know any of the areas. It's not Bijarba.
Yeah, it's Bujarba.
Bijarba. So you get a 30-second break, and then you press square once,
Oh yeah.
and then you get a 30-second break.
Yep.
Very important.
I mean, we sort of have that too with the Clara dance, and then the
Oh, yeah,
FFV
those
afterwards.
Pesky turbo users. I have a 7-minute break now. We only get a minute and a half. So I guess at this point, Dagger's taken, or Garnet's decided that she wants to go to Limblum instead of Alexandria. And this is it. Pretty mega rockin' city.
Again, poor Batman thought he had outsmarted us, tricking us getting into a ship headed for Alexandria.
Yeah.
And then Zidane's like, yeah, but no.
Little did he know. So, the city of Limblum is kind of like a reverse TARDIS. It's much bigger on the outside than it is on the in. In fact, we have access to 3 areas. Oh no, it's 4, isn't it? And then we get 3 later on.
Something like that.
So we're here to see Regent Sid. Is he a Regent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Regent Sid. Reference to some other Final Fantasy dudes. So we get met by Artania, who's kind of like his PA. We're going to have a little chit-chat with him. And then we're going to go around the town and do stuff, I guess. But this is our goal. I mean, we were hired by Sid to get Garnet to him. So, coming under estimate, I believe.
The city is also lovingly nicknamed Plot City by a lot of runners.
I mean, yeah, both times you do it's about 20 minutes of fetch quests is effectively what happens. So basically, there's an area with a bedroom with a couple of guards outside. There's a Sid's room. There's a conference room, and then there's like an outsidey bit with a telescope type deal that you can see into the other parts of the world, and you basically just go back and forth between them a whole bunch. I mean, on this particular occasion, we're going to go to the business district. We're going to meet an old friend. We're going to buy some stuff. Then we're going to go to the theater district, and we're going to see some friends. And then we're going to go to the castle, and we're going to see our new friend. And then we're going to fight something. And then we're going to leave. But it's a very short part of the run.
Speaking of fighting things, Steiner just punched the
Punched
king.
the king.
Feels bad, man.
So cool.
He is Batman.
Yeah. But I mean, he's just showing that Batman does actually have a true fear of Oglops. You know, this was set up right at the beginning with the blank fight.
Yeah.
So we're in a bar now with Zidane, and we're going to see Freya. Is it possible to find out what Freya is going to be called? I think it's Yump is what she's going to get, but I'm not sure.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
I'm banking on it. I don't know why the bar plays reggae music, but it does.
Sorry. I'm refreshing right now.
Oh,
All good.
shout out to the bartender's mustache.
Zidane's already throwing out some guesses for the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rachel.
You need
Helga.
Freya.
Freya, and
Yeah.
Freya is, with the last refresh, Yump.
All caps.
All caps.
Huzzah. Thank you, Tompa. Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was an N or an M for a second. So one of the best bits about this is like obviously that the NPCs here have got like AI scripts, and that girl has been trying to walk past Zidane for like the last 20 seconds, and until he moves to go beside Freya, she can't actually move. And the geezer on the left does actually pass out part of the way through the dialogue discussion. Starts upright and then he ends up on the table. So now we get a little chat between Zidane and Steiner after this bit. And there's like a tutorial system in FF9 with the Muggles. So every now and again there'll be like a mandatory ATE where you'll see them, and you can go through and it'll explain different parts of the game and how they work too. So if you are curious about the fundamentals, that's the place to go. I've no idea what happens in this scene. Presumably,
I think he's talking about how his plan was to get her here because Braun's been
Plotting.
Braun's been Braun.
Has been, yeah.
she's been Browning. Fair enough.
And he's talking about his airship that Sid loves airships, which is a bit of a common thing in the series.
Yeah.
But
I think at that point he's explaining that he's trying to build one without the use of any mist or something.
yeah, and I think he had one, but his wife got really upset with him for some unhusbandly behavior, and she ran off with his airship.
Yeah. You know.
She just flew away. Bye.
That was it. So yeah, at the minute, as far as we're aware, every single ship is powered by mist, and without that, it's impossible to travel. So we can't actually get away from this continent whatsoever with the current technology that we have. So here we go. 3 text boxes and then out every single time. I think.
Teach me, bro.
Gosh, bro, you sure know a lot.
Alright, so how are we going to do this one? Don't need to sell high potions, don't need to sell that. So it's going to be ethers, pinions, everything leather. Weapons in the silver gloves. Yeah.
So you can't see this because it's covered, but he's got a binder with notes about this thick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not just FF9. He has that for like all his feed games in there. It's quite well organized.
Oh, this is beautiful. I'm going to have like 1,000 plus. The next shop costs 10,500 gil. So, assuming everything's correct, I will have plenty left over. So I've also got an Excel sheet at home which has got all the experience, all the levels and everything mapped out for the game. So the important thing that we get there, so the cotton robes is what gives us the money. So we do wrists and steepled hats allow us to synthesize that. We keep some for equipping later on. And we get the ogre, so 2 mage masters synthesized to give us the ogre, and that's a more powerful weapon. It's called a thief sword. Thief swords and daggers are interesting. In the game, they're the 2 types of weapons that Zidane can have. So thief swords have got a different damage formula. Daggers have a favorable one, so even ones with less attack can do the same, if not more damage. But also, thief swords have got add status abilities and status things. So if you use Soul Blade, depending on what weapon you've got, which is one of his skills, you can inflict statuses on the enemy, and we will potentially be making usage of that. Next boss? Guess Luke's next.
Yep.
So
Is the Moo a boss?
The Moo.
You mean Great Scott? No. But we did actually, this is one of the things we did discussed was whether or not it was okay to fight the Zagnol, lose to it quickly in a certain specific circumstances or something, and then die to a Mu or a random encounter after that, and we agreed that that was not allowed in the all bosses route. So if you mess up the Zagnol fight, you can't recover by killing Zidane to make sure that you get the coral ring.
We were talking about the Festival of the Hunt there, which is an upcoming event in a few minutes.
It's kind of like a bull run in Istanbul.
Yeah.
Or Italy. Basically just release a whole bunch of enemies and monsters into the town, and 5 people try to take them all down or something?
I think it might be like 4.
I mean the weird thing is like, so you do it individually. Zidane's one, Vivi's one, Freya's one. You see like 2 other names ever.
Yeah.
So they'd like, I mean, this is not fair game. They've done some dodgy dealings with how this all plays out.
I mean, in the end, no matter what, it's one of the main characters that wins.
Oh yeah.
Depending the situation.
Those losers don't stand a chance.
And you'd think it wouldn't matter who wins, but they get to choose their prizes. Yeah. And, I mean, I don't know what the limits are on what they're allowed to choose for this. But, Vivi is just like, I want a playing card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A single playing card. Not even a pack. He just wants a card.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know much, but I love cards. So yeah, so we get an add-on of Freya wins, which is what we will do. Zidane gets Gil, 5,000 of it, and Vivi gets his playing card.
Which one is it? Is it the Prima Vista card? Or
Leadership, maybe? I don't know, I've never done it.
I don't remember. It's one of the ships, maybe.
Vivi
Which
gets
one?
a card.
Yeah.
Okay. So Limblim's actually the only part, an area of the game where I actually have story triggers written into my notes, because every time you come here you have to do things in a different order, and it can be pretty easy to get them mixed up and just go to the wrong place. So that's important not to do. So Steiner's at this one. He's fretting over something. So we're looking for Dagger right now, or Garnet.
Guard.
Yeah. So I guess we're going to rely on the guards to help us out.
Oh.
She's got a powerful singing voice.
What
Yeah.
lovely singing that can go through stone wall.
A voice that we already heard somewhere else during the night.
Did we?
Yeah, in Dali.
Yeah, so you already know the song. Song without words. It's alright, I guess. I don't know where she got the harp from.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
That's
just very conveniently, like she's in one tower and there's one across the way, and he's just doing their own thing, just rocking out on the harp, and she's like, I can do this. Alright, important thing with regards to the actual speedrun here. On the next screen, if you don't mash the text box quickly enough, you'll get blocked by the Limblim dude. So you can see right now, I just get past him. If you're too slow with your mashing on that screen, he will block you. Some people seem to think it's random whether it happens or not. It's consistent. Very important on the next screen that I don't go up too much, otherwise I'll get blocked by the guards and we'll have a little dialogue. Bit of a steam room with a dude in here. And then we've made it to the outside. And a 52-second break. I mean, to be fair, even though it's not any louder, the quality of her voice improves drastically when you're actually by it. But watch how she sings with her mouth closed.
It's incredible.
It's so impressive.
Do we have time for a donation?
Yeah, I'm just enjoying the game. Yeah, go on.
We have a $5 donation from Misso saying, Oi, oi, lads and lassies. Misso here.
Hello.
So, Taco, is this a Freya percent run? Right.
I can do that. I have notes for Solo Freya.
Oh.
And we haven't been able to have her in the party, so I can't actually legitimately do one. It's only like 2 hours shorter, 3, 4 maybe.
Shorter.
Oh, longer. I mean, if I say shorter, they might let me do it. What's up, Mesa? So this is a bit tricky to get through quickly. If you accidentally mash too much, you'll go back to that area.
Yeah.
And you'll have to like talk to it a bunch of times. So generally better to play a little bit safer. I've actually got a timing with just one-handed mashing that I can do it fairly well. As soon as I see the text box clear, I just like stop and it usually works okay. But generally better to play it safe and don't get lost. Because if you don't know which one you've missed, it could be pretty bad to try and catch up with that one again. Scenery's pretty nice. Oh, there she goes again. So Steiner hears here that there's like, isn't this guy said there's some way to get out or something?
He talks about how Braun's been like warmongering, and he's like, no, the queen is perfect and good, and she would never.
Well, she clearly doesn't like Lindblom very much.
Yep.
Indeed.
Yep.
I guess everyone's just having like thought time right now.
I am actually surprised at how well I'm remembering the story.
Oh yeah, I didn't know in the first place. The worst one is, don't ask me. Do you know what the name of any of the Mughals are?
Stiltskin?
Yeah,
Well,
pretty.
the first where you've saved in the ice cavern is Moais. So that's one.
We've
Is
got 2.
There's Mog in Alexandria at the very...
Is it not Kupo in Alexandria?
I would have said Mog.
Oh.
Or
But
something like that.
isn't Mog the one that Aiko has?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's a fine point. Yeah,
Oh.
that's actually okay. So this is the festival of the hunt. They now release all the monsters, and everyone starts freaking out. So they're kind of like evacuate, clear the town out. Everyone goes up to like the lattices and bridges and stuff to look at everything.
But they are cute doggies.
Yes, the puppies would not hurt anyone. I won't attack the dog. I'll tell you that for sure. So this is our, big baddie, the Zagnol.
This is the bull.
Yeah.
The red bull.
Ah.
Disgraceful.
Oh.
But what about Pepsi?
Well,
Where is Pepsi?
if you have Pepsi, you also have the other one.
All right, so this is where we decide what we want to get from the hunt. And it's worth saying that no one at any point says to Vivi, "Card's a stupid idea."
Yeah.
But it's really weird because so Zidane just says he wants Gil. He doesn't. We don't know how much it is. Freya wants an add-on. It could be anything. We could get like an opal or something. And then Vivi just gets whatever card. This should be the move fight now. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah. It just so happens though that the accessory that they end up giving Freya is actually quite useful.
Super good.
And it works out even more for us that Freya winning is by far the quickest.
Yeah, if you want Zidane to win, you have to wait for the timer to go down to the point where the Zagnol appears, because he doesn't actually start at the beginning. You have to get him out, and then go to the business district, and you fight him, and then you have to make sure, technically you make sure Freya dies, and then you beat the Zagnol. If you want Vivi to win, you have to fight the Zagnol and have Freya and Zidane both die. Oh, it's very slow.
And, this timer takes like 12 minutes.
Yeah, but you do get to hear the baller extreme music. Shot, it's the 5-4.
So, question, will you trance or not?
I really hope not.
I mean,
This
it's very
move
close.
is the destroyer of dreams.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
There's nothing worse than if you're on decent pace. And then the Moo hits you, doesn't kill you, and it's trance. Great.
So now you can still hope for Gizmaluk's trance.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll see.
If the Taipeis are.
I'll
going
probably
well.
soul. If I don't have trance by then, I'll probably soul blade first, just to make sure I can only get watered, and then I'll probably wait until water to do the trance. But we'll see what happens. We've still got plenty of fights between now and then where I can get it.
Sid must be a speedrun fan because he just said that was marvelous, and I think by any like audience enjoyment standard, otherwise that wouldn't have registered much. But we get a coral ring, and that's by far the best thing we could have gotten out of this anyway, because it absorbs thunder damage, which is nice, but more importantly, it teaches Man-Eater, which is 50% more damage on human-type enemies, and we're fighting a lot of those pretty soon.
Yeah, it's really good for the early part of the game, but also, I mean, we used the coral ring right up until the end of Disc 3 for its thunder absorb. And actually, in this particular route, we put the coral ring on Quinna so that she's got Insomniac, because we'll be using an ability called Night to put enemies to sleep later on. So a coral ring really pays off in a big bad way. So this is the celebratory dinner. You know, we all did so well at the hunt. Oh no, something's gone wrong.
Steiner doing a little bit of drama.
Steiner thinks he's like, oh, everyone else is poisoned, I must be poisoned too.
Yeah.
Slump. But no, it turns out that Garnet's had a change of heart. So she wants to go back home, which is stupid. But that's what's happening. So she says sorry. Thanks for everything you've done and doing what I wanted.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. So I guess we have to get her again?
Yeah, Garnet's logic is at this point, you know, my mother might be creating an army of wizards and, you know, tried to blow me up with a bomb that one time. But, you know, I think I can talk her down. I think we can work this out.
It's pretty crazy. So, in this place, we're going to sell our cotton robes for a bunch of money, and we're just going to get some, like, basic healing items, potions, phoenix downs, a couple of softs, and we're going to get another tent, which will give us 3 tents for Gizmaluk, which is the next boss. And tents have got a really cool property in the game. I could actually have bought 2111, which would have been faster, but I'm sticking to what I know. It's all money-wise. I should have 29 gil or something at the end of that. Oh no, it's the end of the Claire one where I have that. So more stutter stepping.
This is the longest occurrence of this in the game, so if you're ever gonna like mess up and get an encounter, it's probably usually this one.
Thanks, Swanzig.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to jinx that. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
Yeah. The only good thing about it is halfway along there's a bridge and it doesn't register steps.
Yeah.
So you can run across that and get a half-second break.
Stutter stepping is what it makes my fingers or wrists go
Oh yeah.
go in pain a lot.
Whenever you
Like,
experience that, it's terrible.
yeah, like after you're done with it, it's such a relief every time.
Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it?
Oh.
There we are.
Nice.
Great. That's wonderful. Okay, good. No, we don't actually have to go into Chocobo Forest. Well, more than once. So we go here and we speak to Mene, and that gives us access to a Chocobo. So if we use Gissel Greens in the world map, we can summon a Chocobo when there are tracks around, and then we can just run around freely without having to stutter step, which is a faster form of movement and is more ideal. Now, we need to get Gissel Greens to do that. You can find Gissel Greens on your way through the run and in the route, but you're more likely going to get encounters from it, so we just go back inside and buy some often. Oh, that might have been early. Okay, we're good. Generally, as soon as Zidane shows up visibly on the screen, you can go into the menu. So I'm going to buy 3 here. We used to use 3 in the run, and you would buy a 4th as a safety for the next dungeon. But we've actually cut one out quite recently. And we've got some different movement to use in the world map for that section. So I'll talk about that when we get to there. It definitely saves time on Japanese because they've got turbo controllers so they can do optimal mashing and stutter stepping. If you've got bad stutter stepping, it's probably slower, and it realistically saves, I think, 3 seconds at most. So all the big saves in FF9 at the minute. Okay, I am going to go back outside and save after this cutscene because I was not going to save. So in this first screen, you can get into a really nasty enemy called a Hornet, and you can get up to 4 of them, and they've got the attack Buzz, which puts you into Berserk, which is okay because you get a lot more damage. But if all your characters are in Berserk, you can't attack. Well, you can't heal, is what I mean. And they can attack you, and it can get pretty nasty and not too difficult to die as a result of. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But in the instance that it does, you can generally you can recover.
There's another enemy that is very, very tricky, which can just charm you
Lamia.
and make you.
Can you get a Lamia in the first screen?
I don't think you can
I don't
on the
know
first
if you
screen,
can.
but they pop up later, yeah.
Yeah, they're awful. Okay.
Right now, there's a little bit of an awkward thing in that we have 2 relevant weapons for Zidane at the moment. The Mage Masher, which we got way at the beginning of the game, and that one teaches him the flee ability, which he hasn't actually properly learned at this point yet. Because if you're not aware, you know, you have to keep a certain item equipped for a while and win battles with it, get AP on it, in order to actually learn abilities.
Talking about Hornets.
Perfect.
4 of them, just as we were talking about.
Do we have time for
Please,
donations?
not on today.
You might have more time than you think, yeah.
Nice.
Oh dear.
We have a $25 donation from Nadala saying, "A Winra is you." We have a $30 donation from Jimbo UK31 saying, "Hey Taco, missed the beginning of the run due to work, but I hope it's treating you good. Have fun and good luck."
What's up, Jimbo?
We have a $10 donation from Unico Yokai saying, "Hey Taco, good luck on the run. Did you ever get your luggage, or do I need to do a thing again? On second thought, Miso might kill me. Anyway, keeping my fingers crossed for a good run." And we have a $5 donation from Anonymous saying, "Hey guys, Gizmo Luke here. Let's be real for a hot second. I'm not a bird."
That's technically true, but mechanically you definitely are. I guess I should heal and do the menu now in case I get another encounter. Probably not a great idea, but whatever. I can still get one.
Yeah.
This is where you would do the menu normally anyway. So what do we get? Okay, that's fine.
Cool.
That worked out grand. Yeah, Uni does things too much. No, I didn't get my luggage. I'm still borrowing everything that I own here. Okay. So we fight 2 Type A fights here. Because we've got Man-Eater and the Coral Ring on Zidane, he's actually going to be able to one-shot them with the Ogre. No one else can. And if he has a yellow scarf, which does give plus strength to him, you can one-shot a Type A, but it requires the maximum damage roll, which is super unlikely and not consistent. But I have rooted it. So again, Zidane's faster than the Type A, so I can ATB wait here. Now, one thing you notice that I do quite often is when I target enemies, I will target the second one and not the first. The reason for that is generally, in my experience, the first enemy tends to go first in battle, or the top enemy tends to go first. Obviously not the case in this one. But that's why I do that. I think some other people might do it as well. Okay. So I do want everyone to survive these fights because I need level 5 on Zidane and Freya to have a decent Gizmo Luke fight. with the equipment we've got and the health that Zidane has at level 5, he's guaranteed to survive.
And now we pray we don't get an encounter here.
Yeah, because I don't have the Mage Master on, and I just couldn't justify putting it on in between.
It's such a silly thing to have to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, we want his stronger weapon, the Ogre, for these fights, because it does like 3 times as much damage. But if we do get into an encounter without the Mage Master equipped, we don't have Flee, so we'd have to either kill the enemies or rely on the completely random running away.
Yeah. So another thing you could do here is instead of fighting the second Type A fight, you can go back into the first room, and it turns out that Burmesian soldier has 2 bells on him, and we can just run straight up through here. So we miss this fight, so we miss AP, which is mostly important for Freya right now rather than anyone else. It saves about 45 seconds, but it does mean that you have to go through 2 screens again. So we're already halfway, if not more, through this screen. So we put the Mage Master on here for Flee. And you have to go through that original one where I got the Hornet. So if you don't get any encounters, it's guaranteed time save. But it's super unlikely, so I don't think anyone does it or ever has.
No.
I guess if you're on really bad pace, you could do it. So yeah, the gimmick with Gizmoduke's Grotto is all about bells. So when you ring a bell, you get through the door, and then it shatters. So I don't know if someone's got like a stock of them in the back and they kind of like replenish them at the end of the day or something. But that's how it works. So this Moogle, who's got a name, her husband is trapped under the bell, and he is Koopa for Koopa nuts. So he can open a bell. But that's what happens, and then that reveals to us the next bell that we need. So this gets us into the room on the right. We cannot get through the room on the left at all, and like at this point. Save. I need to save.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk to the person on the right first, and then I'm going to try and leave, and then I'll get the last bell, and then I'll go back and save the first one. Assuming, yeah, okay. So the next fight, it should be fine. It's killed many people in many, many runs. If you play it safe, you technically can't die to it, I don't think. But let's not entertain the notion of it.
I think even casually, this is usually
It's
a
a hard boss.
pretty tough fight for most people. And you tend to have like Quina at this point.
Oh yeah. Which is way worse for us because she's a really low level.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really want Quina to join. Well, we used to want Quina to join at level 13. That was a big deal because we had the Reflect Ring. And level 13 meant that Quina had enough AP stones to be able to equip Auto Reflect. But now that we don't do that, she doesn't need as many. So we can have her join at like level 10, I think, is what happens in a lowest level file. And that works out fine. So here we go. Time for Gizmoduke. Okay. So what we've done there is we actually buy the headgear and the leather plate, which most other routes don't do. But that in conjunction with level 5 Zidane means that Gizmoduke cannot kill Zidane with any single attack. We can also ATB wait Gizmoduke with Zidane, and then this is where we're going to throw tents. So a tent has got a 50% chance to have a snake in it, and if it does have a snake in it, you will get bitten by the snake, and it puts poison, blind, and silence status on you. Gizmoduke is immune to poison, but can be affected by blind and silence, so pretty effective, assuming it hits. Nice ATB. Oof. If any of these miss, I'm just going to Soul Blade. Soul Blade at this point puts blind on.
First try.
So that's a nice 50-50.
Yeah.
I presume that the way this is the reason this is a mechanic is they just put tents in as a nice like cheap full heal that then has a risk of also being a disadvantage to you. But you know, you can use it offensively in this way, and as long as you do it at the start of the fight when, you know, healing him wouldn't really do anything.
Yeah. So I'm checking if he counterattacks, which he hasn't. So now I can bring Freya back, and then if I flee cancel, I can get a second attack in. Oh, I was slow. It's really tight, the ATB weight Gizmaluk. So he can counter every attack and have his own action. If it says can't cast, it means he used water. He cannot counter with water. He can counter with crash. I also am using a calculator to calculate damage. He's 2 attacks from dead, assuming I get decent rolls. I don't want Frey to die here, so I shouldn't have queued up the attack. Okay, it's fine. He missed.
Sometimes lucky.
Yeah.
Sometimes
And
being blind
yeah, that's him.
means
Oh, I've nothing to split. I'm getting really out of sorts. Anyway, that's Gizmaluk. That was ideal, one might say.
That was solid.
Yeah.
If you're gonna clap that, wait till we get to death, guys.
The grotto was less ideal, I would say, with the Hornets.
Yeah, literally everything that you didn't want to happened there.
Okay. So now we have a detour and we go and see how our other heroes are doing. Steiner and Garnet. Batman. Southgate? Yeah. So I mean, this is literally we're getting a train and we should be traveling back to get to Alexandria. So we basically just chat to a few guards. We make friends with some more people. We pick up a Maltina racket. It's got wind elemental damage. Garnet will have a feather hat, which boosts wind elemental damage. And when we get to a boss fight in a bit, it will be used. That's pretty much what's going on. Until we get back to the other heroes. And then we've got more stutter stepping to do. So if there's anything anyone wants to say, now is the time to do it.
Oh, we're gonna find one of Steiner's best food.
Guy shell pickles.
Yeah. Apparently that's a thing.
Yeah, he's literally wrapped Garnet in pickles. And one of the guards is terrified of them. Like, I genuinely, not even like, I don't like the smell, I don't like the taste. Like, oh.
Rub-a-dub-dub.
No. That's fine. Webster would be proud. But yeah, so the guard comes in, he's genuinely like, proximity needs to be between him and the Giselgr, the pickles. So we drop our ticket, woe is us, and he's going to give it back. And it's really, I mean, Steiner's being really suspicious. He's also really strong, and the twig that's holding the bag as well is particularly sturdy. But yeah, so here we go. Wimbledon guard. He's got the ticket. We think we're in trouble. It's okay though. Fun fact, Steiner automatically picks up the ticket. I always held down left here on my controller just to make sure I would run towards it. I only found out like 2 weeks ago he gets it automatically and you don't have to do that. There you go.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. Okay, so we're through there now.
Also, fun fact. Apparently when Garnet's changing clothes during this scene, this is another thing that I learned from reading the task notes of the recent task. Apparently this is a similar thing as with the Black Mage, as in this is actually RNG, how long she takes to change.
Really?
Apparently.
Oh, wow.
I did not know that.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
didn't know that either.
I need to look
I
at
don't
that.
think anyone knew that until Lil Gecko
That's
posted
brilliant. Yeah, so Lil Gecko's done 3 tasks for this now. The first one was on like an unpredictable time-wise because of the emulator he used. Then he did another one where he had some optimizations, and it was an overall slower run, but it was faster execution. And then it disappeared a couple of months ago, and people got really worried about it and thought, what's happened? And then a couple of weeks later, a new task appeared, and it was even better. We learned a couple of things from that. A lot of people learned that you could ATB with Gizmaluk was an An, including me, but some runners already knew about that, and some made it very clear to me that they already knew about that and been doing it for some time. And then there were some other things that we found out as well, so I'll point them out as and when we go. So we're on the train, we're all set to go, we're going to get back to Alexandria. Times are good. great thing as well is that the train is clearly on like an upward slant, but in this scene it's clearly horizontal, and it's like one of those like snowmobile things going up towards skis. So now we leave the grotto. I'm actually really curious to know what Gizmo came out of, because it's a very like Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets kind of thing. But we go out the same door, or the same wall, and we're outside. And
Well, he came out of the water, didn't he?
no, he comes through the...
First dived into the water
He goes
from
through
the hole.
the hole on the left.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then he goes into the water. So, hang on, he can fly. He's definitely a bird. So again, putting the Mage Masher on there just so that I can flee. The next screen's pretty long. In testing, I think it was 70% chance to get an encounter on that screen. It's generally accepted. If you've got a screen where you can get an encounter, you probably will. And if you can split the screen, it's generally worth doing. Unless it's the screen split at Pinnacle Rocks, which if you split the screen, you're guaranteed 2 encounters. But we'll see what happens. I might get lucky. So we do a little bit of setup here. So I'm going to put the coral, the ogre back on Zidane for the damage, then the coral ring for Maneater, and we're going to put the leather shirt on, and the leather shirt will give him the protect girls ability. So that means that if Freya gets targeted when she's under, it's either 50 or 80% health, I can't remember which, Zidane will block the attack for, which is nice for the next boss. Hello?
Will be the next character, and how much time do we have?
The next character is Quina?
I guess it would be Quina. Yeah, that's still a
4
while.
hours. Quina's like 3 hours, well, 4 hours, I would say, in.
About an hour and a half from now.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least.
Okay, then we have enough time. Currently the lead is QG with $250, followed by Punchy with 130. So if we want to change this, now is a chance for the next 1.5 hours.
No, I'm going to do something that might be a bit odd to some people. I'm going to kill Vivi here. And that's for experience manipulation. Okay. So basically, when we went through this route, Mizu and I, if you get 0 encounters in the run, which is never going to happen, to ensure that you get optimal levels early on in the game, such as like we've got level 6 now, you want to tactically kill off some of your party members. It's generally Vivi and Garnet that get the brunt of it. It can be mitigated, but this just guarantees some things for us, which are quite nice. So at level ups, you get more ability stones. The more stones you've got, the more abilities you can have on at one time. You get more health and you get better stats. So all of these things together come into it. And there's a really nice thing. So Zidane gets accuracy plus now for the end of disc 3, whereas he didn't have it before. And accuracy plus means that you cannot miss. Now I do need to keep an eye on health here, because Iron Knights can do a lot with Flamethrower, and in a practice run about 4 or 5 months ago, I died to an Iron Knight because I didn't heal.
Oh.
So I'm just reminding myself, it's okay to heal. I mean, you genuinely don't want to go into the menu if you don't have to. Right, here we go. Awesome speed tech. Run across the bridge. Okay, good.
So that's a thing you are doing like pretty much just on your own. There's no other runner doing it because it's a bit risky to do it if you don't have it mastered.
How does that work?
Okay, so this one I got from Little Gecko's 100% TAS.
Right.
He doesn't do it in the 80% TAS because he doesn't need the Germanus boots. So basically we found out that you walk across the bridge and it doesn't collapse. That's the normal way to do it. If you run across the bridge while holding up and left on the D-pad, and only up and left, you actually bypass the trigger because it doesn't go that far back. And it's completely safe. All you have to do is hold up left. So you go up to get to the back of the room, up left, and you will always run past it. If you accidentally let go of up left, then you're in trouble and the bridge will fall and you don't get the Germanus boots. It's not scary for me in normal runs anymore. It's a bit scary there to do, but it's worth showing off because it's quite cool. So I wasn't the first person to do it. I didn't find it either. I'm pretty sure I know Lil Gecko does it in the 100% task, but I think it might have been Toju who said he'd seen that or knew about it. Just no one ever did it.
Okay.
I think people do it, but it's such a small part, it's hard to tell. So things that I put on there. With the Germanist boots, I get the alert ability. Alert means that I cannot get back attacks. Back attacks, you start facing the wrong way, your rows are the wrong order, and your ATB starts at 0. So it's way harder to get fleas off if that happens. Generally speaking, the way it would be justified, it takes about 30 seconds in total to accommodate that into the run. Some runners prefer to have no alert. Some runners insist on having alert. So the idea is that if you got 2 bad back attacks, that would pretty much cover the difference that you would save by having alert. So kind of depends on how you feel about it. And then we also put the Coral Ring on the Freya. So the next boss, Beatrix 1, who you fight a couple more times. There's like a rule of 3 in Final Fantasy 9. So we fought 3 Black Waltzes. We're going to fight Beatrix 3 times. He was the woman from the beginning, the good soldier from Brown's army. And that'll give, like, her Thunder Slash will then heal Freya, which is really nice because Freya is kind of the pivotal character in that fight. And with that in conjunction with Protect Girls on Zidane, gives us just a little bit more chance to do what's called jump skip. We'll get to that when the fight starts. If I get the opportunity to do jump skip and I miss it, I'm going to be very upset, and Mizu will hurt me for it. We have learned some things about it that make no sense. As far as our understanding of the AI goes, we don't know why it happens, but we know it does. Yeah. 3 seconds is the answer. I hope. Okay. So, split the screen here. Uh-oh. Oof. It's fine. Ideal. So, there's a Moogle in here. We would split...
Not
we would
yet.
split the screen anyway, because that helps us not get encounters. I am going to save at it, and not for my sake per se, but for Hollow's sake. There's one pivotal race, another FF relay, and Hollow is fighting Beatrix 1 and did not count to 10 and died to the Beatrix fight. And my last save was Gizmo, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not worth going back that far. This is a horrendously slow fight. I don't think I've taken any damage though, so that's fine. Basically, you want all 3 characters alive for the Beatrix fight. If you've got only 2 alive and you're trying to recover and revive, it gets quite nasty. Beatrix can pretty much one-shot every single one of your characters. Okay. What? No, I do want to save. There's a Thunder Lance in that chest at the back, and that will cue Stiltskin to come in, and we can get a package from him. Okay. Very important that you remember to choose the second text option here when speaking to Vivi. Very easy to forget and just mash for a long time. I've done that before and I've just seen dot 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 because Freya just responds blindly. Alright, so Freya runs off for some reason, and then we're gonna go chase after her. Vivi tries. He gets some great elevation from a standing start. So I don't know why Zidane just leaves him and assumes that he's gonna find him. But I don't know, maybe there's a door or something like that around the way. Yes. Oh! So somehow Bran and Beatrix have made their way to Bermesia. Which means that when Steiner and Garnet get back to Alexandria, no one's going to be home. This is Fratley. I mean,
The Iron Tail.
He's a character.
His story just doesn't get used at all.
Yeah.
It's like he shows up here and it's like, oh, Freya backstory. She has a lover from her past, and he walked away, and something happened, and then he shows up one more time, and never again. Right. I guess I'll go through jump skip. This fight ends after 10 attacks. You can take Beatrix's hit points down to 0, which will finish the fight as well. Quite difficult to do. If you're going to get trance with Zidane, you could put the Ogre on and go for it. It's arguable whether or not it's faster, but it can be. Generally, you just wait out 10 attacks, so you just revive, 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 revive. We would also like to steal a chain plate with Zidane, and that saves us money because we buy one anyway in Disc 2. So it's nice to have that money. After the 8th attack, you can jump with Freya. Jump is one of her skills or abilities. It takes more than 1 round to fulfill. So if we jump with Freya after the 8th attack, kill the other 2 characters, Beatrix's ATB doesn't really know what to do. She's got no one to target, so she won't hit anyone, and then you'll land the jump, and then we'll skip past her 9th and 10th attack. That's the idea. If you can go for it, you do. It does save time, but sometimes you don't get the choice.
This is rather important to count the number of attacks if you're going to do that.
Yeah.
Always. 1. So now Zidane is always going to block Freya. 2. Oh, ho, ho.
So when he safely has opportunities to steal, to try for that chain plate, he will.
Yeah, I don't really know because my ATB will fill too slow. Four?
4.
Five?
Yep.
I mean, she's really strong, but she only ever does single target attacks, so, you know, as long as you just keep Phoenix downing, that's no risk, really.
6.
Sure would be a real problem if this fight didn't end after 10 turns.
7. 8. Okay, wait. Uh-oh. This should be fine. So, you wait 3 seconds because when Freya's the only one alive after Beatrix does her attack, it does weird things. Okay, that's it.
Excellent.
So, you can, if you're holding ATB with Freya, at the beginning of it, you can just jump straight away. If you flee cancel, she will hit you. If you don't, you're fine. It's if someone else is alive, you just attack you suicide the other person, and then you jump straight away, and that works fine. It's only risky when Freya's the only one alive. So I have a real habit of flee cancelling when I'm holding action anyway, and that's bad. So we don't do that. But it's great because we won the disc. Oh look, an androgynous humanoid called Kuja. I don't know. I like him. He seems like a nice guy. He dresses well. His hair doesn't get wet. So yeah, this is the end of disc 1, so I should probably...
Remember the save?
I will save.
Oh, yeah.
Right, these are the discs that we're using right now. Yeah, these are my ones. Okay. I can almost hear people singing "We Will Rock You" at home. Don't do that. It's really annoying now. Okay. Okay. So he's got a silver dragon. It's pretty baller. So.
I always thought this thing looked like Skarmory.
Oh yeah, it does, definitely, for sure. The beak particularly. Save, save. Okay, save, save. Disc changes are part of the run. Very important. Pretty good.
Very technical.
Pretty good.
So fast.
It's awful. It's don't have your console on the floor. Have it like desk height. It's much easier to do disc changes. And don't change your discs in the dark. Seraph will tell you that. There was a great run that Seraph did at Final Fantasy VII in the dark, and he dropped his discs on the floor. He's like, I can't see anything.
And there was like 5 seconds of utter confusion.
Yeah. Then there was the time when I was going on to disc 4 and I put in disc 2 instead.
Oh.
That was a great one. Great moments in speedrunning history. Okay.
I did that in FF13. I put in disc 1 instead of disc 3.
Oh, wow.
I mean, your first mistake was running FF13 on 360.
Yes.
The worst thing is that I'm going to do that knowingly in the future.
I look forward to it.
There's a reason why I'm holding off on it. Okay, so now we're in Northgate.
Yep.
The other one. So there's a shop at the bottom. We're going to pick up a couple of things. Get some stronger equipment and equip that onto
Oh no, you're in Summit Station.
Summit Station. Oh, okay. Oh, we go to Northgate. Things happen. Oh, look! Marcus and Cinna made it alive. Happy days. So we have a conversation here and we find out that they're in search of the Super Soft, which should be able to bring Blank back to life. So even though he's petrified, and softs normally work for that, because the entire forest got petrified, it's just a little more extreme. So here we go.
Well, you know, if you get petrified in a fight, you use a soft. If you get petrified in a cutscene,
Oh yeah.
you need something extra strong.
Hello? There we go. Just didn't go on. So putting Man-Eater on Steiner here because the next enemy fight's a man. We've got yellow scarves to give us more damage. Like I said, the feather hat and multi-in a racket just give us like more boosts and things like that. FF9 is not a game where you kind of like abuse any particular mechanic, so we don't get slots like in 7. We don't have Tifa with 16 times damage multiplier. We don't have Irvine. So we really just have to play. Yeah, good. We kind of just have to play the game and use what it gives us. And it's basically all those killer abilities. We also get an ability called MP attack. So expending more MP gives us 1.5 damage multiplier. They don't stack though. So if an enemy is like, for example, a human and a bird, which obviously no enemy in the game could be.
Except totally is.
Oh yeah, you cannot get a ×3 damage multiplier. So those are some of the things that we have to deal with. So are we going to help Marcus and Cinna, or are we just passing by, going in the same direction?
I think at this point they're just happening to go in the same direction.
Yeah, because I mean the forest they go to is the one that's like just down from Gizmaluke's, right?
I think I remember that they are at the station at the very first, and they keep missing the train because Senna just wants to eat what is in there.
Sounds
so.
right. Right. It's Black Waltz again. So this is Black Waltz 3. Pretty harmless. Again, cannot attack Garnet. So this fight goes one of two ways. It's either good or bad. You can ATB with Garnet and get 2 attacks in for Black Waltz 3's 1. But Black Waltz 3 can pretty much wreck Steiner and Marcus pretty easily, so you basically, it's effectively hold X to win. This is a bit lame though. I was hoping they would both get their turns off before Black Waltz 3. So I'm relying on a slow spell on Marcus, and then I can ATB away it with Steiner. If he does a normal attack, Garnet's ATB wouldn't fill enough for me to be able to ATB weight with her. That works too. Great. The ATB weight's pretty tight, but...
So is it worth mentioning the little specificity of that fight considering the Black Waltz towards Garnet?
That's just, they're programmed not to attack her. So that was actually ideal.
So what would have happened if Steiner and Marcus would have died?
He attacks himself. He's got a malfunction, so his neck cracks many
Okay.
times, and he hurts himself. Yeah, the second one puts you to sleep and you game over, and the first one, Dagger's not in the Garnet's not in the fight to you. To actually take part in that. So now we're going to leave. Pretty sure it's North Gate. We're going to leave the gate. We're going to go to another town. Just hang out there for a bit and do some stuff. There's another stutter step in the world map. Which is great. This is actually a slightly riskier place. In fact, should I save in the world map in case I get an encounter?
Nah, it'll be fine.
Okay. I'll trust you on that. So it has happened before.
All your characters are alive. I trust.
Yeah. So if you're in a bad state, I don't think you get a heal after that. So if you get into a random encounter, you don't have flee or alert.
Yeah.
There's a guild chest down there with 16 gil in it. You can pick it up if you're not good at nobles. Which in fact, unfortunately, is me today. So I can't say anything. So yeah.
If you get out of that fight with only Garnet alive and you get an encounter here, yeah, then it can be pretty scary.
I mean, it's a pretty short screen. It's unlikely that you're going to get an encounter, but it's definitely happened to me once or twice. I'm adjusting to this controller now quite nicely for stutter stepping. I was a little edgy on the Chocobo Forest one. It's a little smoother.
So could you do that stutter step like
backwards?
Yeah,
yeah, you can do it with reverse camera. The only reason I do that is because I think it's a balancing on the controller, that when I mash up, I get a more consistent balance. If I do it down, because the weight's more heavily weighted on the front, it's less consistent, and I tend to do worse with it. It is technically...
Make sure to press select. Just making absolutely sure.
I mean, what, now? Should I go a bit first? This is the most important thing. If you don't get the power belt, I mean, you can finish the game, but it will be horrendous. So this is like not a mandatory AT, it's all quite optional. But you'll see there that we see Gilgamesh, who we met in Alexandria the Vivi at the start. If you don't watch that, then you don't see him.
Yeah, and as soon as you walk off that first screen, it's your opportunity is gone. There's no way to get it.
It never comes back. Sometimes ATs can come and go depending on what screen you're on and things like that. No. So because we saw that with our third eye, we're going to confront Gilgamesh about it, and he gives us the power belt. Power belt's got MP attack and HP plus 10% on it. No, and counter?
I think it has counter, yeah.
It's definitely got counter. I think it might have all three, actually. And gives you +3 strength as well. It's a really good item, really useful. And if we didn't get it, we'd have to synthesize it, like way later in the run somewhere. I don't actually know what you would do if you didn't get this, so you just get it is the idea. Now I need to remember to buy the bar butt here, because that's new in this route. We do want to pick up the guild pile on the floor here, 2,225. There's a difference actually. If you pick up an item with a chest, you have to actually go through the chest animation. So it opens up, you get the item, and then you go. If you pick up something that's on the floor and there's no chest, you don't get the chest animation, and it saves a couple of seconds. So we want to avoid chests as much as possible. There's another guild pile on the floor in Contapeti later on, which is a potential pickup, but we really want to avoid the chests. Okay. So I didn't get a chain plate steel, so I'm going to have to buy it here. You can pick up a mithril dagger, but I'm going to buy it. Okay. Yeah. So 1 chain plate, 2 chain mail, and then I put alert on Steiner, which he gets from the barbot. He also gets a magic defense from that as well. So the enemies in the next place can do ice, and that helps him with that. You can sneak past that NPC there. You just hold left as soon as you can when the platform changes, and then straight to down left on the D-pad, and you should be able to get past them every time. Minor. So now we're just traveling through Trino. So that menu, even though we already did an optimize with Steiner to give him strong equipment, he's now got the ice Mithril Sword on. It's the same color. Mithril Sword will give him more damage, and he's got the power belt as well, and MP attack, so he's going to be doing quite a lot of damage. I could put counter on for him, but I'm choosing to put alert on in case I do get a random encounter to make sure it's not a back attack. And also, it's kind of really lame. The next dungeon, Gargan Rue, you don't have flee. You can't get away from encounters quickly. Steiner in this, like in a Tantarian route, needs levels to be able to survive a certain boss, and definitely to survive it comfortably. So So you will fight things you get there. It does make the boss after Ravi Rava better, but you do lose time in getting an encounter at all, and you might still need to fight a soldier afterwards. It's just the worst dungeon in the run, really. You don't want to get any encounters, and you just want to go fast. That's basically what it comes down to. If you're level 1 here with Steiner, you actually want to have HP plus on. It can be the difference between surviving certain damage rolls from the Ravi Rava attacks. But I mean, you're level 1 anyway, the chances are it's going to be bad. The Barbot also then particularly helps with Blazara and those damage rolls as well. So it's important to have good equipment. We're on a boat. Have you anything to shout out?
We're on it.
Yeah, it's Ravi Rava next.
It was all Pepsi's fault.
Yeah, it's really weird. Garnet takes like a real turn here, and she like properly goes against him. It's like if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this mess. She asked us to take her away.
Yeah.
It's very odd. This is Mr. Tot. He's a scholarly man. He actually knows Garnet from a long time ago. She remembers him. He remembers her. He knows more about her than we do, and we'll not find out until much later in the game some of that stuff. But so he's now got an invested interest in that because he wants to know what's going on with her, why is she in Trino, and what's going on in Alexandria and stuff like that. So we'll probably speak to him again.
They've got the super soft now.
Oh yeah. So they're gonna go save Big Bro or whatever they call him. That NPC sucks. You have to go either to the left or right of them. It's awful. You can't just like cleanly scoot past. So the Mithril Dagger's in that chest on the left. So again, typically in a no nobles run, you would pick that up. But we've pretty much managed to find a way to buy everything. Okay. So now we get a little bit of a chat with Todd. I have no idea what we talk about though. I know we catch up and stuff and we go, do we look at Garnet's past?
I
think there's
a little flashback.
There's a scene of her in the library or something. And then Marcus rocks up and this is where the super soft is.
Right, yeah.
So there we go. So we're talking about Gaia. Gaia's a planet. Do we know about any other planets?
At this point, I don't think so.
Gaia's the only planet. So we know this is a flashback because it's in sepia instead of black and white.
Except the characters.
Except the characters, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We have a quick donation, if it's okay.
Yeah.
We have a $5 donation from Anonymous saying, "Hello Malmö, thank you."
Hello. Okay, good flashback.
And now, as it turns out, there conveniently is a way to get to Alexandria from here through an underground tunnel system where you ride a giant ant. Because it's that kind of game.
It's pretty cool. It's weird. Yeah, I don't need to save or do anything here. It's fine. You basically just want your movement to be as crisp as possible and avoid any encounters. There's an ether chest there, but that would get me 2 more encounter checks, which I do not want. That's fine. It'll be great. So you can get crawlers and dragonflies here. Just what I always wanted. Good.
Wow.
Yeah, so Steiner becomes a bit of a powerhouse at this point. Now, I could actually kill Garnet or Marcus for any of the fights that I get here, if any. And then Steiner gets even more experience, which would technically be better for fights after this. But if everyone gets level ups here, then it's more ideal for the next boss, Ravi Rava. Because if everyone gets any level up from any encounter here, they'll all be able to survive at least one attack. So that means they can all attack Ravi Rava. Whereas generally speaking, if you don't get any level ups, you only attack with Steiner and then you're either reviving with the other one. And that's about that. Gonna split the screen here again. Then we should be good. I've never got an encounter at this bit. Okay. So, don't need alert anymore on Steiner, and we're going to switch to Zidane anyway. So, put counter on in the instance that Ravi Rava does actually attack Steiner, and he has the opportunity to counter attack. Doesn't need HP plus 10 because he's not going to die from anything, and you usually don't need to heal. If something does happen, it's usually only reviving that happens. The one caveat of this fight is if I get 2 characters poisoned. Ooh. And that will trigger Ravi Rava's AI to use the ability Night. That puts everyone to sleep. Except him. Then you die. So I need to keep an eye out for that.
I have no idea why his AI is like that. It's just, let's kick them while they're down, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It seems really unnecessary as well.
Yeah.
It's only ever happened to me twice. Like never casually, and not in years of running. But it can happen. So someone point it out if it does, because I'm just going to be holding X probably. Okay. Well, that's our poison attack. Dead. Which is fine, because it means that 2 characters won't get poisoned. Just means that I can't get extra attacks in. Yeah. If I get 3 attacks in now, I should kill. Okay.
As long as nobody misses.
Yeah. I'm gonna ATV away with Marcus in case I overdamage. Okay. 44 health left. Okay. So now Ravi Rava skips. Oh,
And
if
nobody
Marcus
died.
had less health, the poison ticks would actually make him pass out. It looks very cool. Okay.
And you don't get any results.
No experience, no AP.
Experience, no AP, no
You don't
heal.
get experience from bosses in this game anyway. You really only get AP. There's a few that you would count as a boss, or mandatory fights that do give you experience, but generally speaking, it's only AP. So that's our little segment done with Steiner, Garnet, and Marcus. We've arrived back in Alexandria. I guess Marcus is now just going to go and try and find his comrades wherever they are. Now they've got the super soft. Bring back Blank.
At least that's the plan.
Let's go, Batman.
Go, Batman.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
Uh-oh.
So like reverse portcullis. And look who it is.
Fell for it, they did.
Best class. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, back to the rainy city. So, back to Bermisi with our other 3. Freya wants to go home.
Well,
So-
this is her home,
Yeah.
so
Well,
but it's
She
kind
wants
of
to
a little
find
dead here.
She wants to find the king of Bermesia who just fled somewhere else.
Okay,
But we know the location thanks to Kuja.
yeah, we're gonna go to Clara. That's where all the rat people are now. That's their new home. There's a lot of relocation in Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, Garnet. Where could you be?
Okay. Now the next boss, Antlion. The time that you get on that fight can be a real make or break moment. If you've got a really nice run up, run up until this point, and you get like 3 encounters in the Clara trunk, your run suddenly becomes garbage. And you can have an okay run with a 0 encounter Clara's trunk that suddenly becomes good again. So this is pretty...
It's that kind of game.
Yeah, it's a pretty shoddy area. This is the one that sticks out to me probably the most after Aoife Tree.
For me, it's usually, I think, Fossil Rue, because it's so many screens
Oh, yeah.
where, like, you can so easily get 0, but you could so easily get 5.
Yeah. It's really bad on a screen where like you can get 0, like 0 to 2 fairly okay, that the average is 4. And then the Dead Forest is horrible as well, before Black Mage Village. Can get 0, no one ever does.
Oh yeah, I had a run where I had like I had 2 encounters in Pinnacle Forest, then 9 in Fossil Rue, and then 3 in Dead Forest.
Oh wow. What a game.
That would sound like my kind of luck. I don't remember how I did in my PB.
That's amazing. Alright. A couple of levers and things to direct sand flow here. So we pick up the Magician Shoes here for VV. They'll help us magic. Okay. Now, picking up the Ether in the next screen does cost us, I think, 1 extra check. But it's pretty worth it. Ethers end up being a pretty good commodity at the end of the game because we use MP attacks so much. Right, options here. If Vivi goes first, you Blazara and kill it. If Zidane goes first, you flee. That's my general principle. Dragonflies can use Buzz and put you into Berserk status, so I think it's worth killing them. We only need like 6,000 gil for this shop now. It's much cheaper than it used to be. Because we only buy 2 bone wrists and 1 bandana. I'm doing okay on gil. So pick up the ether chest now. Okay. If you go too far down that screen, there'll be like a little like animation where Zidane's like, woo, tries not to fall down.
This is one of my favorite areas in the game, just like aesthetically.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Really
it's like
Even the
unique.
soundtrack is kind of relaxing and chill.
it's ominous. Tree, but yeah, the like anatomy of the tree, or however you would say it. Right. Now, in the next screen, I'm gonna avoid the whirlpools, but I got hit every single time in practice. Okay. I'm
Excellent.
going to now. It was definitely the emulator that stopped me from getting that. I missed it like 6 times in a row, and I was like, "Oh, I'll get it this time," and I kept not being able to avoid the whirlpool. On the one on the left, you have to go into it. If you spin right, you'll go up. If you spin left, you'll go left, and left is what we want to do. As far as I know, completely random as to what you get.
A zoo! So worth mentioning, if you had Koina in the team and you eat the bird, you would have learned White Wind from it.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't be unuseful or useless by any means. But yeah, Queen is a character we'll get later on.
Yep.
And has blue magic, the blue mage of the party. And you learn that by eating enemies. So once you get their health down to a quarter, you're then eligible to eat them, and whatever ability they have, you can learn. There's only one that we're going to get now. In solo Quina, which I might actually never get rooted at this rate. We don't even know how we would get through the run. It's just ridiculous. Quite brutal. I don't need to sell the steepled hat here. I think I'm going to. It's in the notes too, assuming we have no money. But I've actually got tons of money. Yeah, we'll stick to what's right, because that makes sense.
You didn't take the tour, so that's good.
Oh yeah, really, really important. Okay, so steepled hat should be in bottom right, tent should be down. Here. There it is. Wow, okay. So I'm supposed to have 29 gil left, and I've got 3,000. So, things we get there. The Partisan does damage for Freya. The Bone Wrist is an armor, like armlet, that adds +1 strength. I don't even know what else. Get Mithril Helms or something. Mithril Helms, really nice because it gives Holy boosted, and Freya needs that at the end. It's also got some ability that's important that I can't remember. Bandana's got Insomniac, which we use for Zidane, but also it's got better stats. And in the Thunder Gloves, you learn Devil Killer from, and also when used in conjunction with the Coral Sword, it gives it a 1.5 damage multiplier because it's a thunder weapon with the Thunder Gloves. It gives lightning boost. So some of your armor pieces, not only they help you absorb or resist particular elements, they can also help you do more damage.
There's actually an example of that in this fight right here, because we picked up an Ice Staff for Vivi. So he's going to be the big damage dealer for this fight with this Blizzara, and we have a Mage's Hat on him, which will boost that by 50%. In addition to, I think, Antlion already being weak to ice.
Exactly,
so
yeah. It works out really nice. There's some of the fights that actually work out very conveniently in the run. This is definitely one of them. Okay. Okay.
And it's great that magic works so well in this fight too, because you don't really want to do physical attacks to counter those.
Yeah, so you can use Counter Horn, which is very slow. We use Lancer with Freya because it's not a physical attack, it cannot be countered. Trouble status is bad, so if Vivi gets hit again, well, he would die, but I'm healing him to stop that happening. But it also inflicts damage on all the other party members as well. So you can do this fight just by doing 3 Blizzaras with Vivi and 1 attack with Freya. But there are a couple of things that go under it. You can be blinded by whatever thing that I can't remember the name of for some reason.
You can also throw a tent at Antlion if you want it, but it's not in the round.
Yeah. Okay. But you can get countered, and attack and counter Horn is slower than 1 Lancer. So ultimately works out generally better. Okay.
Perfect.
Very slow fight. Good.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Could have killed Vivi.
So that's true. So Sandstorm puts you down into critical health. It's anywhere between 1 and 9. Is it up to 10 maybe? But like, so you'll see characters who have like 1 health might even get.
Yeah, Zidane
more
actually
health.
got healed from 8 to 9 HP
Yeah.
by the attack.
It's a great mechanic. So yeah, so Sandstorm blinds you. So if you don't get your attack off with Freya before that, she can miss anyway. And even if you miss, Counter Horn can still counter you. So lots of potential bad things that can happen. Okay. And now the Clayro dance. Kev would do it if he was here. Mutski loves this dance. A little too much, in fact. Pretty sure he's broken some of his own furniture at home by using this.
Quick reminder that there's still some time until Queen's name will be decided, so if you want that changed on any name, now is the time.
Yeah, it's still about an hour till that, and then we'll get the
Oh,
next
yeah.
2 party members in relatively
Pretty
quick
quick
succession after
yeah.
that.
Takes me back.
Yeah, it was about 3 years ago. Well, I did a run of this at ESA, and we practiced doing this dance.
Really?
And I discovered that it's basically physically impossible to actually do this dance. At least for me. Robo was really good at it.
We found a variation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He definitely led the charge in that. Oh, that's really awkward footing.
I wonder if even tap dancers could do that.
Oh, it's doable, for
Like
sure.
the same.
Yeah.
Well, especially like the way they turn.
Yeah.
Like you don't think about it until you actually have to do it. You have to like, while you're like tap dancing, you suddenly have to do like a 90-degree turn.
Yeah, but not only that, you also have to go from like behind to the side.
Yeah.
It's just going, whoa. That's
Yeah.
the more acrobatic element of it.
Especially how quickly they do it. Like they just.
It's very impressive. They're very skilled, rats are, dancing. Underappreciated, I think, as a dance form. So the crystal gets shattered. That gets rid of the protection on Clara, so there's no more whirlwind. The gem is ready to be taken. I don't know why the gem would be taken.
The dance was meant to strengthen the sandstorm, but that didn't entirely work out.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, we'll get to know later on why.
Yeah.
It
so
broke.
Steiner and Marcus have been captured. They're in prison. Dagger's back in her room. I'm pretty sure she's still imprisoned there, though.
Yeah.
She's not allowed to do anything. She gets mopey about something.
Get off me, you scumbag. They're very confused.
What's a scumbag?
I think that probably work better in Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did they change any of the names to like make some of the jokes work in the North American translation?
I think probably. I don't know.
I know some of those have happened in other games. I don't know what. Can't remember which ones. So something we didn't really use earlier on in the run. Garnet has access to summons, and if you level up to level 19, you can actually use Shiva, found in Garnet percent. But you have to get really high levels to be able to use it because it's got really high magic cost. And I think at the minute, Bran is mistrustful of Dagger's ability to use summons, so she's plotting somewhat to have a little bit of a removal process. Alright.
And as with apparently every magic ritual in this game, it involves dancing.
Of course. Now, if you thought the rat dance was hard,
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is
I think I would have even more trouble with this.
this is
This
really
one-
impressive.
My cartwheels get my feet about 2 feet off the ground.
Yeah. That's so impressive. They don't have hands. Well, they have.
all-
Presumably they have hands, but like how they stand on those points, I do not know. Remarkable. So Garnet loses all her summons. Sad times. Back to Clara. Okay. So we're just going to put some more powerful equipment on Zidane and Freya. Set up for that because there's going to be a party, and I think all of Alexandria is invited. So we wanted to be able to deal with that, and then we're going to do some more experience routing. So, okay. Okay. So Antibody goes on Freya and Vivi there for the next boss fight. Well, one boss fight from the next that we're preparing for. Man-Eater goes on Frey and Zidane, so they do more damage to the soldiers here. And Clear-Headed goes on Vivi in preparation for a dungeon 7 hours or so into the run. Just under 7 hours into the run. So you kind of want to like get as much as you can done and out of the way in advance. Now, with my levels, it's unlikely I won't be able to one-shot the soldiers, but it is possible. If you don't do enough damage, if you do most of their health, but not enough of it, they'll just run away. And then you still get the same AP, but you get less experience, unless they both run away, which would be tragic. I think it would be really hard to make happen. You can weaken them with Vivi. He does little enough damage that they won't run away, and then you can finish off the damage with either Zidane or Freya if you want. So the goal here, a good invasion, basically means you don't ever get hit and you one-shot everything. And that saves a solid amount of time. Cool. Liam. Uh-oh. That's fine. Okay. It is also important if you are just like leaving fights as they are, you can miss attacks. It's very, very rare. But in the instance that you do, you should also queue up extra attacks and actions to cover, or ATB weight, just to make sure. This is a bit of a nasty screen. You have to go right to target the Alexandrian soldiers. You can't just keep going down and it's a later trigger, but you get yourself more of an opportunity to get a random encounter. And I think the threat level will reset after this, even though it's a mandatory encounter.
We could be using Vivi to attack these as well, but you know, it's a longer animation with Lazara, and we've got limited MP to work with, so...
Yeah, if Zidane and Freya's ATV is really bad and Vivi's is high, like pretty high up, and it's likely I'll get a Blazara off before the soldiers, I will do it, because they can also use Blazara, which is slow, so that's your best of a bad situation. Right, so in the next encounter against the Type B, I'm going to have Vivi either kill himself or have Freya kill him. He's in pretty low HP, he can suicide himself, and that gives us a little bit more experience to Freya and Zidane. Then I'm going to revive him because I need to do a menu anyway, and I'm going to put the Germanist boots on Zidane to give him alert again so that he can actually learn it. We'll also put the Coral Ring back onto Freya, and that'll give her Lightning Absorb for Beatrix 2, who is the next boss coming up, and that just makes it a little bit nicer. Everyone can survive a little bit better as a result of that. And then we will actually kill Vivi again after that, and we'll revive him before the fight with Beatrix 2. So...
Meanwhile, bad things are happening.
Oh yeah, I mean these Type Bs have got no sympathy for Vivi. They don't speak to him, they don't back him up, they don't do anything for him, they're just out for blood, they really are. The Clarions are all trying to get out of here. Okay. Good lad. Bummer. Fire can't kill anyone. It'll do like high 100s. Or not even. So that's all good. So now we're going to put the Germanist boots and Coral Ring on.
Yeah, this whole section of the game, this Clara and then the fights in Alexandria, are some of the few points where we have mandatory fights that actually give us experience.
Ah!
So we're going to be pretty comfy with levels, also because of the optional boss we're going to do in a little bit.
Yeah, so generally if you do take quite a lot of damage, you will actually heal in between some of the fights. The more you have to heal, the slower or worse that it is. So Vivi's going to survive the next 2 fights, and then he's going to die again. Oh, this is gross. Okay, that's fine. So Vivi can, or Zidane can ATB with the soldiers, so because the top one went after I was able to queue up an action with Zidane, oh, screw it. I could have waited and then got an attack in before she did with Zidane, but because I'd already targeted an attack against her, I'm just going to use Blizzard for that one. Okay, so this one goes straight into the next fight, so if disaster did fall upon you, you would not be able to menu in between. Pretty bad. Okay. Nice. Really, really good. Okay, so now we got to save some people. So you get some options here when you talk to some of the NPCs. Mimic card. And if you choose option 1, option 2, you'll get different fights. Some will survive, some won't. We pretty much want everyone to survive. And then we can get some nice items off them later on. So, nice and slow. So that saves the 2 priests. I know we get an ether off. I think it's an elixir and an ether we get off those 2, which is pretty nice. And then the next one is the mum, Illyria or something.
Will you save the mom?
I'll try. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but I will try my best. Okay. Okay, good, yeah. Two text boxes and then option 3. Really hard if you're mashing quickly.
I mean, I always killed the mom here anyway.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've done for a long time, but depending on how shell dragging goes, if you have to recover with elixirs, it can be bad. I mean, the more elixirs you have, the better. It gives you full HP and MP. And I'm actually going to blow an elixir on Steiner for MP reasons very soon. Right, let's see. Rubbish. Come on.
Okay.
So yeah. Magic does static damage, so it doesn't matter if I'm running or not, it will do the same amount. Physical attacks, if you're running, will do 150 times damage. Well, 150% of damage.
That was something that the community didn't always know about. There was a rather infamous enemy in Disc 4, right near the end of the game, that does an all-targeting physical attack, and he's actually strong enough that if you are running away and getting that extra 50% damage boost from that, it could actually wipe your entire party and game over you in a random encounter.
Yep.
Which, back when people didn't know about that 50% damage boost during running, yeah, that was a scary thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Cleave.
Mr. Cleave.
Let's see what happens. Okay. I think I'm going to take the break after Matrix 2. 1 minute 15. Not as much time. So, I will need a clear path. It's fine. The fight's not for another, like, minute.
Just preemptively.
Oh no, we're surrounded.
Oh.
What will we do?
What?
I mean, we've been taking these guys on pretty well so far, but 3 of them that we can't handle, so...
Oh, look who it is.
Fratley.
Michael Fratley.
With his toothbrush.
Too easy.
Fighting tooth decay.
1 mage at a time. Very good. Now we get the second and final backstory from the Fratley arc of the run. So we find out that Fratley has amnesia and can't remember Freya at all. And she's like, don't you remember all the times we spent together slaying dragons as we do as dragoons?
And the reason he's over here is thanks to Puck, who found it roaming alone.
So you
somewhere.
may well be wondering, why does he have amnesia? Is it relevant to the story? And will he ever regain his memory?
Yeah.
And the question to all these answers is...
It's up to your imagination.
Final Fantasy IX: The After Years.
Could be.
Oh, that was fun.
That was Fratley. We're literally never seeing him again.
Yeah, doesn't not even. He will if we watch the credits, he would appear on screen.
Yeah.
But that's it.
So that's also where you find that Puck is also the prince.
Oh yeah, he totally runs
kingdom.
the place. Oh no!
Knock knock.
How did no one see her come in?
The window.
How did no one hear the priest fall, or queen or whatever it is? And why did she wait so long to say eek? Anyway, okay. So I get some cards of the kids. Good for the card tournament is great. I get an elixir of Elira, and then I get elixir. And, oh, it's a Phoenix Pinion and Ether. So full health. Level 14 Freya. Wow. Okay. Here we go.
So unlike the first fight we had with Beatrix, by now we're actually strong enough. Even though she has a bit more HP than she did in the first one, we are now strong enough that we can confidently take her on. Because we could still just wait 10 turns and wait for the fight to end, but in this case it would be way slower.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to fight her.
So after she gets to a certain HP threshold, she can use Cure. If you're lucky, you can avoid it. But
Is it Cure or Cura?
This
I
one
think I
is
heard
Cure.
you sometimes mentioning Cura skip.
I don't ever remember.
I think it's Cura.
Yeah.
It probably is. It heals about 748 health.
Yeah.
That's what I know
I mean,
about it.
I watched you fight this one so many times that I
There's, like,
have some.
Fire skip, Cura skip,
Yeah.
Curaga skip. So this is going really well so far, and that no one's died.
Ooh.
That's
And here
not-
goes
well,
the
there you
jinx.
go.
Oh,
Cure.
it is Cure.
I was right.
Okay. Oh, it's a very strong cure.
She's got a high magic stat.
Yeah. I just realized I'm not counting damage.
Yeah.
That's okay. This might be enough, actually, to take her now. Okay. You would know if it was enough because her ATB will freeze. That's not very nice. Alright, this'll be it. Ooh, high damage. Okay.
Good.
So there's a little a little bit of chit chat, and we see Brad and stuff. But people will tell you what's happening, and I'll be back soon again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
I like how Vivi does a little nod there.
Yeah. Like, I got you, bro. Yep.
Or Odin come out.
Oh, it's not.
It's Odin. Yeah.
And yet none of us have needed bathroom breaks yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I run Final Fantasy 13. It's 5 hours without
Well,
any bathroom breaks, so
Yeah.
you kind of have to have a strong bladder. So does Zero. And he's bad, so it takes 6 hours. That's not fair. He's got 540 now.
Yeah,
I wish Odin in 13 was as strong as this one.
you bet.
Well, we have to fight him too, so I'd rather not, fair, honestly.
Yeah, I guess.
A nuclear explosion existed in FF9. Already? Wow.
That was fast.
Do you even enjoy your free time?
Have I missed anything?
You missed Odin destroy Clara.
You missed
Probably a good
Swansea
thing.
giving a little shot, a little fire to Zero.
Okay.
Talked about F13, it was grand.
It's a great game. Is
Which
it as
can-
good as FF10 though?
Which can take 28 hours to speedrun.
If you're good. I mean, FF12 can now be beaten in 24 hours.
No. Almost. Oh. It can just be beaten in 24 hours.
I was very impressed. The first run was over 30, wasn't it?
Yeah, my first run was over 30. Freda got just under 30 hours
Right.
for the first away.
So are you gonna take the save over
Oh yeah, of course.
the Red Rose?
So the next boss is fine. The next boss is Tantarian. This is where
Yep.
things diverge pretty heavily between, well, whether you do Tantarian or don't do Tantarian. As I said earlier at the beginning of the run, we will be doing it, so I can cover how the strats are different. But it's a bit of a, well, can be a bit of a risky fight. It's got tons of DPS, and you're not very high level, and we've only got like one setup that works effectively for it. So it is worth saving beforehand. I do want levels for Steiner. The real biggie would be if he uses his big AoE attack Paper Storm, Freya, Zidane, and Steiner all surviving makes a big difference to it. You can do it with every character at level 1, and it is doable, but you would need a lot of luck. That wouldn't really ever happen in a run. To try it with a level 1 Steiner would be stupid risky, because you would need a lot of maths to make it work.
Well, luckily your Steiner isn't level 1 anymore, so...
No. So the premise is that it's Tantarian and it's a book. If you do between 150 and 199 damage to the book, it opens up to a mouse, which is inside, which is the actual Tantarian. And then you can do actual damage to it. If you do a physical attack while Tantarian is open, it will just close, and then you have to open it again. You could do magic attacks, so that's the wonderful thing. We've got VV, and we're actually going to be able to utilize that for it. And then when it's closed, it can also do Doom, and it can do Edge, which is a favorite.
Edge.
And then when it's open, it can only use poison, and all our characters will have antibody, so we'll be immune to poison for that fight, which is really nice. But if multiple people die to Paper Storm, so particularly if Steiner's a low level, he can quite easily die to Paper Storm. I think level 6 is the lowest he can actually survive it. Level 7 is usually pretty comfy. Level 8, I think, is the only actual guarantee that you won't get killed by Paper Storm. Zidane and Freya are pretty good at it. But more important than that is the cage minigame.
Oh.
So, in Little Gecko's task, I think he actually explains you can do the cage with like 1 or 2 less swings or something, and it can be done reliably RTA. It's another thing I haven't got around to figuring out, so I'm just going to do the safe one. So you do 5 single pushes, 5 doubles, and 4 triples. It can be done in 1 less, but we're going with consistency. Then we've got guard skip. I'm going to fight 1 guard no matter what, but I'm going to try and dodge both of them first. Just to show it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, just to show off.
Yeah.
I approve.
And if I hadn't have said that, then I could have actually not gotten it, and then no one would have known. Yeah, it just got very mood lighting all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Cage swing mini game. I mean,
Yeah. Oh.
now we have more light.
Yeah. What's happening?
Just like how this song fits the...
The rhythm of the swings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems Steiner's footsteps match up with the music in Trino as well, which is very cool. Right, let's see what patterns I get. So depending on the pattern depends on what you have to do to be able to dodge both of these. Gross. I'm just gonna run into the second one. Yeah. The second one, the first one bull charged me basically, came in really early. The second was quite far behind. So I think I might have had to have done a double loop-de-loop to be able to avoid the second one. I could have done a single loop and it probably would not have got me the skip. You can tuck behind that second one, but I figured I would just go for the best setup. It was unlikely I was going to get it anyway, and it would have wasted too much time. And then if I messed it up, I could have actually been hit by both of them, which is way worse. So, there we go. Kill markers just to get the experience.
Level 9.
How did you see that?
I could.
Fair enough. So another thing you do want to do here is, it is helpful to use D-pad because the D-pad does turn quicker. So if you do analog, they can catch you if you're slow at turning. And there we go. Right.
Batman, this is Batcave, right?
That would be so cool. Imagine if we got a car. I wouldn't even care that it doesn't fit the time period.
Wow.
I'd love a car in this game. I shouldn't actually ask for cars in Final Fantasy games because we know what happens. Oh no.
Be broken, Harvey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So now the game gives you 30 minutes to go save Garnet, and we go and, you know, casually fight a little optional boss and still do it in like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's really, really cool.
Like you recently timed the fight, so how long is it already? Like
Oh, it depends, but it doesn't. I mean, the timer is separate to that. Give me a wee sec.
Quite a lot of setup that goes into this, both to, you know, make sure we can actually do the fight, as well as to make sure that we make optimal use of the fact that we're fighting this here, because this fight actually gives you 30 AP, which is massive, especially at this point in the run. So we're gonna like learn a lot of stuff here early, which definitely helps out.
yeah.
Okay. Fight from first input to clearing screen, optimally 3 minutes. But there's a lot more that goes
Like
into
from
it.
the very beginning, we talked about all the abilities that we learn. Did you say that if you equip 2 pieces of gear that have the same ability, it doubles the process for learning it?
Hold that thought. Not quite. Okay. 2? I wanted to get the
This is
focus
where
in.
maths happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here we go. Oh, I'm dumb.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I forgot that he did that in the first place. It's okay. That was really silly of me. Why did I do that?
I don't know. So what we're trying to do here is set up Steiner's HP so that he's between 150 and 199 away
Edge.
from his max HP, and then use minus strike. Because what we need to do is deal between 150 and 199 damage to him to open him up, and then the fight will be easy.
Okay, so he's got 518 max, right?
He's got 460. Well, no. Yeah, 518 max,
Okay.
I think.
Okay. So 270, and he'd take.
How much?
So he was 460, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's 58
Yeah.
plus 160.
Yeah. Well.
Okay,
this
so
is,
that's.
this is page 328 now, which won't
Yeah.
work.
No, it needs to be 350 to 399. So. Here we go again. Oh, so what I should have done was healed, and then I would have attacked with Zidane, and it would have been fine.
That would have been.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, I
But-
don't know either. But we'll see if we can save the fight.
Okay, so 355 to 330.
That's not enough.
no. Okay.
I mean, you could just like high potion and then hit him with Zidane, and then you should be in the right range.
Oh yeah.
But then if he kills Zidane, you'll have one person alive. And
Yeah.
Well, the best thing at this point is probably to put him into the right health, and then hope for Edge to not happen, or for it to be Doom, which I can recover from, or I can revive.
I don't know. Like, this is not a situation you should be in normally.
No,
Yeah.
I shouldn't be in it now either. If I revive Freya, I mean, it gives him more chance to hit someone else. And then I could... Well, I can't heal anymore. What an interesting dilemma.
I don't know. I would probably just hit Steiner, but it's scary.
Let's see what happens.
Okay,
Wow.
that's good. That's
Okay.
good.
Wow,
okay,
wow,
we
wow.
should be good now.
Of course it would be on...
Oh, on Steiner.
Okay,
Oh,
this is technically okay, but it's less than ideal.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't crit. Good.
Okay.
Good. Wow.
So the damage, yeah, like if you just attack him from full health with Zidane, then you should hit the right damage range for minus strike to open up the book,
Yeah.
and that's what you should have done from the start. But
Yeah.
you
Okay.
hit him when he was gonna die.
Nice. Steiner is going to die, and I need to bring Steiner back and get into the right health.
Yeah.
So, can someone figure out what Steiner's max HP?
518?
No, 518, and then take away 350 to 399. Somewhere between 350 and 399 is.
So max you can be at is 368, and minimum would be 318.
Okay. Alright. So that's 4. So minimum is what?
318.
A max
Or
is...
319, I guess, but
What's the max?
368.
Okay, and I've done 4 focuses, so I need to do one more focus. So, 2 potions should put him into... Will that give him the right range or no?
No.
Is that not enough?
Yeah, that's not enough.
Okay.
Because we're going to have to do this again. Vivi's going to be the one who's doing all the damage in this fight.
In
we're-
theory, I could actually open the book with Fyra from Vivi. Okay.
We use focus a bunch of times. The fact that Vivi died doesn't actually matter for that. 'Cause
Yeah.
focus raises your magic and it persists through him dying, luckily.
Okay.
And then Vivi is just going to burn
See,
him
the
to
problem
death.
is that I have Phoenix Downs, but I've got no healing for Beatrix, which is okay. We'll be okay. Right. So now we should be able to set up. Okay, we should be fine.
Isn't there a Moogle before Beatrix? In the little room where you go save Garnet before coming upstairs.
What? There's a Moogle?
Yeah,
Where?
I think.
What?
Like, once you go save Garnet and you come back, there's a Moogle where you can save before going back up.
Oh, yeah, there is.
So you could do that. And use a
I-
tent if you have.
Oh, no, I have
No?
no access to using
Okay.
tents. The real thing we want here is the silver fork. That's what I'm really worried about. Okay, so I'm not worried about healing per se. Yeah, I've got options. I've got options for healing. It takes 5 focuses and 5 fires. Focus increases your magic stat, and you can keep doing it until you max it out. We get an Ether Steel, Elixir Steel. Silver Fork's really nice because it's really expensive and we need to buy some later on anyway. And then... you can steal a Demon's Meal. That's the really rare one.
That's the one you don't want.
We don't want that because it makes menus worse. Although it gives us money, it makes
Yeah.
menus much worse.
You know, I realized afterward that because it rolls over, like the way this works is like you hit him, and then it goes to whatever damage you did, like that page number, and between 150 and 200 is where it's where the actual boss is, and that's what you need to do to actually properly damage him. So you need to do either between 150 and 200, or like roll it over because it rolls over after 200. So you can also do between 350 and 400. Yeah. So you could have actually from critical HP potioned him, and then you would have been in that range. That could have also worked. That would have been easier.
Possible. But yeah, I just wasn't paying attention. I thought for some reason I'd done everything, and I didn't. If you hold up right here, you can guarantee that that soldier does not catch you. Because I know some people have a bit of trouble not getting caught by that one. You just hold left here. If you hold down left, you'll just run straight into that one. The one on the left here could just catch you. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So now... Well, not going to be healing many people because I don't have anything to heal with. Which is fine. Yeah, it's pretty fine. Mostly.
Well.
Okay, yeah. I know what's going on.
I'm gonna be snarky and go out on a limb and say that non-Tentarian would have probably been faster in this case.
Currently. Although it wasn't Tantarian's fault. Okay. Ah, come on. Oh, she's learned counter. Nice. Okay. So yeah, if you get more encounters, Freya can learn cover at this point. The only reason for putting the Linen Cuirass on her is assuming she hasn't learned cover, because it is useful against Matrix 3, which is the boss after the next one. And we're going to fight Zorn and Thorn now.
And with how bad that fight was, we're actually under 20 minutes on this.
Thanks, Swansig.
It's probably might be the first time I've seen that in a run. Probably isn't. I've seen bad Tentarian fights before.
I don't know if I've had worse than that and recovered from it.
Is Swansig not proud?
I mean, it was a pretty silly mistake, but you know, things happen.
But no one called me out on it. Okay. 3 attacks kills here. So usually you would put the power belt on Zidane, an MP attack, so that he will do more damage. But we leave it on Steiner because it means that he does even more damage. So Steiner does more base damage, and Maneater gives you the 1.5 times damage. So 1.5 times a higher number is a higher number, and Steiner gets us that damage to guarantee that. Other options include attacking with Steiner, and then you'll see that Thorn used Empower, whatever it was, on Zorn, so they can both like buff each other, and then they'll do like a really strong spell like Meteorite or whatever it is. So all you have to do is physically attack them to nullify that. So you can just do like one attack with Steiner and then nullify the other one, and then do another attack with Steiner, and that will cover the damage as well. 3 attacks is potentially faster. It just depends on circumstance.
So to note, Steiner at this point is obscenely strong because we just picked up a new weapon for him that's like ridiculous.
This one's the Ice Brand.
Yeah. And we've got MP attack and Man-Eater stacked on him, so lots and lots of damage.
Yeah. So he keeps it on for Matrix 3, and then afterwards we'll put it back on to, or put it on to Zidane, because for the random encounters, the Bander snatches.
There was a Moogle.
I see the Moogle now. It's better to have the split damage, because generally speaking, Zidane will one-shot, especially because he's got Beast Killer. Steiner doesn't have that, but then we need to start getting into what do we learn and what do we not learn. So one of the other nice things about Tantarian, other than getting auto haste in the running shoes, is that you you do get, like Swansik said, 30 AP, which is pretty huge, and a ton of experience. So we've learned some abilities already, and then the rest of it's just what do we need for the end of the game, and what's the best way we can do it while still being able to defeat the enemies quickly.
So did you want to come back to the ability thing that I was talking about earlier? The fact that you can stack gear with the same ability?
So it's not that it's got like added damage for that. So the weapon has got like an elemental affinity, and then if you've got a piece of armor that boosts that status, it will do more damage. But they don't. It's like you don't get like 1.5 wind damage on a weapon. It just has that element, and if an enemy's weak to it, you would do more damage. And then if you've got an armor that boosts it, you do more damage. So Beatrix 3 is even easier than Beatrix 2, because we do like just a ton of damage right now. And Steiner's going to be
OP.
He's going to be hitting like a truck. If he can counter, and he can do massive damage. He could technically, if he counter crit and didn't attack, he could do it in one round on his own, which is pretty crazy. So we'll see what happens there. That's the nice thing about having counter on here. Generally goes well. She can only like attack one person at a time, I think, as always. So it's pretty risk-free. Freya's got cover, so she'll definitely cover Vivi and Zidane because they're in mega low hit points. And we do get a full heal after the fight as well, so we should be set. Still got no healing for a while, but that'll be okay. Shouldn't need it, actually. We do get high potions from the Bandersnatches anyway. Alright, let's see what happens. It's a battle of ATB. Come on. Why? Why?
Oh.
Wow. Nice.
Ideal. Alright, let's see what the damage rolls are. That wasn't much. Ooh, not even close. Okay, that's it. One Steiner attack would have actually done it. I wasn't convinced his ATB would have filled in time though.
So that's the last time we fight Beatrix.
Yeah.
Because now she's gonna see, you know, unconscious Garnet and be like, maybe they're not the bad guys after all. Maybe the queen isn't so nice.
I'm just doing some maths. After the Mage Master, the Nobles, and the Tantarian fight, little closer than it should be. No, it's fine. It's okay. So Beatrix joins our party for a bit here. It's more split party stuff. So Freya stays with Beatrix for some reason. I don't know why they now have this like active solidarity together. And then Steiner goes off to protect Garnet with Zidane and Vivi. And then he also loves Beatrix, decides that he wants to go back for her. It's a bit silly. And then we like eventually get out of there and all is well again.
And of course, Vivi, as the tallest one, is the one who opens up the
Activate
secret
So good.
passageway.
So good. Okay, so Beatrix has got psychic abilities. I think she's got all of them actually at this point. They're pretty cool. The only one we're going to use is Clem Hazard, which guarantees a kill in the Bandersnatches. A normal attack with Beatrix can kill one Bandersnatch, and if Freya goes first, has got better ATB. You could attack with Freya, and then Beatrix would guarantee the kill. And depending on circumstance, again, you know, it can be faster because of the animations. Right, boot, scarf, belt. And then again, putting counter now on Zidane instead of Steiner will give him the opportunity to get back at the Bandersnatches. So again, in terms of the experience route, we kill Garnet for this entire segment. And if she's level 1, it's really easy to do, but I don't know, Garnet's like level 4 or something.
6.
6? Silly. Far too high a level. Unnecessarily high leveled.
Well, that's what 2 crawlers do.
I suppose, yeah, so. But that's the idea. So she's level 1, she can easily kill herself, which is ideal for that. But we shall see. Typically, the Type Cs actually do tend to target Tiger over anyone else for some reason. Yes!
Good job, Garnet.
She did a thing. And then when we get to Valley of Pyrrhus, she'll just not concentrate the entire time. Okay. Alright. Oop. Okay. So now we've got a couple of Bandersnatch fights. 4 in total, 2 with each party. And then we've got the next boss and the boss of this dungeon before we go to pick up Quina after Limblom. Okay.
Yes, it seems very silly to have Vivi do 90 damage on this, but it's actually necessary to make sure that Steiner kills.
Yeah, it can make the difference. In fact, there's a couple of times when we've considered using both Dagger and Vivi to ensure damage rolls.
Yeah, that definitely used to be a thing back in No Tentarian route because you were lower level, so you definitely needed it.
Yeah.
So something to point out with regards to auto haste, which we now have because of Tentarian, because I think it can be relevant to this fight, is that you've seen Taco do this ATB wait trick thingy at various points throughout the run, which, to reiterate, means that he queues up an attack with a character, then with a different character goes into a submenu, and then waits for the attack to finish, and then nice.
Wow.
And then because the enemy's ATB can't fill up during that, you can use that to get double turns with the character you queued an attack with. This only works if that character is actually faster than the opponent, so that, you know, when both their ATBs start filling at the same time, your character will move first. And in the late game, if you're in No Tentarian routes, you basically almost never get to use that anymore because everything's just going to be faster than you. And with auto haste, there's a lot of places where we can use that trick in late game. So that's one of the nice advantages of auto haste.
Yeah, it pretty much, I mean, we can utilize it effectively in 2 ways. The first is, as Zongzik says, we get a lot more opportunities to do ATB wait. And then the other thing is that when it's on Zidane, if we get a random encounter, his ATB fills faster and we can potentially escape from fights and flee from fights faster than otherwise. I mean, you can't rely on it, it's not consistent in any way, but it is something that can absolutely factor into it. So the next fight, Ravi Mago, we can do that. So Vivi's going to be our main damage dealer, and Ravi Mago will actually react to physical attacks by recoiling, and then we'll counter with that. So you do not want to do a physical attack while Ravi Mago is curled. That's just not a good idea. So counter's useless in this fight, because if you did get stabbed by Ravi Mago and then countered, it would recoil, and if you queued up Lazar with Vivi, then it would counter attack. Not a good idea, but arguably more importantly than that is to have alert back on again for random encounters after this. So this fight's 2 Blazaras and then 1 attack from Zidane. If you get your Blazar off before Ravi Mago goes, it's the same. If Ravi Mago goes first, then that's when you can utilize the ATB weight. Vivi's pretty fast. Zidane's the fastest character throughout the whole run, and Steiner is really slow. So, and a lot of the things when you go through, you can test like what fights can you ATB weight and what fights can't you. Steiner is relatively limited in this part. In fact, Steiner's so slow he can get ATB weighted by the enemy without them actually having to wait.
So Marcus successfully unpetrified Blank.
Yep.
And they come for the rescue.
And they save us.
The heroes? The true heroes of the story.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, even we did technically see Freya like jump 30 feet or whatever into a building, and Zidane also managed to jump pretty high, but that wall cannot be scaled by man or beast.
How you jump?
Yep. Yeah. So the reason for reviving Garnet here is that she can actually be used as a utility. So Ultra Sound Wave is an ability that Ravi Mago can use, and Ultra Sound Wave puts you into the mini status, which will make your damage really bad. So because we want to keep both Zidane and Vivi free to be able to do their attacks, it's much better to have Garnet there to mitigate that. And there you go, that's the fight. Okay. Now we go back to Lindblom. So how many encounter Pinnacle Rocks?
0?
Sounds
Let's
good
go
to
for
me.
0. 0?
I would take 0.
So we're trying to get somewhere right now. I can't remember where, but we get derailed by Ravi Mago scaring our Gargant.
And of course you let the switch being in charge by Uglops.
I don't.
Wise decision.
I don't know how this works. I think whenever you see an Og block, that just means that Sid's been there. He's actually one of the bad guys. Alright. Go faster. Welcome to Gringotts. And they die. And the rest of the game's a dream.
Yep. GG.
Shout out to the Final Fantasy VIII. So this was like Zorn and Thorn come and tell Bran that Garnet's got away now, yeah? And then she finds some like bounty hunters to chase after her. So basically, for the next while, that's just chit chat between Brian, Lanny, Amarant. Then when we go to Pinnacle Rocks, we basically meet a summon Rama who could have used the beginning of the game if we had many more MPs. And then we just leave Pinnacle Rocks. There's a challenge there to actually get... What stone is it? The topaz? That gives you Rama?
The peridot.
Peridot, yeah.
Oh, so the peridot.
Topaz is for Aphrid.
Okay, and then that's how you would learn. That's how you would learn if Rama, and then you'll be able to start using your summons again. That's kind of like how the game initiates you back into that. So we're gonna like avoid that. Then we've got a couple of cutscenes where lots of things get blown up again because Bran's kind of on the warpath. And then we go to Limblom again.
Yay, story time.
Pretty action-packed 20 minutes coming on. But we do get Quintesson.
We do.
It's an exciting break.
May I ask how long it takes until you pick up the next character?
20 minutes?
20 minutes, something like
Probably
Longer?
less.
Less than 20, you
say.
think?
This Lindblom.
I assume Limblom always
short.
takes 20 minutes.
No.
Oh, I suppose we actually only have to go to the one place and then we
Yeah,
leave.
this
Yep.
one's pretty short. It's like 10.
10? 15 max?
Somewhere along those lines.
As such, it is a good reminder that we have bid wars for names for all of the characters in the game. So if you want to change the name last minute, you have 20 minutes for the next character, which is
Quina.
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 Yes.
Quina.
Quinoa.
Quinoa.
Quinoa. Yeah.
Yum yum.
currently has 2 names. Place 1 currently is Chuchi at $250, and place 2 is Punchy at $130.50. So there's still everything open. Remember, less than 20 minutes remaining.
So we do find one of the 5 clues there just because he's in the way,
Yeah.
and then the rest we just say nah. Not gonna bother.
So in Solo Garnet, you actually do get Rama here. It's really important. And we do have to do that puzzle and get all the different parts. And the first time I did a Solo Garnet run,
How many encounters did you get?
0.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're
Running
actually
all over the
they're
place.
pretty short actually. Yeah, you go through all the screens, so you don't have to do any particularly long ones. But the first time I did, I had no idea where I was going, and I completely forgot the one that you have to go past to get through. So I did that one first, and I was like, where's the it's here, but he's not there. I kept running back and forth onto that screen and then eventually Mizu told me, says, that was the first one you got. I was like, oh, that's a thing.
Meanwhile, bad things are happening again, because Braun's here.
She's loving it.
Yeah, so we just find out that she just extracted Garnet summons to use it against the other kingdoms, kind of,
Yeah.
to assert her position into the continent.
So she's already used Bahamut to blow up Clara.
No,
Odin. But
Odin.
Yeah.
Oh, I said Bahamut, didn't I?
Bahamut is the last to be
And
used.
she doesn't even use Bahamut. It's Garland that does Bahamut, isn't it?
She
She uses
uses it, and then
At the end of
Pooja
this
is
too?
like, yeah.
Yeah, Garnet just is being granted the power of a summon at the end of this too, but never uses it.
Yeah, we get Leviathan. Although, in a conversation I had with Mizu recently, he was like, wait a minute, we get access to Leviathan. We could use Leviathan against Valiapira. We're not sure how much damage it would do, but it was suggested as an idea.
I mean, with how summons usually work in Final Fantasy, I assume the cutscene would take like 5 years. So
Probably. Well, yeah. It's 13 seconds for the first Carbuncle one.
And
And
I
I-
think Leviathan is like one of those summons that gets more power the more stones you have in your inventory. Like the
Right.
more stones you have, the more power you can have for
yeah.
a certain elemental
I
summon.
thought Leviathan was the one where you put the more stones into the Daguerreo, like Leviathan statue, and then that powers
That's
it
a
up.
thing.
I
Yeah.
think, yeah.
I've never gone to Daguerreo except to pick up the rebirth ring.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
ever
a,
in
there's
this
a
game.
Yeah,
statue
so
over there to
in-
put some...
Yeah, in Daguerreo, there's a statue at the back of the main room, and you can put some sort of gemstone into
Or
it.
is... Yeah, it's kind of a converter, like you put some ores in it and you get some
Aquamarine?
stones, yeah.
Oh, it could
for
be that, and then the
Leviathan.
more you have of that, it could be
Yep.
that could be what it is.
We don't know this game. Is
No.
what this comes down to.
Also in Daguerreo, I think there's a place where you can change your character
Yeah,
names.
the naming way.
Ah,
Yeah.
a
So-
second chance.
You can get rid of that R that bothers you so.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why you just hugged the left part of that.
There is, yeah. If you just run straight up there, there's a little cutscene you'll see between the two soldiers or whatever they are at the front. By going to the left, you can avoid that trigger. It's a really easy trigger to avoid. It's very forgiving. So now we're basically just finding out what's happened to Limblom as it's being blown up. We get some backstory. We have a chat with Artania and probably Sid again. He's always here having chit chat. Then, do we get 3,000 gil from him at this point? I think this is where we get money from him. We use it in Black
so,
Mage
yeah.
Village, so he gives us some money as well, bit of pocket change. And back in the day, I think only Old Root did it, and then briefly, I think maybe Tantarian Roots did. We would go to the synthesis shop in Limblom and we would synth an Exploder. That would give us extra damage to help with the Lani fight, which is the next boss fight coming up. And since then, I think pretty much everyone's gotten rid of it. It's not worth the time it takes to go and get it to guarantee your damage rolls to Zidane. And of course Zidane can still miss, but that was that. So there's a couple of things that have just been cut along the way because they haven't been deemed as necessary as perhaps was once thought.
So at this point, we discover that Bran has been supplied, so to speak, with her army somewhat by Kuja. And we're like, well, how do we deal with Kuja? And Sid's like, well, he's on the outer continent, so we're gonna go there, pretty much.
But it appears we can't get over there with the boat because all the Alexandrian soldier just prohibited it.
Oh, so Alexandrian soldiers have basically taken over Limblom.
Yeah, the
So
boats and the airships.
Okay, so we have to sneak out and go a different way.
Yep.
That's interesting. I mean, I remember, remember the scene on the boat because the sea is so vibrantly blue on the right. I did not know in the slightest that that's why we had to do it this way. So this is why we're sneaking around. That makes total sense. So we've no idea how to get to the outer continent, do we?
For the moment, no.
I think they vaguely know that there is a tunnel somewhere in the area-ish.
Okay.
So we're gonna go find it.
Cool.
Fun fact, we first got a world map from Blank only for the Mist continent, and now we have another world map for the entire world. So we basically have two maps.
I think that's the map that we got from Blank originally, and we gave it to Sid, and now Sid gave it.
Oh, you
gives it back
completed
to-
it then.
Yeah, like
Ah,
we
okay.
got it back now.
I did not know any of that. I did not know Sid was a cartographer. That's very cool.
Sid is many things. Like, for example, he just sabotaged the train to go where we were just before.
Sometimes he's an oddblob, sometimes he's a frog.
Sometimes it.
Has been man,
Yeah.
not so much. Airplane builder. All right.
So we're gonna come across the next character, so it might be
Yeah, Quinn is coming up.
close
pretty
from the
soon.
time to know how it goes.
Now you said Black Mage Village is where I need to save, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now we're in Q's Marsh. This is where all the frogs live.
And the queues.
And
Well,
the
only
queues.
2 queues live there.
As far as we know, that is all the queues.
There's a freaking quail, and then there's this other guy, like the guy Vivi calls Grandpa.
Oh, Quan.
He's,
Oh,
yeah,
Quan,
that guy.
that's right.
He's somewhere. Anyway, we're gonna
Yeah,
need
let's
Quinna's
get
name.
Quinna's name now.
Isn't
now.
Vivi's grandfather dead?
All right.
Rather.
Quinna's name. And Quinna will be named Chuchi.
How does one spell that?
That is capital C
Oh, see, not-
H double O C H Y.
Alright,
That's
cool.
correct.
Excellent.
Okay.
Great. Here's to Chuchi. There we go. So we get the frog. We give the frog to.
I was expecting her to be called Ramsey. Because she's a cook.
No, that's too close to home.
Oh.
Too close to home. Chef is what Quinna normally gets called.
Also, I think you are right. Like Quan is dead, but also like there's scenes with him where he's like
Yeah.
a ghost or something.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
really
If you,
confirmed.
if you
or
go to
anything.
Quan's dwelling, you get like flashbacks of.
Yeah, but it's not
Quail
really
and
confirmed
Vivi.
that he just.
And then doesn't Quail tell you some point in the like in the game about it as well?
Well, it's.
Probably.
I think Vivi asks Quail if he knows anything about his grandfather Quan, and it's a forbidden name to have in a conversation.
Ah.
So we don't really know what happened to that Quail. So.
It's. I don't know. We may never know. I mean, it would be pretty scary if you like took Vivi's hat off and he just had a massive tongue.
So Quinna is a character who, in old routes, sadly went pretty underutilized, and even in some modern routes. But in this particular one, at least, we're gonna get a useful ability for her pretty soon.
So yeah, you've got like Tantarian Knight, Tantarian Knightless, and then no Tantarian are generally the 3 ways people play the game. The ability that Quinna gets is Knight. I talked about it a bit earlier, and we said that Ralvi Rava has it as well. It puts all characters, enemies, and heroes, if you will, to sleep during a fight. So it does get a good usage out of it. I don't even know who thought about it, because I mean we've obviously known about the ability for a long time, but I've no idea who the first person to actually use Knight was.
I mean, I can try to go on as best as I can, like a little history lesson of like FF9 routes at some point, if you're doing a slow part.
We're disc 3.
Disc 3.
But so yeah, the best case scenario is that we fight either an Abomination or Secret Bats in this dungeon in Fossil Rue, and that will guarantee that we can get Knight from it. You can also get it from an encounter in Desert Palace later on in the run, and definitely in the normal Knight route. That is a thing that I've seen people do. We don't have a setup for it here. We could probably do it, but I would need to figure it out. So we're going to be banking on getting an Abomination or Secret Bat. We also kind of need an Abomination or Secret Bat for AP reasons in this route. Definitely got the skip.
Okay.
I've no idea.
Jesus.
That
I can't even tell.
that enemy Armadillo, it's kind of like just a fun escape mechanic thing. It's, you know, dodge the axes and get away. But there's a thing you can do if you move specifically, which will make it go to its turn animation faster, and it saves a second or something like that. No one really knows how to do it. Everyone, I think we just run wildly and hope for the best.
I I wouldn't bother with it because, you know, if you run into him, that's bad.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It's a thing. People have definitely been trying to get this like half a second time save and then lost, you know, 40 seconds
Yeah.
running
Got
into
trapped.
Armadillo.
Alright, so there's a quirk with this fight as well, where after a certain HP threshold, Lanny's ATB will reset, and ideally I'll be able to queue in and attack with Zidane before that happens. I'll let you know if it happens. It's kind of dependent on some things. Okay.
So that's a thing that will happen a lot in that fight. Lani will focus on Garnet first and then go on to other characters. So as long as you keep Garnet alive, she's going to focus on to her.
Yep. Alright, this should work. So, you have to do like some ATB shenanigans. It's important that you actually queue up as some sort of item with Chuchi there to delay ATB and then do the damage with Vivi. So now she should say something and then Zidane will attack.
Nope.
So that didn't happen, which is fine. So
Why
It's
aren't
either-
you giving up?
I don't know. Well, their ATB's now reset, so I either didn't do enough damage or the timing was off. Okay. And she's dead again. Okay.
Good.
Nice. So Lani can actually counter-attack Zidane. Things can go a bit hairy there, but generally it's not too bad. Okay, so we put the Magician Shoes on Vivi because he doesn't need auto haste anymore. We're going to put auto haste on Zidane so that we can get away from fights quicker. That's pretty much a lot of it now. We do actually need Garnet alive to do setup for Abomination if we get it. Her damage roll is important. If we had the Exploder, we wouldn't need to, but because we don't have it, it does help to have her alive. Even though whenever we get into one of the encounters, we're going to kill her straight away once she's done her action. So realistically, I actually probably wouldn't even have to because of just how much experience I've got already. But sticking to the experience route just in case anyone gets a 0 encounter run. Okay. Great. So another thing you can do to reset your threat level, other than splitting screens, is challenging people to cards.
Ooh,
Right, it's
nice.
fine. I do actually need this fight. And Vivi's the one that does the damage setup for it. Okay.
So again, to make use of Eat, which we need to learn things, we need to deal damage at least equal to 3/4 of an enemy's HP, and then use Eat.
Well,
Hold
he's
on.
blinded, so...
He is. Okay.
And then we do need to win the fight.
Yeah, you don't need to, but we do for
Right,
experience. So that's why we kill it. So ideally you get your Abomination fight and a single one of that, and then that is much easier to kill. Because if you got one enemy and you eat it, then it's automatically sorted for you. So this is somewhere where we can be mindful. So currently Zidane's HP is fine, but we don't get a heal until Black Mage Village, which is a little while away. And you can get smacked around a bit here, and particularly in the Dead Forest, if you get a bad Myokinid fight in 2 Blazzaras or Zemzalet fight, it can get pretty hairy. So it is important to actually stay in good health. So at this point, we're activating different switches, and that's changing the tracks that the Gargants are on in this area.
Yeah, it's basically throwing water on some tracks because
Yeah.
it's naturally afraid of water. So.
It is. As are we all.
No.
Funny game. Very funny.
Preemptive.
So softs are in slot 2-2. I'll probably end up using softs to kill some enemies in one of the dungeons coming up
Good.
soon.
Mhm.
So it is good to know where they are in your inventory.
Unless you do a sorting menu in before the two.
Don't think you do one before Infantry.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you can see the water there on the path that puts them out of the way. Next screen's I think the longest in Fossil Rue and the most likely to get an encounter on. Like that's not even halfway through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
So many turns.
already
to
at 3 encounters.
Yeah.
Wow. Three
All
occasions
good
back to
encounters,
back
though.
to back to have night if you didn't have it. Yet.
All good encounters. I think I'm going down left. Yeah. So one thing that battles do tend to take a little bit longer in FF9 than other FFs. So it can be
Boy,
quite easy to forget where you are on the screen and what direction you're holding. So it's good to keep in mind of it.
again, like I said earlier, Fossil Rue, there's a lot of screens, and a lot of them you can easily get no encounters on, or easily get an encounter on, so
Yeah.
you can get 0 here, you can get 5, and we might be going over 5.
Yeah, we need a really good infantry. I mean, like 3. So again, we pick up, I presume these are Gissel Greens, and then that summons the Gargant. So now we're going to go back to the area where the miner was, and we'll also get another chance to speak to Stiltskin. So we can get another package there. 555 go.
Same exact
Man, oh
spot.
man. This is a screen that's like very unlikely to get an encounter on, and he's gotten it both times he's been through the screen.
Uh-huh.
At least it was a fast flee. Good ADB on Zidane.
So that's 5.
Yep, great. That's good. That's good. We are now above average, and I'm also now running out of money. Because every time you flee, you lose kill. It should be. I'm sure I've still got tons of it, but I don't like it. Okay. The next screen's pretty long too, as are the last 2 screens of this dungeon. Let's see.
Oh yeah, you're back to the
Yeah.
start. This is where you can challenge the.
Well, you didn't even get the chance to do Tetramaster strats there.
Oh.
Like you could have split that screen by
Challenging the left guy.
challenging the guy to the card game, but you didn't even get to him.
This is beautiful.
Man.
Well. So the only thing I'm going to say now, the estimate for the run is 925. They get added together. I don't actually know if I can get a 925 with this right now. Like I said, really good infantry would be okay. 520 possible. I mean, we are touching on 15 minutes behind fastest time. Okay. Cool. Good.
At this point, we're just taking every screen we can get without an encounter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just create anything, no matter how small. Small victories. That's how we shall win. There we go. So you have to be careful with how you approach the statues here. They will spurt water out, and it depends on your proximity to them. This is the last switch. We do get thrown down here so we can get out of the screen quicker. Okay.
Just 2 more screens.
Okay.
1 more screen.
One more
One
screen.
more.
Yeah.
One more screen where the encounter can be happened even just before the exit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Alright.
Nice.
Only 6.
Only 6.
Oh,
So we get another marquee in this bit, so I can actually run along the world map for a little bit this time. I don't just have to stutter step the whole time. No, there is... I believe it's accurate that even after the marquee disappears...
You have like a couple seconds or something.
Yeah. Well, I've been told up to 4. And I would never, ever try my luck with it. I guess I should ask Gecko. That's probably the way to do it. No, Gecko would be able to confirm it without having to guess it. But you can, once it disappears, you do have at least a second or 2 before you can start advancing your threat count again.
So we're not actually running to where we're trying to go. We're actually, for the first time since the Chocobo Forest, we're actually going to pick up a Chocobo now. And it's not so much to get to Kondapiti, which is where we have to go first. It's because we have to afterwards go to Black Mage Village.
Yeah.
And Black Mage Village, you can see it on the left over there, is in the middle of this huge forest. And the forest, you can get encounters that basically don't care about your threat level. So you can get them stutter step or no.
Yeah,
So we
forest
really
is,
need a Chocobo.
forest is really bad. I mean, there's one encounter that doesn't. It's not even reliant on whether you're stutter stepping or
Yeah.
not. The ragtime mouse, and it's. I think as long as you've been on the world map for 25 seconds,
Yeah,
it can appear. It's
like
something
that.
along those lines. Okay.
Of course, that doesn't stop you from getting off the Chocobo, like taking 2 steps so that when you hit the X, you don't get back on the Chocobo, and getting the encounter on that step.
Oh yeah. I've actually been blocked where I've parked the Chocobo too close to Kondapeti and then just not being able to get back on it
Oh,
again.
that's also fun.
So we pick up the diamond here. It's got body temp visibility that we get mostly from that. Quite useful in Disc 3. Vivi's having a chat with some of the locals. And then we leave again. It's a pretty short visit the first time we go to Kondapeti. And the reason for that is because, lo and behold, we find a black mage, which we haven't seen since Dali, really. Well, except the really evil ones. This one's not shooting fireballs at all the villagers. So Vivi wants to know what's going on. He wants answers, so we're going to go to Black Mage Village. That will sort us out. Okay.
So save after getting off the Chocobo.
Okay. So there's a good reason for this.
Yeah, he's playing on my console, and my last 2 runs have died to crashes in the cutscene that reveals the Black Mage Village. I hope it's my game and not the console, but just in case.
I would assume so.
Yeah. So if this happens, then we need to switch back to Leonis's console and hope that the disc 2 loads. If not, we're having a very fast disc 2 time. Okay.
So this screen is you run through it several times, but the threat level keeps rising the entire time. So it's basically it's all one screen.
Yeah. Amazing ATV. Oh, good.
Oh,
We actually escaped.
Nice escape.
without losing money.
Yeah.
I mean, the money you lose after you use Flea isn't that much. It's based on the HP of the enemy you have in front of you.
Yeah,
so
it
it's
depends.
like a tenth of the health.
Yeah.
of the
Once you
enemy.
get to Uver, it can be very costly. Okay. Sedan's ATV has been awful, but fast enough. So the idea for this is that we don't actually follow the Black Mage. We follow where the owls go, and that tells us where we need to travel. That's right, isn't it? It's right, right, left, left, right. I know that. But I'm pretty sure the owls is where we go. Yeah.
Here you're supposed to take the exit on the right, but it's faster to do this.
Okay.
We appear there.
3's not bad.
It's pretty bad.
I know.
Ooh,
Single my Ogun, it's fine.
nice.
Okay. So here we go.
So we've gotten 9 encounters in like the last 15 minutes.
It's been great. If I get a 10 encounter E for 3, this is going to be like a 535 disc 2. Or something silly. I will happily take responsibility for about 3 of those minutes. Maybe 4. Okay.
Nice.
This is good.
Yeah.
This is what it normally looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, no crash.
I thought so.
Alright, we're
Right.
good.
So Zero, you have to buy new discs.
I have new discs.
Oh, cool.
Now you have a reason to use them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we find out that these black mages that we followed here are a little bit different from all the ones we've been running into up until now, which, you know, mostly just say kill. These ones are actually quite scared of us.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop this one in here from selling us things.
Oh yeah.
He's very bewildered about it, but he'll happily do business with us regardless.
Yeah, I think he's like, if I don't do business with them, they'll kill me. So.
Absolutely. So it is quicker to activate this ATE early rather than forcing it right at the end of the screen. It's just trying to find a good way to do it. But I think there's a funny quote that Mizzo said once in my chat, because the first thing that the Black Mage says is, humans as a genome, a Black Mage, a summoner, and a Q run into the village.
Yeah, technically none of them are actually human.
Humans.
Yeah.
Alright. So most of any ether pickup I do now in the run is basically just to be used in Disc 4 because of MP attack. Elixirs again, just to help us, particularly against some of the later fights in Disc 3, and then Death Guys in Disc 4. So we basically get the chill now. There is a weapon we're going to pick up after all this happens, the Rune Tooth. We passed the Synthesis shop already, but if we go in there at this point, Garnet's in there, and it's quite a lengthy cutscene, and if we do it at the end, we don't get that. So it's, even though we travel more distance to get to it, because if you don't have the cutscene, it actually ends up being faster. It's about 3 seconds, I think. I really wanted it to be slower, so we could just pick it up on the way. Unless you do solo Garnet, because you max out tents after the synthesis menu, and originally when I got the notes, it was beforehand. So I had like 99 tents, and I went to synthesize whatever I needed, and had no money.
Do we have time for donation now?
Yeah, go for it.
I have a $25 donation from Retroid saying, a big hello everyone in the Final Fantasy community and good luck to Metako for the remainder of the run. Sad I can't be there this year, but you're all doing an amazing job for a great cause. Last but not least, this donation of course goes to naming Eiko Mutski.
Thanks, Lisa.
And this ties Mutski as second place with Child with $60. If you want to have it named, the character, it still needs another $96, so get them donations in.
Oh my. It should be Mutski. It's his favorite character.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming up in like a couple minutes.
Yeah,
Soon
it's not
minutes.
too long now.
Like 5 minutes probably. Does anyone have $90 on them? Okay, so now we're going to get the Rune Tooth. So like I said, we missed the Exploder, which gave us a little bit more extra damage in Lindblom. We do need the Rune Tooth, because there are quite a few fights where we need that extra damage on Zidane, because we're actually going to miss another synthesis shop in Lindblom. In the not too far future. Okay, so this is the new thing. I no idea who discovered this, but normally you ride the Chocobo all the way to Condapeti and get off there. But if your stutter stepping's really good, then you can actually park it halfway between. And when we come back later in Disc 3, we actually only have to stutter step halfway to get to it. So if I park it here, I think I should be on the ledge, yeah. And stutter step this way, even though we stutter step now, which would be slower than going on the Chocobo, when we come back later, we can just stutter step halfway and get on the Chocobo. So again, pretty reliant on how good your stutter stepping is. So in Japanese, it's definitely faster. I think it saves 3 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds.
Okay. See, I was confused because you bought one less Geishel Green, so that's why, because you don't use the one when you come back.
Exactly.
But I thought that meant you were going to stutter step to Oilvear later.
No. I
Yeah,
could.
that was...
That would be interesting. I think it's actually not that much different in terms of speed than getting the Chocobo, because you have to go all the way to the north.
Yeah.
It just is way harder.
Yeah, it's...
Although,
Such
we would
a
only
long
have to buy
stutter
2 Gissel Greens. Who would like to see Quina and Vivi get married? Oh, no one.
I mean,
It's slow.
No. It is.
we're at 4.5 hours.
Oh, I know.
So
I am aware. The situation is dire right now. I just have to show off the fastest Disc 3 and Disc 4 that's ever been. Okay. So now we're on the mountain path. The only way we were allowed to get there is if there was a wedding. So Zidane and Garnet do get married. She totally rejects him. It's a very sad story. And then we see this girl who's a thief. We don't know anything about her. So I guess
Another thief.
let's go find out. Oh yeah, Zidane's probably, that's an amicable quality in another individual. But we are going to get Aiko's name. So, I mean, where are we sitting with Aiko's name?
Next screen.
Yeah.
So if you want to snipe it, that's right now.
It's 10 seconds ago.
Go, go, go.
and Quina just kind of runs off.
Oh yeah, it's
Okay,
really
so we need the name now.
yeah, we need the name for Aiko.
All right, let me refresh really quick. And unfortunately, Matsuki didn't make it, but instead the name is going to be Sweetie with a capital S.
Oh. Sweetie,
Yeah,
like SWEETIE.
yeah. Exactly.
You're welcome.
I'm sure
someone.
Mutsuki would approve of that.
Yeah.
But Quina just kind of randomly runs off, which, I mean, is obviously just because you can't have more than 4 people in your party.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's convenient plot, but we don't get Quina back again until Maiden Sorry.
No, I mean she shows up there, but you still don't get the option of
Oh yeah,
having
you
her
can't
back
have her in
in
the
your
party for.
she doesn't come back into the party properly until disc 3.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. Someone was having a convenience day. Okay.
I don't really know why either, because I mean later in the game you get the option to switch party members. It could have just done that here.
Oh yeah.
It's when you get the last character that comes in, you can do that.
Yeah, it's like over halfway into the run, the point where we actually can start picking our party members. Which when FF13 does it, it's a horrible crime, but you know when FF9 does it, it's fine. I'm not bitter.
Okay. Hilgagars.
The
So-
boss who has that steel 1 in
Oh yeah,
256
yeah. We're
chance.
definitely going for that fairy flute, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're gonna steal it, right?
Well, yeah, I might as well.
Isn't there an incentive for that?
We've got time. So for this fight, after a certain HP threshold, Hilgagars will counter-attack with Curaga. We want to avoid that happening. So generally, the damage rolls work out quite nicely. 7, end with a 7. Damn it. So it's 2 bios with Vivi, 2 attacks with Zidane, and then we switch it around. We do an attack with Zidane, and then if we need to, we can drain with Vivi. So Zidane can finish it with his 3rd attack, and that is the fastest way to do it, without doing lucky 7s or trance, I suppose. Oh well.
Yeah. So right now, Hilgagars' ATB is filling up, and the bio animation is long enough that by the time he gets hit and gets pushed under his threshold for where he would use Curaga next round, he's already queued up his next attack, so he won't do Curaga here. Which is good, because it would heal like 2,000 HP and make the fight way longer.
Don't miss.
Nice.
Oh.
And he would do it next round now, but we kill him.
Yeah. So this fight.
And the
was
thing with
so
Dren is
annoying.
that the boss disappears just like instantaneously. You don't have any animation for the
Yeah,
death.
it stops the kill animation. And
Yeah.
that's the first time I haven't got the quick kill in the last like 4 runs, which is really interesting. So the other way to do it, you can do it with Blizzara instead of Bio. And if you need to do 6 attacks, so like 3 attacks and 3 spells, I think there's like half a second in it. But if you have to do Drain is slower than doing 3 Blizzaras. And if you get the attack, then the attack is faster by like 6 seconds or so. Here we go.
That leaves sometimes to explain the purpose of that area. So if you wanted to go on a casual play, you can just retrieve 3 pieces of stones,
Yeah.
put it into a hole to convert it into a summon stone.
So that was a pretty trolly encounter.
Good
Could have been
job.
way worse, because they can actually berserk you, and you don't have any Gesell greens left.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah, use mine. I used it on the Hornet. Right, I'm gonna do the down stutter step here. This is for 0. So recently I've just been turning around and stutter stepping everything like with the camera facing forward, so I can do up on the D-pad. Down the D-pad I like considerably less. It just doesn't feel as nice, but it's a pretty easy one.
You can enter the village from quite the distance for that one.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. So we have exciting new movement tech here.
Oh yeah, I heard of it.
Yeah, so I think MPU discovered this. So you have to watch an ATE and then do some other things to advance the story in Maiden Sorry where we are. And normally you would go through, you would talk to Vivi, then you'd run out of that screen, and then that would trigger the ATE with Ico, and then you'd run back in, talk to the Moogle, pick up Dagger, go to the Summoning Sanctum, and then leave basically. But we're going to trigger the Ico cutscene first by running out of the screen to the right and then running back in. I have it on good authority, it saves at least 1 second.
okay. Actually, if you just totally do the like intended order of moving through these screens, you generally get a forced ATE with Quina. I forget what exactly it is that we do that prevents that. I think it's like we sort of trigger the what would trigger that along with triggering the ICO ATE, so it can only do one of them.
Okay. I have no idea, but I remember it. She jumps about.
Yeah.
Does she jump into the sea or something?
Yeah, at the waterfall.
Pretty cool.
And you can find her back whenever you do the cooking ATEs.
Yeah.
Whenever Quina gets fished by a Moogle.
Here we go. So fast. It's literally it.
Sweetie's feelings.
So much better. Oh no, now I feel bad. She's gonna get really upset with me later on. I also don't want Zidane to call Aiko sweetie. Oh well, I mean, so Aiko's gonna cook us some food because she really likes us for some reason. I don't think it's ever explained why. But
She really likes Zidane.
yeah, she's well
most
into
of all.
She's all about that.
Yeah.
I mean, she likes Pepsi.
Okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, she's also teaming up with Comfy later on, so she has a very nice time with it.
Comfy Pepsi
Comfy Pepsi, that's all you need.
with sweetie. Okay. So the last two times I've done this, because I've already come into the screen, I've actually forgotten to pick up Garnet, and I've just run up without her, and it's been horrendous. Okay. Cool. 3 encounter infantry. 3 encounter infantry.
So we are introduced with the Eidolon walls.
Oh yeah, not the Summoner Sanctum from FF10.
This is where you actually realize that Garnet might have a relation with that village.
Is this also where we find out her real name's Sarah?
I think you find it very late in the scenario. You have to really spend some times over there. I don't remember.
I think that might be an optional cutscene.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Giant fish?
Yeah.
Moogle
Yes.
skip?
Ooh. Ambitious.
Has anyone ever gotten it on console?
Pretty sure Karkarn has probably done it, because I think he definitely always like goes for it. I think I've seen him get it in runs.
So after this little section of events, there is a Moogle that's hitbox is actually placed just off screen to the right, and if you run into the trigger, it'll just run forward and say, "Oh, it's time for you to sleep. Go and do the bed thing." But if your movement's precise and you mash well or whatever you would need to do, you can actually just talk to him straight away and then go to sleep, and you don't have to do the extra dialogue where he wants into the kitchen, I guess.
Again, this is literally like a second. We didn't get it.
No. Okay, so now we need to go and do infantry.
So that's the little boy's moment.
When an owl and another owl love each other very much.
Yeah. And they just let go.
I actually have no idea what this conversation is about. I've never.
Yeah, it's really...
They end up peeing together.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
how
happens.
I understood it.
I I didn't need to know
It's
that.
an age-old ritual between male friends. That's what he says.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. Today I learned.
I mean, I've never done that, have you?
Do we want to have this conversation? I think context is very important to what follows. Okay. I hate this dungeon. I've just got a really bad feeling it's going to be 10 encounters.
Yeah, so, like, on average, outside of the final dungeon, which, like, takes up all of the last disc and has, like, 1,000,000 bosses, this is, on average, where you're going to get the most encounters out of any dungeon in the run. I mean, well, first we have to get up to it, and we can get encounters, like, going back through the mountain path as well, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say normally you would expect to get no encounters in the mountain path, and then average is 6 encounters probably for the Aoife tree itself. I've already got 1 mountain path encounter. Okay. Yes.
All right.
3 is the lowest I've ever got in Aoife tree. I saved 5 minutes.
Wow.
Oh, it was truly glorious.
I do have another donation if we have the time.
Go for it.
I have a $5 anonymous donation here saying, "Hey there guys, must admit I really like this run, and the reason Kina ran off screen back then was Akos Moogle is kinda colored in a different way than Kina knew, so she wanna take a bite. Good luck to the rest of the run." And the donation goes towards the Amaranth's Name incentive, which, I don't know, how long do we have to fulfill that?
It's after this dungeon.
Like 20 minutes?
Yeah,
maybe?
but since you will have 10 encounters, it's gonna take a half an hour, so
It'll be, yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
20 minutes.
15,
Because we have to go back to main, sorry, and fight him first. So yeah, it's a fair amount of time.
Alright viewers, you heard that. If you want to change the name, because currently the first place is in the lead by more than $70, then get your donations in right now.
Good. This is good. Instant ATB Stroper.
Nope.
This is the one fight where we
Well,
close enough.
These enemies are great, because you have no idea of telling whether it's a preempt. because
Yeah,
they're
because they
just
look the
spin.
same
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Okay. Half an encounter so far.
Alright, that's 2 for 2.
how many screens are there?
You know, it's this kind of stuff that made Mutski break his disc 2 in half.
I'm fine.
Oh,
Oh,
Nice.
I wanted the AP. That's 1 encounter. Preemptive quick escape.
and another one. Third screen. 30. Second encounter, technically.
Yeah.
And here's the best prompt of the game.
Became
too soft to live.
So there are a few enemies that we can do that with. Yeah, we've got, well, we'll do it on Stropers and Epitaphs.
And you could do it on the gargoyle in the Ibsen Castle.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
one of my favorite like little bits of random mechanic trivia in this game is that you know, you have these killer abilities that are really useful for making us stronger against all kinds of enemies. There's one that's called Stone Killer,
Yeah.
which is the greatest ability in the entire game. There are exactly 3 stone-type enemies in the entire game. All of them are random encounters, and all of them can also just be killed instantly by using Assault on them.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So you got another preemptive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 4 encounters,
3.
2 preemptives, 1 quick flee, and one for AP.
Yeah. And I got 1 on the branch.
Are Mandragora guards good?
Can be. Because that's what I'm thinking about right now. Another Stroper. This will be the run where I learn auto haste before I even learn auto haste early. Okay. 5?
That was 5.
Okay.
5.5.
Well, we're at the halfway point now, so.
Yeah, the 10 encounters could be there.
Ooh, Lord! That was quick.
So you can't get an encounter, like I said at the beginning, until 4 steps have passed. That was 4. Incredible.
At least all the fights have been really fast.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to think what the slowest Soul Cage fight. No, it is Soul Cage, yeah?
Yep.
What the Soul Cage split can be, and still get a 25. Probably 52.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, there's no. It can't happen. You can definitely bring it back in 3 and 4 though.
Oh, so that's totally an Illuminati triangle there.
Yeah.
On the, I never noticed that.
I wonder if it's actually the same symbol that's at Uever.
It is.
So
It's actually the same.
Terrans are Illuminati confirmed?
I mean, technically, that place and the one we just talked about are both, like, kind of key places related to Terra. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh well, this one's underneath Memorial, like so. Okay. See if I run out of softs here. Because I do need some in case I get the Epitaph and it stones me.
That's already 7 encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And the worst screen is yet to come. Was it 3 screens left or something?
2 more?
Oh, it's 2, yeah.
2. This one.
This one's not too bad.
Okay.
And
This
then this one,
This one is like,
you can very easily get 2 encounters on
Yeah.
this screen.
like, is there even a best way to just navigate through that one? Because that
Yeah,
going
and
down
so
to take forever.
Yeah,
Ju-
that little path he just walked through, it's like impossible to have good movement on. There's
Yeah.
like there's no angle where you don't
Yeah.
feel like you're bumping into a wall.
my general rule for the last screen is flee. Try and always run towards the outside of the path. So instead of trying to go down the middle of it, try and aim to the outside. That's all I can say. But yeah, at some point you'll just go "Grrr" and slow right down, and it'll be
Yeah.
horrendous. Yay for video
That's
games.
the 9th.
9
We're-
encounter E for 3.
There is what I mean.
We are close to the 10th.
I said it would be 10. Ah. Not zombie breath. Not zombie breath. Okay. God. No problem. I mean, we could always call part 1 at Amaranth. Okay. It is very important that you do the optimize there to put the power belt onto Zidane. Because he's had the running shoes on, he's only getting AP on auto haste. And we do want him to learn MP attack here so that we can have the running shoes on for the Amaranth fight. Definitely helps to have that because he can get 2 attacks in for your 1. That's one of those ones where the enemy's actually so fast without auto haste. He can get 2 attacks in. And if you don't get good counter lock, it can be a pretty hairy fight without auto haste. So we've got 2 mandatory fights to do here. And then there's a bit of chit chat, and then we fight the next boss. So there's lots of undead things in this dungeon anyway, so I think we're about due that one undead boss that we can easily take down. So I need to check Garnet's level here, although that's pointless because she's probably level 13 or something daft now.
Yeah, I doubt she's low enough, or too low.
she needs to be, if she's only level 10, then you would have to kill Vivi against the Draco zombie to make sure that Amaranth joins at a favorable level.
So which character are you going to check the levels? Garnet?
Daggers, yeah. There's no way she's not like level 13. If she to get level 10, she just has to get, or you just have to get like 1 encounter or something. Okay. Sort of.
Good.
Yeah. So one of the reasons, and probably the main reason that we speak to Stiltskin and the Mountain Path, is he gives us a magic tag. Magic tag puts you, so the enemy Draco zombie can use zombie breath, and it puts you in the zombie status. If you're in the zombie status, you don't get AP or experience at the end of a fight, and we really, really need Zidane to get that. So in this fight, it's very important that if zombie breath gets used, I need to track who it's used on, and if it is Zidane, I need to make sure that I get rid of that on him first. You generally get one from the zombie fights that we've just done. But just important to check up on. Nice. So life can kill undead enemies. It can also miss. Elixir guaranteed kill. And you can Phoenix down, which has, I think it's 10% chance or less.
Yeah, it sets the HP of the enemy, of the undead enemy, to anything between 0 and 9. So there's 10% chance that it kills them outright. If it doesn't, you just bonk them on the head.
Exactly. So if Soul Cage does go first, then I will Phoenix down and attack, because Phoenix downs are not as much of a commodity as elixirs are.
Well, you could just use life, I guess, but...
Oh, yeah, but it depends if Aiko's alive, but yeah. Under a circumstance where Aiko is also dead. Okay.
They conveniently give you an elixir there.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah. I wonder why.
Would now be a good time for a donation?
Yeah.
Yep. We have $5 from Aloysius saying, "Good luck on the run, Metako. I'm only back from work now, and I hope you played the tuba at the beginning of the run. As you are hearing this, I am probably watching the VOD. I hope I am not disappointed." And the $5 go towards the naming incentive for Amaranth, towards the name Chunk. This name is currently at 3rd place with $21 and still has to beat another $75 to make it, so keep your donations coming. I think we are getting close on that.
Easily done. Easily done. Yeah. Hey, Alo. So, when I said way back at the start, the first time I ever raced this game, and I killed all my characters and game over to Steiner, Alo was the person that I was racing at that point. So I went back to the beginning of the game, and I got so fed up that I got my tuba from my room, and I started playing Final Fantasy songs on the tuba. He has a video of it somewhere on his YouTube channel.
Was it a disc 1 race?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or something like that. It might have even only been up to Black Waltz 1 or something like that. But yeah, it's probably a good thing I didn't try to bring my tuba. Right, let's see.
I mean, if you wanted to one-up Cordelium and his recorder, that would be why. That would be how.
That's true.
But you know, it would be
Someone
gone now.
find me a tuba. Really?
Oh hey.
Well, speaking of a circumstance where your characters die. There we go. Okay. So, let's see. 42, 52. Oh, okay. Okay. With 0 encounters between now and the end of Disc 2, and a really nice Amaranth fight, I think it could be a 528.
Okay.
That's what we're working off right now. Okay. And I can make those 3 minutes back on Death Guys.
That's what your estimate for Disc 3 and 4 is 4 hours?
4 hours, yeah.
Ah, it's easy.
That's very, very free. Oh no. So
No.
we've got
We've got half an hour to go.
yeah. So we've got to go back to Maiden Sarai, and then we're going to meet another bounty hunter. So we've already beaten Lani, so we're now going to find Amaranth, and we're going to fight him, beat him, and then he sees Pride in Zidane, joins the party. Then we're going to come back to the Aoife tree again, and we're going to go all the way through the first part of it, and
Then some things will happen.
yes, events shall transpire, and then we'll get to the end of Disc 2. But yeah, we are talking like about 30 minutes. I think 5:30 is realistic. Indeed. So the reason we put the Mithril Dagger actually on for Soul Cage is to learn Bandit. Bandit gets rid of the first random roll when you steal, which is whether or not you actually succeed in your steal. Then the second roll is what item you get.
Yeah, it is. Are we talking about steals?
Because I learned Bandit there.
Oh, right, yeah.
So yeah, there's no reason not to put the Mithril Dagger on. It's a free fight where we don't actually do any physical damage. So it's good to have. We used to put... What's the other thing that gives Bandit? I don't even remember. It's like an accessory or something like that, an add-on?
Is it a wrist item?
I want to say it's like the Enkai.
Oh, Enkai Armlet. Yeah, we put the Enkai Armlet on for Taharka, and then depending on what happened, we had to like keep the Enkai Armlet on, and it was not good. And then that meant we had to have the Jade Armlet on for Yana, and we couldn't have the Bone Wrist, and oh, it was all horrific. So now we just put the Mithril Dagger on here, and it works out perfectly. Oh wow, that water is really nice. Yes! Saving time? Okay, back to Maiden, sorry. Should I save before Amaranth?
With auto haste, it's a pretty safe fight, right?
Yeah.
Then no.
Nah.
It's pretty diverse, but the thing is, someone needs to tell me if I do get into like sketchy health to heal.
Okay.
That'll be the
I
thing.
shall.
What are you calling sketchy health?
400.
Okay.
300 is realistic more. It's in case, because if I've got like 300 left, and then I attack him and he counterattacks, and he attacks,
Okay.
I die.
So at least 400.
Something
Like giving
that.
you a warning at 400 and 300
Or
with
what
screaming.
I'll tell you what I could do. We could play it completely safe. And what I would do is, when he first starts to jump around, I can use a high potion, and then that guarantees the fight. Assuming I don't miss, and he doesn't counter. For some reason, in Tantari, like when you've got the running shoes, I very rarely counters. I just very rarely see it. I see it quite a lot more in without auto haste. Okay. So Amaranth's name is coming up in probably about 5 minutes.
You
Something
heard
like
that.
that,
If
yeah.
you want
Maybe
to
a
change
little
that,
more.
get your donations in.
There's some cutscenes after you fight him still.
Oh yeah, there's a
you get to
55-second cutscene.
I think yeah, you can name him whenever you join back the entrance of the village.
Yeah, it's after that one. It's after the when you walk, like, go over the edge and
Yep.
Garnet's down by the boat. And then we have flashback time. Okay. So for some reason, even though you hold up to activate that like movement trigger or map trigger to go into the next screen, sometimes the game registers it weirdly, and you'll actually go like right through it and to the back of the wall, and you'll not actually activate the next screen, and you have to go back and activate it again.
Oh yeah. I remember that happened to Webster on a run once, and he was
Yeah.
very confused.
It's happened to me about 2 or 3 times. The first time I was like, oh no, how can I get through? But if you just run back and up again, then you go through. There's our exploder now. Okay. I'm gonna count damages. I don't normally count it on Amaranth, but I will this time. So Lani and Amaranth are kind of like, well, I say they're in cahoots. They've both been employed by Brahm. But Lani's quite sly and underhand, and Amaranth's kind of like a true king. And is like really honorable in his
Yeah.
job. And he pretty much, like, that's kind of like his MO. He's like maybe way too into pride, and it's a bit of a drag. But he doesn't approve of such techniques as stealing and things like that. He just wants to be able to win legitimately, one-on-one.
Beyond that, he actually cares less about his mission than he does about beating Zidane up
Yeah.
because of reasons. I think that's an optional cutscene. I don't think
know.
we ever find that out.
I don't know. Right, let's see. Good ATB is really nice on this fight. If I get an attack first, I get 2 hits off before he starts to jump around. If he goes first, then I only get 1. Lame. Okay, so he's not going to start jumping around. My last potion. So this is slightly slower because it does like block things happening. But when he goes to the right, he'll say, "Here I go." And as soon as you see that, you can queue up your attack. And now we just attack him until he goes down. If I get a crit, it's 2 attacks, otherwise it's 3. That was really low damage.
I think in Tantarian route, you're always so high level that you're never gonna do more than 5 hits.
Yeah, it's pretty rare for it to go badly. So there we go.
Good.
So it's considerably safer in Tantarian. Usually a good chunk faster. Well, I think if you get 2 counterattacks with Zidane without auto haste, it's pretty comparable. It's actually surprising how close the best and worst case scenarios can fluctuate between Tantarian and not Tantarian. Because Lisbelheim did a lot of testing in the last week or so of different strats and things like that. And it's a lot closer than we thought it would be. Because the goal is this route, this is like the first actual public showing of it properly. And we finished it on Sunday. Sunday night was the last changes to it. And I've just play tested it a couple of times since then. And we just wanted to see how far we could get with the Tantarian route and see what's happening. So once we actually get some real runs and get everything else finalized on it, it's pretty much good to go. Will be made publicly accessible for anyone who wishes to do so. And then we'll see. It would be very cool to have the 2 routes be very comparable. Like if they were within seconds of each other for best case on both. And you just had free choice to do whichever you preferred. That's always nice. Because some of the strats you can do with auto haste are very cool, and some of the stuff you do without is very cool as well. But it is different gameplay.
Yeah, routing in FF9 is unbelievably complicated, just because there's so much randomness in everything that goes on that it's very hard to say whether a particular route is faster or not. It often depends very much on like exactly what happens in any particular run.
That's it. But yeah, whenever Tantarian routes came in, it was, for me anyway, it was like, oh cool, we've got a new way to, or a new thing to do, and a new way to play the game, which is always fun and interesting to do. Anytime something gets changed, or something's new, or someone gets a new like bit of battle tech or whatever, it's always pretty cool to play around with. Why can't we just get the ribbon now?
Yeah, it would be amazing. The ribbon is so good.
Log the worst tease. Okay, so after this cutscene, there's a bit of dialogue, so it's probably now about 2 minutes until Amaranth, I would say. 55-second cutscene, probably about a minute and a half. And the singing returns. So if you wanted to get world record in this game, you would be splitting for disc 2 about now. Or actually, about 5 minutes ago. I think so. The fastest disc 2 time ever has been 5:01.
Really?
Apparently Karakarn got a 5:01 one time. If you want to get Japanese record, play a different game.
I mean, I assume that also was without Tantarian.
I'd like to think so.
Because, yeah, I mean, Tantarian is a big time investment in Disc 2, and we get some of it back, but most of it we get back in, the late game.
The majority of it's Disc 3, honestly. Disc 4 is pretty even. There really only are 2 fights, maybe, that you can really benefit from it on, and then there's another 2 that you could potentially, but you wouldn't rely on it. A lot of it's in Disc 3. It's one of the things we've been playing around with, really, is to see how well has auto haste been utilized in Disc 3 and can it be better used. So we've come up with a couple of new ideas. So a couple of the fights will be different to other night routes that you'll see, like with and without Tantarian. So Disc 3 is really that's where it really kicks off, and this is where things really divert. Because everything now has been pretty similar, other than fighting Tantarian. Oh. The light does not refract on her face very well. Huh.
So this is Garnet remembering that she actually lived here when she was a small child, and when she was escaping from the burning village with her mother, well, this basically happened.
Yeah. Her Jane.
Is that her mother's name?
Her mum's name is Jane. I wouldn't know that if Mizu didn't say every single time I start a run, rip Jane. Because you see it in the opening cutscene. So, yeah. So I guess if anyone doesn't actually know what's happening, you know that the run is split into 2 parts. And part 2 is happening right after this. And we're going to rock over to second stream for that. So I highly invite everyone who's here right now to come across. Or open a second tab, because extra tabs are good. And you can watch it on split screen or whatever. So we'll be doing that. So disc 3 and 4 are going to all take part on the second stream. And then things will carry on as normal on this side. So is this where we find out that Garnet used to have a horn?
Well, yeah, they talk about it, and Aiko just questioned, like, how come you don't have a horn? And Garnet's like, I don't know. You find out later in a cutscene with Dr. Todd that they basically just surgically removed the horn.
If you've ever seen Hellboy, I don't even know how that works. I mean, they did a really good job. Like, her forehead looks flush.
It really does, yeah.
There's no hint of bone at all.
Yeah.
I mean, at least
They've got some great plastic surgeons in Alexandria.
Alexander. Maybe that's why Braun's so angry she left. Think everything I did for you. I made you look like who you are today. Okay, can we get Amarant's name now?
Yes, Amaranth's name. Now we are in a bit of a weird situation right now because the current leader is more than 7 characters. So I suggest we just use the first 7 characters of that name.
Okay.
And it is Veni Vidi Riki. So that is a... I will spell it.
That's a lot more than 7 characters.
Yeah.
What about VV Ricky?
It's Vedi.
No. The first 2 words begin with V,
okay.
the letter V.
I suppose we could do that,
So
yeah.
it's, presumably it's the Latin, like, Veni Vidi Vici.
Yeah.
And it's Ricky instead. So if we do VV Ricky, Ricky's 5, and the 2 V's are 7,
Okay.
or 2.
Could do
Sure.
that.
Yeah.
Or I could just name him Seraph.
It's actually Riki just with a C, not a CK.
Okay.
Oh, I could name him VV.
Isn't that too long too?
It's fine.
Oh, right. That's
R-I-C-I.
CI?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the best I got on a short notice.
Yeah.
I would have put an exclamation mark, but we don't. Oh, the special characters are really hard to find. Okay. Almost there. EFA tree, and then disc 2 is done. And then the real excitement starts.
Oh yeah.
Disc 3.
It's really weird to see the first slot being empty in your menu because you ran out of potions.
Yeah, I know.
I blame Tantarian.
I mean, Tantarian didn't do anything wrong. He played exactly as he should have played. The fact that I actually didn't, I've actually made it this far without, like, running out or needing more, it's more impressive to me. Very surprised by that. Because I'm not going to buy any healing until River, which is like 6 hours 10 in the normal run. But we don't really have to survive anything up until then anyway. I mean, like, that's realistically the next dungeon. Okay. So like I said, we only have to go through the first half of the EFA tree, and then we'll see what happens. Okay. I have 4 minutes to get to the final cutscene.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not happening.
So that's 3 Mastodon fights, 4 branches, and then we're in. So I do think it'll be sub 530 if I get 0 encounters. But I'm not known for my mathematical abilities. In fact, I might be known for my inability with maths. No! Okay, I'm going to count how many seconds this is and detract it from the end. 53 is when it started. No.
Wow.
Not a sweep. Ah! That's the slowest thing that can happen. Okay. Oh my gosh. It's a 40-second fight. Okay.
Welcome to FF9.
Oh yeah, thanks. Because you've had so much experience in runs. Zwanzig's done probably one of the favorite things or best things that I've ever seen when it comes to speedrunning a game. So I believe this is correct. but you've only done what 5 runs or something like that total.
I've finished 2 runs on stream.
Right, and the reason the reason that everything happened, and I don't know, I guess some people might believe that your time is as good as it is for only having done that many runs, is that you didn't have enough space or enough room on your computer to have notes visible, so you memorized the entire route before doing any runs at all.
That's somewhat accurate, yeah. I mean, basically, back when I learned the game, I was just, during like summer of 2014, I was watching everybody else doing runs, and I learned from all of their mistakes. Like at one point, this might not be true today, but at one point I am confident that I had watched more hours of FF9 runs than anybody else in the world.
Oh wow.
Because I was watching a lot of runs.
Yeah, I mean the same could be said really for what Chocolator's done, because he's done 2 runs on stream as well, yeah?
One.
One
actually.
one on stream, okay.
Yeah, he kind of one-upped me in that. But
and yeah, so those are, and Chuck just knows everything about the run. He just watched for years.
Yeah.
And then pulled an 855 out. Very, very good. "40 seconds to beat 3 fights." I could split on the last fight. Or when Bahamut appears. So I guess we're gonna, I don't know, save when or split when the save finishes.
I guess.
Probably
Yeah.
makes most sense to do it that way. So there are 3 breaks at the end of disc 2. They're all about a minute long, give or take.
But about the whole me not having space on my monitor thing, basically what happened was I was gonna do a race which was gonna be the first run I did on stream.
Okay.
And I realized that like having my chat and my emulator, because I was running on emulator back then, opened and everything, I just wouldn't have space for notes on my one computer screen.
I knew it was something to do with room space and that kind of thing.
Yeah. But it only took me a little bit more effort to memorize everything. I already had most of it memorized just from practice, I realized. I don't know.
Right, so the reason for ethering Zidane in the last menu is he can one-shot Mastodons, and we can also use, I said can, not does, and then Ico using life can also do that. So if you do under damage with Zidane, it will just be 1 attack from anyone else. And that guarantees the kill every time, so Phoebe coming in useful again. And then of course we need to find out whether to get Ralphed. Alright.
Oh yeah, story, right. So at this point, Braun has come over here and is like, well, I'm done with you, Kuja. You've supplied me with my Black Mage army, and now I don't need you anymore, and I'm gonna get rid of you. And Kuja's like, okay,
Come and get me.
come and get me, yeah.
Yeah. As far as we know, like, Kuja is exceptionally formidable. So the enemies here, the first Mastodon fight is always 2. The second Mastodon fight is always 1. The next one could be 2, could be 1. And then depending on how early I get the encounter on the branch, will depend on how likely it is that I get a second one.
Getting a second one is quite unlikely.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's way more likely on the Japanese version, and nobody really knows why.
I mean, so appreciably, I mean, you could argue that that was a fairly early encounter, but I hold out hope. Because I have to. So you can also, again, do like Phoenix down and then queue up an attack if you want. Okay. Yeah. If I don't get Ralph, it could be a 28.
Plus the save.
Don't do this to me is one thing. I'm holding out for the 28. It's such a long branch.
Hey.
Huzzah! Woo! Brilliant. So that was the last fight of Disc 2. So now we're at this Leviathan statue, and I don't know, Garnet's doing some sort of prairie kind of stuff.
Yeah, Garnet, despite everything, still wants to save her mother.
Oh yeah, that's
She
true.
realizes that Kuja is probably got this. And
Yeah.
so she's like, okay, well, there's a convenient statue here that'll give me a summon. Let's use that to help save my mother. And then she realizes,
Troll.
oh, it's a summon that summons a tidal wave, and my mom's on a boat.
The ultimate troll.
It's great. So this is the Bahamut one. It says right here.
So
Bahamut.
is that Black Mage trancing?
Oh, it's definitely tranced.
What? Why? Is that a thing?
Extreme emotional state.
I guess.
Not moving or speaking though. This is one of those ones where you see like in a film and they've got like a shot of like 500 and then like the last row are just cardboard cutouts.
So now Bronze summons her strongest summon that she stole from Garnet, which is Bahamut.
The Bahamut.
The Bahamut. The Bahamut.
Don't look at Zero like that. He's above those kind of jokes.
But the Bahamut hasn't fallen.
Not
No,
yet.
that's
Not yet.
That's later.
Give it time. It looks pretty baller though. I mean, I don't usually get to see these cutscenes. I'm
Are you
usually
usually taking a toilet break or what?
yeah, always.
Yeah,
There's-
these are some of the better ones.
Yeah, Disc 3 is not exactly toilet break rich at all. The fact that I've only been twice in this part is miraculous to me. I'm very pleased. Alright, I suppose we might as well start getting things ready to move across. So the problem is that the distance between the Stream 2 room and the toilets is a bit greater. So I'm going to have to wait for the 143 break after cards.
Actually, it's the same distance. You can get in from the other side too.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
Amazing. I can go at every break then. But yeah, I generally find myself... There's one, but just before Estogaza, when you go across in the Blue Narcissus on the sea, it's 1 minute, 1 second. And I always forget how long it takes between the last break and that point, because it is Alexandria. Oh, it's just not nice. More than an hour is just hard. I don't like it. Wait a minute. Why is Bahamut attacking Bran?
I mean, this looks pretty bad. She might be okay.
Looks bad. I mean, we have seen cities be destroyed and everyone still be okay. Is Amaranth inside the ship?
Yes.
He's just chilling.
He always needs to be leaning against something. His posture's horrendous. He's got like a major case of kyphosis.
But yeah, she's alive.
Yeah, she's fine. She's speaking. And her stomach's moving.
For getting blown up by a
Well, not anymore.
huge dragon.
King
No.
of the dragons. She's done very, very well for herself. "42 seconds. It's all about the save now. If I flub the save, the worst thing would be if I didn't save.
Yeah, that would be a problem, yeah.
That would be a big problem.
Oops.
When's the first save in Disc 3? Vivi going into the steeple or something?
Yes? Do you have a save there?
No.
Well then...
I mean, make one is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Oh, it's going to be too close. Set the wreath down. Yes, remember me for who I was or whatever. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Mother, I shall become a great queen.
That's the one.
I believe that's what she says.
And I shall.
So, yes, select up, yeah, XX up X. Okay.
And poof.
And as soon as it goes, blink, clunk. Ooh, I don't know if I have faith in this or not. Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
You're so fixated on this.
I know.
She turned.
Go! Oh, there's 3 X's. No! Okay. I definitely saved, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So now, let's all go over to stream 2. We've got Awful Games coming up on Knights of Arabia on stream 1, so it'll be rad. Keep watching that, and then we can watch the rest of it here and stuff like that. So we're going to rock over there right now. Someone else is probably going to set up while I have a toilet break, and then we'll take it from there. So thanks for hanging out, everyone, and then we will see you very, very... Okay. Hello again.
Yay.
It's like we never left. There's a much bigger echo in my ears right now. Let us not waste time. Let us invest heavily into the Disc 3 and 4 of Final Fantasy IX. So the count will be 3, 2, 1, go.
Yay.
You'll not be clapping in 20 minutes when it's just been text boxes.
So when we last left our heroes...
Previously on Final Fantasy IX.
Final Fantasy IX, the story so far.
Yeah, what did actually happen? Queen Braun died.
Yep.
It was sad, I guess.
Dagger was... Garnet was devastated. Truly so.
And Kuja just kind of, like...
Wreck chop.
Went away after that.
Yeah, so he flew away in a silver dragon with a smug look in his face.
Now we just don't really know what to do. We don't really have an objective. The main thing that's going to happen in the story right now is everybody's just going to talk about their feelings for 20 minutes. And,
we're just going to recover from the damage done to our hearts.
Yeah, and Garnet's going to become queen.
That is also a thing, yeah. So everyone's basically gone home. So Dan's gone back to Limblum. This isn't Limblum. This is Alexandria. I know. He's in the bar in Alexandria with his Tantalus buddies. And Garnet's up in the castle. And it gets really interesting because we've pretty much only seen Beatrix kick tail for the whole time. And she's got a real human side to her, which is really nice. Steiner is still relatively flummoxed. And I don't know, Vivi doesn't really have anything to do now, does he? He doesn't really have the biggest purpose. He's got his honorary friends, so he's just going to hang out with Marcus and Blank.
Yeah, I guess he found his black mages and found who he is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I don't know. We might want to go see them again at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I forget. Has he learned at this point about the whole like you're probably gonna die pretty soon because we seem to have quite limited lifespans thing, or is that the?
I
next
think
time
that's
you go
when we go back the next time and we see Floppy Corn.
there? Right.
Okay, Robbie Corn. I think that's when we find out about that. So this is like the normal theater that they perform at, I guess. Then we go to the castle, right? Oh yeah, there's like Tots here as well. So I presume he's here for the coronation.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives Garnet the crown.
Why is he so important anyway?
Why is Tot so important?
Yeah.
Well, he brought Garnet up. He taught her magic.
I guess.
I don't know. I think he's just like the royal smart guy.
Maybe he's the only person who's ordained or whatever. I don't know what you. I mean,
He's a doctor.
but
That
yeah.
makes him important.
Well, there are no bishops in this, right? What does one need to be to crown someone? It's usually a bishop or an archbishop, right?
I guess.
I guess there's not that many. Oh, well, you don't get crowned like president or anything, so.
Maybe the priest in Confetti could do it?
David Heavensward. He's my favorite. He's the best. So, Aiko has a little run-in with Tot here. And this is really interesting. Because as we know, Tot knew Garnet, and Aiko makes reference earlier in Contepeti and the Mountain Path with regards to her horn and the great plastic work that's been done on it since. And Tot is very intrigued as to why Aiko's got a horn in her head. I can see chat now, and I shouldn't be seeing chat. I know too many people in there. Has anyone been banned, by the way, for using my Francophissy emote yet?
Oh, have you not disabled those yet again?
No! Okay. Jimbo got banned. Where's Halfway?
Yeah, this is where we find out. Well, he doesn't really tell anyone, so I don't think anyone in the party ever actually finds it out. He just thinks it to himself, and we are privy to it.
Yeah, I think you might say like, "Oh, interesting, you have a horn."
Yeah, but like what happened was after the summoner village was sort of blown up by, well, spoilers, but it's Garland. And Garnet escaped with her mother, but her mother died on the way. They washed up in Alexandria, and Queen Braun's daughter had just died, and little Garnet showed a striking similarity to her deceased daughter, except for the horn. So they just removed the horn and were like, "You're my daughter now."
Works out.
Oh yeah, Aiko wrote the love letter to Zidane.
Yeah. So this bit's really important for the story development. Aiko really likes Zidane. She writes the love letter. She gets caught by Baku. Baku gets the letter. He thinks it's from someone else. He thinks it's Steiner to Beatrix.
No, she tells him to go deliver it to Zidane. She doesn't say what's in it, but
Okay.
so and Baku's like, "Yeah, sure, okay, I'll go do that."
And he drops it.
And he runs into Steiner here. And Steiner's like, "I don't like you because you're the thief guy." And then, I don't know.
I mean, basically the moral of the story is the worst piece of music in the soundtrack plays during it, and it really...
Oh, during the next scene.
Yeah, it really irks me. I actually don't mind the scenes at all.
Yeah, right. She wrote a love letter to Pepsi.
Yeah. I mean, who hasn't?
Haven't we? Yeah. So yeah, he drops the letter.
Because it would be like, "Dear Pepsi, blah, 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 love, sweetie."
But yeah, Rooster, Steiner.
Hang on a minute.
I named my Steiner always Rooster. But
Rooster's another FF runner.
yeah, Steiner doesn't realize that, doesn't notice the letter, but Beatrix.
It's canon. He is Rooster.
Okay, I'm renaming him Rooster.
Yeah. Beatrix notices that, and because she heard Steiner and Baku argue, she thinks that
Wow. It goes deep.
Is there something you need to tell us?
Steiner wrote the love letter.
You okay?
Yeah.
So what we've learned is that Batman loves Beatrix.
Right, that's his name, Batman.
Yeah, I have no idea who everyone's called. I don't even know. I can't remember what Queen is called.
Flute, Chu,
Chuchi.
something like that.
Freya's called Yump. And we've got Vivi Ricky. Oh man. I want a new emote on Rooster's channel of him with the Batman Carl.
And Zanane's really sad because Garnet's important. That's like important things to do now, and you know
He's all alone. He can't like hang out with her. He's
Yeah.
actually probably got some investment there. Phoenix Pinion on the left. You can pick it up if you need money.
But you're gonna win cards, so you don't need that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I should. There's really no reason for me not to. In fact, that's a lie. That's a lie. There's every reason why I will and won't win. There's literally 50% chance for me to lose and win. I could randomly place every single card and still come out with win-win-win. So yeah, I don't know why Freya's got beef with Amaranth. Or Yumpa's beef with Ricky, but... Is it just because he's so, like pretentious?
they just don't like each other.
I think they met each other first time here, and Amaranth was just looking for strong people to fight.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense. That's kind of what he does. So, on the bottom right, 3,964 gil, is it? 3927. And on the left, there's an ether. So, if you need to, you can get some pretty quick pickups.
And you need to wait for the boat to get there. Anyway.
Exactly. So you lose very little time picking up the second one. On the next screen, you don't have to, but it's really important you pick up the Lapis Lazuli. Gives you ability up and accuracy plus. Ability up's really nice because you get twice as many ability points per battle, and accuracy plus is really nice because you don't ever miss an attack from it. So AP management really comes into the foray at the minute. Like the only thing that's really been learnt at this point is antibody and alert. It's pretty much all we've learned of big relevance. I mean, we've probably got Bird Killer on a couple of people.
I imagine some people might have learned Insomniac by now as well. I don't
Vivi
know.
has Insomniac from
know.
equipment. Dagger doesn't actually get Insomniac for the Valley fight in this route. We didn't deem it worthy enough to buy a second bandana for. Quina doesn't actually learn it until Abaddon. We've really, I mean, we're pushing the boat out. For example, like at the end of Disc 3, Amaranth and Freya both have Lapis Lazuli on for Silver Dragon, Garland, and Kuja.
Mm-hmm.
So now Garnet comes out in the white dress of become queen. Is she already queen now?
I think this might be like she might be heading to the official coronation ceremony or something.
Okay.
I don't think we see the proper like this is the
ceremony
moment she
itself.
becomes queen.
Yeah.
Or maybe there isn't a ceremony. I don't know. She's probably dressed up for a reason, though.
I have no idea. I think the only thing that I really remember is that there's some harpsichord music coming up. This would be the time that gives Zidane the letter.
Yeah, but she already gave it to Baku, who then dropped it, and now Steiner has it.
It's not even harpsichord, it's a freaking harp. There might be harpsichord music. No, I was just like completely...
Harps of what?
Harpsichord. It's a Baroque instrument from the 1600s. It's like an old-fashioned piano.
He knows a
Sorry,
lot
everyone.
about music.
I'm a music nerd. But I get paid for it, so it's okay.
So Aiko's waiting for Zidane to show up, as you know, as stated in the love letter, like meet me at the dock. Instead, these two show up randomly. I don't even know what they're doing.
I don't know if they spoke to Baki or not, but they're there doing something, and then they hide in the bottom right, and Aiko hides in the bottom left.
Oh, they found the letter.
They've got the
too.
letter because Baki dropped it as well. Then Steiner picks it up.
Yeah, Steiner picks it up here.
And he sees Frey, or he sees Beatrix. He thinks it's from Beatrix.
Yeah.
And then Baku walks in, and then Aiko goes rah 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 and runs away.
This is the best scene.
I just want to know what was Uematsu doing when he wrote this. I mean, what's that stupid synth going? Wah, 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 wah. Okay.
Apparently, people in chat are roasting me for not knowing what a harpsichord is.
Suck it up. I have many harpsichord facts. None of which are worth sharing in any sort of open format.
Well, I don't know. We're in the start of disc 3. If there ever was a time.
There's a time to share facts. Let's look at the scenery. There's always fun things in the scenery. Amran's sitting against another board. They should make that. That should be a game of some sort to see how many times Amran's leaning against something. So we've got some, I don't know, strawberries or peaches on that one. There's some ham. I don't know what that green banana thing is. So we're going to go to Trino.
Yeah.
I don't know why, actually. Why did we go to Trino?
Because Zidane wants to participate in the card
I think
tournament.
it's literally
Is it
just
actually the
because
reason?
Yes.
I think it's literally
Because I know it's a mandatory...
He just comes in and he's like, I hear there's a card tournament going on in Trino. I want to participate. That's...
I hate him. He's the worst person. Okay. So, I mean, now is actually a genuinely good time to make considerations. If I lose the third card game, do we go reset, Daguerreo, or no rebirth ring?
Daguerreo?
All right.
Well, you'd have to save to do reset, and that would be...
Well, I was going to go around the right path and then save the Moogle and come by the wrong way.
But why, though?
So that I don't lose?
It's fine. Just you have backups, right? You
No.
you had backups for the Gil. You said.
Oh, well, yeah, we've got one backup for Gil, but I don't want to do it. I would actually rather do no rebirth ring than go to either Daguerreo or...
Well, resetting is probably the slowest option.
Yeah, don't lose. I think chat's got this.
That's the best strat. I think before we did this rate and realized we had no money, I was definitely going to do no rebirth ring because it technically affects only one fight. I've died several times at Disc 4 as a result, though. Okay, so a couple of different options that we've got for the card tournament. We can either get rid of all our cards right now, speak to Tot, and he will give us some powerful cards, or we can just run with what we've got. I always run with what we've got. Another thing people tend to do sometimes is actually specifically buy a number of Goblin cards.
Well, you don't do that.
No, I don't buy anything.
Okay.
It's fine.
Now I know why you're so scared.
So, alright, okay, it's fine. I'll cover it. I've got enough money, so what I could do is just not sell extra things in there. Yeah.
Where are we going? You thought this was this too?
This is RNG manipulation.
To the card tournament is where I'm going.
No, that was RNG manipulation to get the best cards. Or, well,
Absolutely.
yeah.
All right, here we go. Does anyone want to explain how cards work?
Yeah, probably should have done that. Basically, the game hates you.
Good enough for me.
I don't know. There's a lot to it, and a lot of people don't really understand how the card game works. It makes sense
Gross.
if you understand it. Like most of it is pretty easy to understand. It's mostly like the how card battles work that's confusing. Basically, like all the cards have stats, but when you're in a card battle, you roll a random number between 0 and your actual stat. So the strongest card can always lose to the weakest card, no matter what. It's just like a, you know, higher chance thing.
All right, I'm in a bad
So this
position
isn't
now. Might be okay. All right, well, we're going for it. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, that was the best you could hope for there, really.
These cards aren't great.
And so, for the record, he has to play 3 games. The first 2 he absolutely has to win to move on. And he just has to do them over and over again until he wins. The third one he doesn't have to win, and if he wins, the game will, or if he wins or loses, the game will continue. But winning does give you a really, really useful accessory.
Come on.
It's fine.
Okay, I guess take the 1x.
Ooh, it has an X.
He's got 2x cards.
Wow.
Crazy. This is where I put F6 on my emulator. So yeah, first 2 you can win, lose. Well, you can draw and lose as many times until you run out of cards and keep going. But the third one, you advance no matter if you win or lose. So drawing is always bad. I guess we'll just run with this. So I still have no up card, right?
Seems like it.
Okay. I just lose my left card, so it's okay.
Oh.
It's okay.
Yeah, so what he's trying to do here is play a really weak card at the start and then let the enemy like take it back and forth and make sure you take it on the last arrow on it, so you take everything next to it. But didn't really work out there.
No. I can't believe I don't have an up card. I could just play a different fine. Okay. Left and up left. Okay, oh, so I can use my Mandy card. At least it's going to be useful now. Okay. Oh, what is that?
You can take it with your magic cards. It has 0 magic defense.
I don't really want to.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to do that to have a chance. It's
Yep.
really your only play.
Come on, come on, come on, come on,
Okay.
come on. What?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that Blizzard Beetle's really good. I should not have lost. I know it's got 0 magic defense, but still. Blizzard Beetles are brutal. I'm going with this one now. Right. Okay. I didn't want to do that. I really didn't want to do that. This is not nice. You basically want to avoid as much confrontation as possible. That's kind of like your aim when
That was close.
it comes to the card tournament.
All right.
Okay. So I do want magic
is
cards for the end, and they're all bad.
Well, the zoo still has 2 at least, and it's got good arrows.
It's got a lot of arrows, though. Arrows can be risky. Okay. So I just need to win. So Oglops are the only card that Sailor Aaron uses, and they're all physical types. So I want to use magic if I can. Basically, the way the card game works is there are 2 rolls. The first one rolls whatever your attack and defense is, and then the second one rolls a random number between 1 and the first number you rolled, and it gets taken away. And if whatever number is higher is the one that keeps
carrying over. So you could originally roll like 50 attack and then roll a 45, and you'd actually have 5 attack. And they could roll like 10 defense and roll a 0, and have 9 defense, and they would win. Okay. What a terrible board.
This is these boards are really awkward to work around when they're basically just like a circle or a line.
Rubbish, 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 rubbish. I think that's my least tactile card. Okay. Come on. Okay. This is fine. Okay. Okay.
Oh! So draw is the only outcome in the last card game that makes you replay it, because a loss will just move you on without the rebirth ring.
Yeah. Okay.
Arguably better if he wins now than getting a loss, but
yeah.
If he loses now, it's not good.
Okay, so that's that and that. So I need to keep this card. Okay. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Incredible! So, I have to play here, right? This is my best shot.
Probably. Yeah, that was an example of like, what was that? Like 25 versus 5 and you lost or something?
Yeah, and he won like two of those previously where he didn't need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Great video game.
Again, card battles are total RNG. It's so silly.
Well, they hadn't planned for this. So, I guess the 5,000 gil from Lindblom is the way to do it. I actually don't know where the black belt is.
I do. I can tell you.
That's, I mean, you said it's probably about the same.
I'm not sure. I don't know where the gil is.
Well, the problem is if we pick up the gil in Lindblom, we're going to burn all our money at there anyway. So it's probably better to have an item to sell. Or I could get the 5,000 gil pickup and then not sell something that costs 5,000 at there. I have no idea how much everything costs without the spreadsheet. Let's think. What could I not sell?
I mean, you killed like a fair few Stropers in Infantry, so you might have more gil than your route really.
Oh no, I've
anyway.
got that, but we're gonna max out high potions at there, and it's after that.
Okay.
So I would need to.
Wait, what? What do you mean that's after that?
Daguerre was after there.
Right.
So I burn all my money. So like I sell.
What
everything.
if you just don't max out on high potions? You don't need max high potions.
Oh yeah, but
surely.
then I lose money at running from encounters. To be fair, that's probably I could just keep money.
Okay.
Okay, right, we'll do that. That's fine. Important decisions here. You basically first option and then third option for the Order of the Knights. And then the rest are all just sequentially, and that gets you the Engineering here, which gets us 10,000 gil. I have had at least 2 runs before where I've been so angry at losing cards that I've not got that right, and that's not something you ever want.
that would be that would be an even worse drain on your gil.
Yeah. All right, party time. So this is the Mistodon segment. We get to use Beatrix again, which is great, but we're only going to use her for her magic, and we're just going to get rid of all her gear. Completely ineffectual. Okay. No, I do have ability up on, right?
Yes.
Because I forgot that in another run. Okay, so the first Mistodon we can avoid here just by juking around this kind of like stand. Then this one, there's actually like a little like trigger to activate this one. so I can avoid it.
Yeah, they put the
Like
the
that.
loading zone for the next screen really close to the trigger of that other Mistodon you're meant to fight there. So if you move in a certain way, you can actually hit them simultaneously, and then going to the next screen will take priority.
Yeah, fortunately there's a consistent lineup for it, so you basically line up like the edge of Steiner's sword with the middle of that fence post, and then you just hold left on the D-pad, and it works fine. There are other ways it can be done. If you've got a turbo controller, you can just hold down at, I think it's 15 hertz, and it generally works, but not necessarily the most consistent. It can be done. So Mistodon's undead enemies, we're just going to use Undead Killer and attack with Steiner. So MP attack Undead Killer plus his equipment makes it quite likely he's going to kill him in one shot. The first battle is a little bit sketchy sometimes. He doesn't always have enough damage, but after the level up he's usually pretty okay. It's kind of optional if you heal here, but you can get into a bad situation because Beatrix doesn't have Insomniac, so if the Mistodons use Mist, they will she'll potentially fall asleep. You'll not be able to life, and then fire does a lot of damage to her because we've taken off all her equipment. Things can get kind of ropey fairly quick, and it takes very little time to heal there. The order of the Mistodons is always the same as well. I think it's 1-1, 1-2, 1-1, 2.
Gameplay-wise, these fights are pretty much just meant as a catch-up for Steiner's levels since he's been out of the party since like halfway through Disc 2.
Yeah, if you put it on this like a one page and you actually look at all the fights in the run, or the game I suppose, Sedan fights a lot. He fights about 80% of the encounters. So Steiner fights 40% about. Amran fights about 6 fights in the whole game, and Ike only does a couple as well. So it is pretty crazy, but this really is just catch-up time. Batman and Beatrix. Sand Golden Card's pretty good.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna make a lot of people mad and say Beatrix should not have been a permanent party member. Because she's basically just Steiner with white magic.
I mean, I imagine if there was a remake of Final Fantasy IX that you would have 2 storylines, and one would be the normal party, and the other one would have Beatrix, Fratley, and they would fight crime as a 2. I don't know, you could have like a counterpart for it. Like you could play as blank in the other parts and things like that. So this is one of these fights where Steiner's emotionally charged and is ready to kill. Now, Steiner's trance is amazing. He does triple damage. And we never see it again in the run.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because these automatic trances, you know, they will take away whatever your trans bar was previously. So, you know, any filling up of his trans bar that occurred previously is drained.
Yeah.
So you're pretty much never going to see it for the rest of the run, even though it would be quite useful. And we probably would get it at some point if it didn't like happen here automatically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it's very much useless in that fight. Like Steiner can kill them anyway.
Oh, exactly. But yeah, so that's one of the features of in a mandatory trans fight. Your ATB always starts at 0, and of course the trans gauge goes to empty at the end of it as well, no matter what you had left. I think realistically we'll see 1 more trance, maybe 2 from Zidane, and possibly 1 from Freya. The Freya is the one you've got to watch out for. So we're starting to see interesting things about the Alexandria Castle. It's got some sort of magical properties. I don't know. There are other castles in other Final Fantasies. some of them move.
So there's actually been this whole thing that Braun's been doing. Like a lot of the reason why she was attacking all the other countries was to get these gems, like the one she got from Clara. And apparently, if you bring all 4 of them together, a thing happens. And a thing is about to happen.
Oh.
That's what Alexander.
Oh, so whenever Ico and Garnet come together, that's what it is. Okay. I mean, that does happen with another summoner Eidolon in the game.
Does it?
Well, I mean, if you beat Ozma, you get a Pumice, but you can also send 2 Pumice pieces together to get a Pumice. And then that gives you Arc. Arc is a toilet break in itself. I think I did a randomizer run of this at one point, and I got Arc with Zidane, and I was like, oh, I want to see what this looks like. And I was like, this is quite long. This is very long. It's like 2 minutes or something. It's crazy.
And yeah, there goes Ico.
Yeah. She can fly.
No, that's Yuna.
I mean, this is clearly where the inspiration was drawn from. And they just redrew Garnet as Falafel. It's a really nice shot. Framed beautifully. And now for the second longest break in the run. I don't need it though.
No.
So it's 1 minute 53. The other one's 2 minutes 5. I need to plan this out actually. Okay, so the next...
You said you had one like in the boat cutscene, right?
Yeah, that's the 101. That's the one I'll probably need. So I'm gonna have to hold out until that, which is after Hildegard Docks 3. So this is where, I mean, are they both saying this or is it just Ico? Because Garnet surely doesn't know this, or did she learn it as a kid from Todd? And it's just come back to your mind? Oh. It's, because it does take so long for them to clear, I do sometimes wonder.
Or maybe she's in trance. It's pretty cool. Because like generally, I mean, does Alexander do damage as a summon in all FF games, or does he do healing in some?
As far as I know, he always does holy damage.
Holy damage. This is really
in
cool.
FF13, he just punches things.
Yeah,
I don't
was
like
thinking of
Alexander
13.
in 13. That's the because whenever I was thinking Alexander, because he's just this like, he's like a chimney.
You cannot deny the awesomeness of Retributive Blast, where he just like drops a giant, I don't even know what it is. Looks like a plane engine or something.
I mean, it is probably worth saying that by the end of my first FF13 playthrough, I didn't know who the characters were.
Yeah, that's fair.
I knew who
I mean,
Lightning
you didn't
was.
like Alexander because you were fighting him for an hour.
It was really, but I got. Who did I get first time? I think well, Sisters is easy.
Yeah.
Shiva. Did I get? I think there was some. Was it Odin or something? I think I got first try. I definitely got Part 2 first try, and you didn't believe it.
Yeah.
And then I spent 4 hours in the final 3 bosses.
Good times.
I spent as much time on Orphan 1 as I spent on Protoflorian. It was the worst day, man. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. But this is baller extreme. I mean, these wings can take a real beating. It's like... So this is the eye that Garnet keeps having like visions of. And we find out here that the eye actually belongs to an airship. And it's the Invincible, and it's flown by Garland, which I'm sure you said earlier. And it just does eye beam of massive damage.
It also like with Bahamut, it was able to like mind control him and like take him over.
Yeah.
Because Braun summoned him, and then
it turned hardcore.
Yeah. I guess their logic is, well, Alexander's too strong to be controlled, so we're just gonna blast it with a massive laser. Or something. Oh, no. What happened? Oh, right, I remember now. Kuja was using the Invincible, and he was gonna take control of Alexander.
Okay.
Because he wanted to have power to fight Garland, because he's rebelling against Garland. And then Garland's like, nope.
Okay.
And then he takes control back over the Invincible, and he just destroys Alexander. That's what happens. It's been a little while.
It's nice that Garland can still put Kuja in his corner.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we're gonna chase after Dagger, because, well, we did it once before with a crumbling Alexander, or Alexandria, so you might as well do it again.
I believe this is the other opportunity, right, for Tantarian, if you wanted to.
Yeah, so Disc 3 Alexandria is where you'd be able to do Tantarian.
Yeah. Back when Tantarian route was first being like theorized, all the way back in like 2015, the first people, which were some Japanese runners, because every major FF revolution comes from Japan, always. They were actually theorizing that you would fight Tantarian on Disc 3, which we at the time thought was perfectly reasonable, because we have like all this more better equipment so that we could use to, you know, learn things off of from the AP. So it was kind of thought that it would be more useful to do it on Disc 3.
Yeah.
But no, apparently not. Apparently it's better on Disc 2, because you can just like start taking advantage of auto haste and stuff easier.
Yeah, because the thing is, I mean, at the end of the day, some of the most essential abilities like Man-Eater, Bird Killer, Devil Killer, and all those are on fairly early on gear.
Yeah.
So because you can get that out of the way at Tantarian, it means you can afford to put it on later on, and because you've got ability up, even though it is a healthy chunk, it doesn't work out as well. And I mean, realistically, you could just farm a friendly creature and get 30 AP. Worth saying, we actually have considered rooting friendlies into this. We haven't found a reason to yet, but we could.
But that original strat for Tantarian was quite interesting, because we don't have Steiner in the party right now. He's off fighting Mistodons with Beatrix. Yeah. So that original strat actually used spare change. Because I don't know if you were around for this, but like you can't really. We didn't really talk about this because Taco was busy trying to not die during the fight. But if you do normal attacks on Tantarian, it does like barely any damage. Yep. So trying to get to like page 150 plus is actually pretty difficult. And Minus Strike is just a good way to do it, because it's a reliable fixed damage method, assuming you don't mess it up. But the other way that we had to do it without Steiner was Amaranth's spare change ability, which is like Gill Toss in other games. And Gill Toss or spare change in this game is calculated kind of weird. It's like dependent on the amount of Gill you have, as well as I think Amaranth's stats. Okay. So you would have to actually, like in the last shop before then, you would have to carefully control the amount of Gill you had, so that spare change would do the right amount of damage.
That's pretty cool. If you had Gwynna, you could do Pumpkinhead.
You can do what?
Pumpkinhead. It's the same as Minus Strike.
Right. But we don't have Gwynna.
No. That worked. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Tantarian's one of those things which is really nasty for a solo character run, because getting auto haste in a solo character is pretty handy to have. So Garnet cannot do it. Freya does do Disc 2 Tantarian, I think. Although I'm actually probably talking out of my backside.
What? Freya is there for Disc 2
No,
Tantarian?
I mean solo character runs.
Oh.
Some of them we haven't been able to actually get them at all from Tantarian, which is a bit of a bummer. So back in Lindblom. Still not as long as the first trip. Long enough. So this is another one where we just kind of do fetch quests. This time we have to get potions for Sid. He's suddenly decided that now is the time that he's actually fed up with being an Oglop and it's time to become a man again. Presumably, does he want to find his wife, Hilda?
I think the logic is he can't focus on creating a new airship that would be able to like fly without mist while he's an Oglop.
Fair.
Because Oglops have a smaller brain capacity or something?
I don't know.
Because they don't have opposable thumbs.
Maybe it's just an excuse for him because he just really wants to be human again.
I mean, I don't know. How long has he been Oglop? Several years.
I don't know how long, honestly. But yeah, that's something that happened back on disc 2 with like the whole mist thing. This whole place is called the Mist Continent.
Yeah.
Because it used to be full of mist that was pumped out from the EFA tree. And when we went,
The Mega reactor.
sure, if you will. And we went and fought that undead boss that we just killed in one hit, and that stopped the mist being dispensed. Which is great because the mist was causing all the monsters on this continent.
Yeah.
But also it was being used as a power source for airships. So nothing flies anymore.
Yeah. Cool. So 6,000 is how much the rebirth ring cost, right?
I think it's 7.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh yeah, we always thought it was 6, but it's 7. You're
and
right.
if you need the diamond again after that point, you also need to like do the Stiltskin deal.
I'm pretty sure. So we pick up the anklet if we have to go to Daguerreo. That's written down. It's after Taharka. Yeah. Oh, she puts on. Yeah. So the garnet goes on if we have to go to Daguerreo. And then I've got Daguerreo Synthesis Shop Rebirth Ring. I actually have it all here.
Excellent.
We planned for a lot. Still don't want to do it. I'll never get those 2 minutes or whatever back. It's fine.
Should have had better RNG with the cards.
You're right.
Should have not lost to that Oglop.
Such a strong Oglop. It was really unfortunate. And the enemies actually played really well in terms of cards. Like, I gave them ample opportunity to try and take my Fang, was it, that I was using?
Because the main strat with card tournament is usually that whole like putting a weak card down and then getting a whole bunch of stuff next to it and then taking it all in one go.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how many of the duels I actually got the last turn in, because I'm pretty sure the last 3 from each one that I actually, like the 2 that I won and the last that I lost, I was going first every time.
Yeah, and going first in Tetramaster is again just a 50-50, and it's way worse going first.
It's horrific.
So now Kuja's upset because he didn't get his Alexander summon, which is basically what he's been after the whole game. And I was like, well, crap. Now what am I going to do? And he'll come up with a backup plan, which we will see once we get over here, once we get done in Lindblom.
Yep. So the real question is, have Zorn and Thorn always been working for Kuja? Or have they suddenly just tagged along now that they don't have Bran?
I think it's up to interpretation.
Oh.
Because I'm pretty sure they never really clarify that one way or the other.
Yeah, I think so too.
But considering the whole like Kuja knows about their whole true form thing,
Yeah.
I think
They've
that
met.
he's probably been involved with them from the start.
Yeah, puppeteer. gosh, yeah. Hedgehog pie minigame.
Are you going for the first try?
Yeah.
Of course. Well, you made a bet, didn't you?
Yeah, it's not even to do with it. It's worth saying anyway. I mean, I reset for nobles. I might as well reset for this too. I'm in for a penny, in for a pound.
Oh yeah, Garnet can't speak anymore.
Oh yeah. So that's a thing. So not only does it have relevance in terms of the story, in that she just says ... She is useless in battle as well. So it's a 50% chance that she can't concentrate. And so just do no action. Generally not really effective or impactful in any way. And it definitely didn't really affect anything when we had the Carbuncle Water strat for Valley of Hera, because she didn't need to do anything at all.
Could you imagine if Zidane had like this whole 50% chance not to do anything? And every encounter you got in, you'd have the 50% chance to flee every turn?
That would actually would. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
50%. Could you imagine that? Oh gosh, no. That would be horrendous. I mean, Dagger's the only one that we can really get away with it, because she actually is fairly ineffective in the run. Imagine if Steiner couldn't concentrate on Necro.
I mean, considering we were like right near the epicenter of the huge explosion that devastated an entire city, I think we got off pretty light with just one character losing her voice.
Yeah. I mean, Alexandria's been fixed though, hasn't it? There's just the one part that's still got the repairs on it.
I don't know. I think they're busy fixing it like the rest of the game, pretty much.
Yeah. Alright, potion time. It's probably a good reason why we have to get the potions.
So Dr. Tot is looking at this whole Oglop transformation situation and is like, I think I can do something about this. And he asks you to go do a fetch quest.
Yep.
To bring him 3 potions. So that's what we're gonna do.
Okay, let me just make sure. Guard, Sid, bedroom, business district. Business district now, yeah?
Yeah.
I've gone to the bedroom. Good. Very important. So it's beautiful potion, strange potion. I don't know what the third one is.
Unusual potion.
Oh yeah. So it's quite handy that we go to the business district, because we actually end up buying a coral sword for Steiner there.
Mildly important.
Useful, one might say. If we didn't get the coral sword here, we actually would have a mandatory trip to Daguerreo.
Yeah, there may have been someone who ended up doing that in a recent run.
Yeah. Anyway. So that's all we need to buy here. I should have 27,000 is usually what we say at the end of this. Well, it's not really. It's the only thing you buy in the shop. So I'm okay on money.
Okay.
And then this is where we get the potion. And then up until, I would say fairly recently, the next thing we would do is go into the synthesis shop again. And we would get weapon for Zadam, the Angel Bless. And then probably most importantly after that, we would get the Reflect Ring. And the Reflect Ring is really nice, as it implies it just reflects all spells back on your enemy. So for anything that just casts spells, it's really good for. in any situation with that. And all you need is like high V8 to then give yourself a better chance against physical attacks. So it's useful in about, I think, 4 fights.
Yeah, mainly Earth Guardian, Transcuja.
Yeah, we have since deemed it.
It's mostly just really expensive. Like,
Yeah.
because you have to synth multiple different things and then synth those into the reflect ring.
Yeah, so it costs I think about 20,000 or so, if not more. And now, so instead of investing 20,000 in the reflect ring, now I invest 20,000 in silver forks. Just going into the cutlery business. But yeah, I mean, the main one that it would really affect would be Earth Guardian. It's nice to have against Abaddon, but we've got the Coral Ring on Quinna for that now, so it's exactly the same principle. Transcuja can be useful for, but at that stage, you're so far into the run, it's really... If it goes bad anyway, kind of thing. So, pretty big time save in that you don't actually have to go into the shop at all and synth anything. It's about 7 or 8 items, I think, in total that you do there. Although, in one of the original editions of this route, we actually got a second gold choker, which gives you wind resistance. So Zidane actually had a gold choker on Red Dragons, which meant that it was so much nicer for him. But we can't do that anymore. So we actually skipped like both of the synthing times in Nimbum after the first now. So yeah. So I'll pick up the gill here, and then I'll basically just keep 6,000-7,000 at the end of it, and then see where we're at. I mean, what I could do is, because it's right before Pandemonium, I could like just sell the angel earrings, and then if I'm short at all, right? But then I'd have to go to the weapon shop. This is why you just win cards. It's definitely better than this. Should be fine. Or I could buy 40 high potions and then see how much I've got left and then take it from there. So this is our backup go. 4,800 and something. Shout out to the Cloudy Final for telling us about this one.
The potion.
Yeah, I always forget that when I do this. Okay.
I was ready for it.
Okay, so it's better to pick up the Lapis Lazuli there because this artist actually walks backwards a little bit. So it's just a bit more optimal in terms of movement. Yeah, because I'm just used to going into 2 rooms and I thought, oh, I've done 2 now. I'll just go back. And then it's really weird because even though the guards outside presumably don't really know what's happening, if you try to go in and speak to Sid, they won't let you through. Right. So Artist Lapis, Potion, Sid, and then we leave. And then we get to reap the benefits of that half stutter step chocobo screen. I always toy with myself with what the best way to actually do that elevator thing is, because it's really hard to activate it. You typically like run around it, and you can walk at it. I still have decided what I like best.
Yeah, I think I usually just did a quick like down, left, up.
Yeah. If you run like all the way down to the bottom and then up left, it gives you a good angle on it, but it's not ideal.
So now we're curing Sid.
Human! Oh, wait, what? Green human. He has become a Namekian. Moustache. Alright, Froglop.
Yes.
So, now that he's a frog, we're going to further try to turn him into a human?
Well, Tot is like, oh, maybe I just messed something up with the ingredients, and Sid is like, no more of this. We're just gonna go find Hilda, his wife, and have her turn it back.
So, do we actually know at this point that Hilda's got the magical ability to turn him into a human?
Well, she's the one who turned him into an Oglop to begin with, so...
I was trying to avoid that line, but okay. But there we go. Now we all know.
And I forget exactly what they're doing now.
We're gonna go to Black Mage Village.
I think there's something about... Yeah, I think they're going to Black Mage Village because some Black Mages were spotted with Kuja.
Okay.
And like, specifically the Black Mages that can talk.
Oh,
which were the ones that were living in Black Mage Village that were like actually good people. And Vivi's really upset by this. So they're like, let's go figure out what's up.
Okay. Viva Quinaiko. Alright, so we just go for the fastest party select here. It doesn't matter who we've got. And like a couple of different routes, and definitely a Nightless. And an early version of this, we actually had to take Steiner here to get the Lapis Lazuli off him to put on someone else. And then we go to Black Mage Village. So we're actually on our way to find Kuja, but we just take a little stop here. Do you know what happens if we don't go to Black Mage Village and go straight to Desert Palace?
You can't get in.
Yeah, I think that's what happens. I don't know. I've never tried.
I think going into all of the sand whirlpools that aren't the one that Kuja's hideout happens to be in just gives you like an endline fight.
Okay.
So I imagine it might just do that.
There it is. Oh, see, look how close it is. It's right there. So you have to park it quite far down the edge to be able to actually get on it from this side of the edge. If you park too far up, you actually have to go all the way on, up and round. So I like it more anyway.
Yeah, I haven't seen that strat before. That's neat.
Okay. So, Vivi chases after one of the Black Mages that he sees. Or does he just run to try and find anyone on the left, and then we're going to follow him? I think this is where we find out about one of them dying, and that they've got a finite lifespan.
Yeah, or
I do think it was the scene
stopping.
back in the first time we were here, but I could be wrong.
It might have been one of the ATs.
Could be. But the Black Mage really wants to show us something in this hut here that we've never been to before. Birth the Chocobo. Bobby Corwin. I don't really get how this happens.
They just found a chocobo egg, I guess.
Oh yeah, they come in eggs?
Why wouldn't they?
I've
They're
never
birds.
I've never birthed a chocobo. I don't know that. I'm just trying to think. It's most similar probably to an ostrich, right?
But then again, Black Mages come from eggs too, so...
Everything comes from eggs. Dunno. It does make sense though.
Here Vivi is asking if he's gonna stop eventually too.
Yeah. And we all know that he doesn't. Tamming stops at the final hit of Necron.
So the black, I forget what the plot reason is for the Black Mages like hooking up with Kuja now.
I've no idea, because I mean, the ones that we see him with don't actually speak. They just say nothing. Do they say anything?
No, there's some of them that you see talking.
If I recall correctly, they were afraid of stopping, and Kucha promised them that
Yeah,
That's a Kuja kind of thing to do.
I thought it was something like that.
It's a nasty piece of work. Alright, so this is the most important thing when we get to Desert Palace. It's that I choose the right party. It terrifies me every time. Because it's the only point really in the run where it actually really matters we choose the right people, because we can't change it when we get there.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting bit of the run where we effectively have 2 dungeons in a row and we have to use 2 completely different parties for them. And this has been... I'm pretty sure that at this point, aside from Zidane, who is forced to go to Oilvert, we've had routes where every single character has gone to either location, pretty much.
Yep. In fact, we actually had 3 different options before we settled on one for this. I think we settled on Friday or Saturday, on what we were actually going to do here. It's very fresh, very exciting. Originally, we wanted to take Ico and Vivi and do auto haste on Vivi, and then we can consistent one on Valiapira. So downside is random encounters are bad, but the actual fight itself is fast. And then you do have to take in the carbuncle animation. Then sound. Steiner is fast enough to ATB weight with auto haste on arc, so you can get a 2-round arc fight with that. And then unfortunately you need everyone else, so you really if you're going to take Steiner to there, you really kind of need to do Vivi on Valiapira at the other dungeon. If you take Amaranth, you can actually free up Steiner, which is what we're going to be doing today. And what... Is that what Knight and MPU do? Is that what MPU does?
What?
Who goes to Valiapira? Steiner?
Yeah, Steiner, Quina,
Vivi and Dagger?
no, not Vivi, Ico and Dagger.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
And Vivi goes to Uber.
Why do you take Ico to Valiapira?
I think it might have to do with the carbuncle animation being helping with the fleeing.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah,
I'm not sure if that's the real reason. That's
a
reason.
Be. So the other thing that comes into the factor is basically the idea is, assuming no encounters in both of the dungeons, you want to get the fastest boss fights. And there are various combinations that are all actually very comparable between them. But there's another like hidden kind of facet that also comes in there as well. And it depends on which characters you bring to Desert Palace. So just give me a sec. Okay. So if Ico goes to Desert Palace, she gets the priority and she'll be the character that you move around with. If you don't have Ico and you've got Steiner, he'll take priority and he'll run around. And if you don't take Steiner and you've got Vivi, he takes priority and he runs around. The text box series before the fight is fastest with Vivi, 10 seconds slower with Steiner, and 15 seconds slower with Ico. So
Really? Wait.
yeah. Vivi literally runs up to the stone and there's like one text box and then the fight starts. So this is information that I only learned about last week, I think, when Luzbel was timing some things, and with that, you have to add that in as a factor as well, because that is mandatory time consideration. So even though Amaranth can do the fastest Valiapira fight, he can also do it's between him and Steiner for the fastest arc fight. So when you put it all together, this is basically, ironically, the best and worst scenario. So we get a really good arc fight, and then Valiapira depends on whether or not Dagger can concentrate. So if she does, we get like a 33-second Valiapira fight, and if she doesn't at all, it's like 57 seconds. So we spent a lot of time.
So again, FF9 routing is complicated.
Yeah, I never wanted to do it, and I never thought I would do it. Before the most recent, I think, no slots route had come about, Ajna174 and I worked on optimizing Cart 7's route at the time.
For FF7.
Yeah, for FF7. And that was pretty manageable. It's not that complicated a game. and it was basically just like optimizing equipment and menus, and we got a couple new boss strats. That was relatively trivial. Everything in FF9 has some sort of effect or cause on some other part of it. Yeah, so it's been, I think we've spent at least 2 months or something from the ground up trying to create this and make it work and work well. So this is currently what we've got. Like I said, Sunday was the last revision that was made to the route. So I still need to get teeth stuck into it. And like every single run has got more money and higher levels than we've needed. So the experience route needs to be adjusted periodically. But I think it might be the only route that's got an actual intentional experience route for the whole run. Because typically, for like Red Dragons, it's a fight we'll do later on, and we get a lot of experience for it. And generally, in every single route, you'll suicide some character, and that to give more experience to the others. And I know in MPU route, when you get to Yana from Ducius, you kill some people and things like that. So there is, like, level routing has definitely been a consideration. I don't think we had any of that in old route. Everyone just stayed alive for the whole game, didn't they?
I mean, we used to like kill people off in like Red Dragons and Yana fights, because those are like the big ones.
Yeah. If we put level up on Zidane for Yana, he gets level 33 instead of level 31, which is pretty neat. But he doesn't get a strength boost, and we've deemed it unnecessary, especially now that we've rooted in level 25 before Yana. It's a big deal to me and no one else.
I mean, it used to be 26 or 27. We used to kill more things.
Yeah, I mean that was, you pretty much just. I remember running it because I don't know how long I ran it for. Might not even have been a year. And I just remember in Disc 4, it was you just put everything that you had on, and you just wailed on things. It was really good fun.
So yeah, at this point, you know, we were captured by Kuja, woe is us, and under threat of killing our friends, we are now going to go do a little errand for him.
Yeah, so he wants us to pick up a magic stone.
And he'd go do it himself, but you know, he's a mage, and magic doesn't work in oil there. Or how do you pronounce it?
Yeah, good enough. Don't look at me like that. That's why Leo's not on the couch for this one.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I think most people call it oil vert. I've called it oil vert for the longest time, but it, you know, the two compounds are, you know, authentic French sounds that have relevance in it. So there's technically no reason not to pronounce it that way. So we're actually going in the wrong direction right now. If I stutter step directly to Wever, it's about the same as going up here and getting the Chocobo, but Chocobos move way faster, and it's less likely for us to get an encounter. I think most people go around the forest, but I first saw Ziak go right through the middle of it, and I was like, that's cool, I'm going to do that. It was really funny. The first time I watched like Ziak's 913 run, and he was just like, he didn't put the Mage Masher on ever. He just kept the Ogre on for stuff. And I was just like, oh, he's so cool. And then he went through the forest here, and I was like, he just doesn't care about encounters. He actually gets like a cannon encounter just before. And I was just like, he's so much braver than I am. So I've started doing some of those things. But it's like, generally for Dali, I will just stutter step right through the forest. I've never gotten an encounter in an actual run. And then the same going through the forest there.
Yeah, even just stutter stepping to the tracks there is like the second longest stutter step in the game. If we were to actually stutter step all the way to Oilvert, yeah.
But you're watching it right now.
Yeah,
so.
This would take a while.
Okay, right. Hello? This matters quite a lot. So this is, we used to have like a big menu near the end of the run at the end of Disc 3, and we've kind of split it in half with most modern routes now.
There always was a fairly sizable menu here, even in the old routes.
Okay.
Maybe that got cut down in some of the modern-ish routes, I guess.
I don't know. I'm going to see it before. I shouldn't sell anything I don't need, but I did once sell. I didn't sell the ribbon here, but I sold the ribbon at Pandemonium. And I haven't saved in quite a while, so might as well make use of it. Okay. Oh wow, I have like way more things than I need. Okay, interesting.
Those gems don't really sell for crap, but it's just kind of nice to get them out of your inventory.
Yeah, it's clutter. 4 silver forks?
Yeah, so that's where a lot of that money that we're not spending on the reflect ring in Modern Routes is going.
I'm just gonna save 52 potions is plenty. I'm just gonna leave it.
It's definitely plenty until Pandemonium.
Yep.
Anyway, like you could always buy more there.
Yeah. Fun fact, something we did actually learn from the task. So right now, I need to go through these doors when they open, and that is the same symbol as the Aether tree. Yes. Most people I think just hold up, but it's actually faster to hold upright because it activates the trigger.
Yeah, I remember that being.
Yeah, I basically got Lizbel sent me like a little recap of things we know, things we didn't know, things that don't change, and this is one of them. So you now can do that too. There's an elixir in the chest to the left of this orb. I don't think anyone really gets it, but if you were worried, you could. One thing we have. Okay. One thing we've considered, that top right chest has got. It's not a. Is it a pinwheel? It's something for Amrand. It's something he can throw. Rising Sun, which is pretty good. We had considered picking it up for killing an ogre fight later on. Normally you get the diamond sword here. We don't do that anymore because we've got enough money to not need it, and we don't throw it at Arc. So it is faster. And this is a screen where it's not. I mean, it's not super likely to get an encounter on it, but it does just cut out a couple of steps. This is the screen you normally get the encounter on. So there are 4 like glowing protrusions from the floor, and each of them pertains to inertia. And we have to talk to them in a specific order. So top left, top right, bottom left. So this is the fastest like route round the way there. You can actually go through it different ways. And I'm going to try and soft this so I don't lose money. I'll see what my ATB is like. Cool. So an epitaph not only dies to softs, but it can also petrify your party members, so you need to have softs to make sure that you don't. So one of the considerations that I get worried about if I use a lot of softs in Aether Tree is that I might only have 2 left, and it's, okay, do I try to use the soft on it before it gets petrify on me? And it just, it's not good. But it's fine. I've got 4 now, so that should be okay. So normally, if I didn't get an encounter, after speaking to the first airship, I would leave the room on the left and split the screen to reset my threat level. But because I got it right beside the first one, I'm going to go for that, and it should be okay. So we do get Feather Boots, which gives us auto float, a Power Vest, which is a strengthy armor piece, and then we get the little shield armor here, and that gives 50% resistance to ice, fire, and thunder. So it's pretty good for Freya and Steiner. There's some equipment pieces in the run that we get that are shared between different characters. Everyone can wear just about every add-on. I think there are a couple of add-ons that are only female specific.
Yeah, like the...
Angel earrings or something?
No.
Fairy earrings?
Well, maybe.
There's something that's definitely female, but the majority of them are shared. Then your characters kind of split into like 2 teams. So basically, like Steiner and Freya have got like the plate mail kind of armor sets, and then everyone else has got like the more like I guess leather kind of clothing type armor sets, and then you've got some certain like magey things as well. So when you need to like split things and share things around, it's good to know where it's going and make sure that you've got the right people learning the right IP and the right abilities. And you generally won't find out if you've got the abilities you need until after Pandemonium, because you've got the equipment on for a lot of the run. Right, 2 Garudas. Is that preemptive? So one of the strats we had for Arc was, I think the initial strat we had for getting a 2-round was auto haste on Zidane, not Steiner, who does less damage. Because at that point we didn't know Steiner could ATB weight him. And we bought the Mithril Claws for Amaranth. We got the Trident for Freya. We just basically maxed everyone out. And then we would do the first round as normal with ATB weight, and then the second one we would hold ATB, and then we would use Luna and hope that we did enough damage. And then when we had like the optimal Steiner strat, if he was the only character of the 4 that couldn't actually attack, he could miss, because Amaranth was only throwing, and everyone else had accuracy plus on. So it actually turned out that if he missed one attack of the 4, then we could actually use Luna, and that would cover up the damage difference from the missed attack. So it was a really nice strat when we used it. And then Luzbel timed it and said it was slow. But yeah, no, it's been really good to see actually. Now this is somewhere like the next screen. I never used to split the screen here, and I never saw anyone do it, and then I saw MPU do it once, and I thought, oh, that's not a bad idea at all. So yeah, it's fairly rare to get an encounter in that, but I mean, like I said earlier, splitting screens is generally preferable. There's no real way I can die the Arc.
Okay.
Good.
I shouldn't need to save at all.
I mean, you did already save before over. So.
Yeah, we only lose 20 minutes if I die.
Nah, over doesn't take 20 minutes.
Okay, this is fine. It will be fine. And if things go wrong, then I will just recover. So the idea is... I love this game. The idea is that... so from now on, we should be showing off some new interesting things. So to be fair, it's only been 2 encounters, and 2 epitaphs is pretty decent. I am not stealing the Holy Lance. This is not a thing. I may not be responding to every message in chat, but I sure as hell see some of...
I mean, the Holy Lance is incredible, and, you know, it's segmented / TAS runs. You absolutely get it here.
There's no reason not to do it.
But it's a 1 in 16 steal.
Yeah.
From what is honestly a pretty dangerous fight.
It's not going to. Yeah, it can.
And it's dangerous if you let it drag on.
It can be really, yeah. It can get worse as it goes. Okay. And then it should just be 1 on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like in FF9 runs, the general rule of thumb if we're fighting with a full party and the enemy doesn't have multi-target attacks, it's an easy fight.
Oh yeah, that's your rule. Okay, so here we go.
An Arc has 2 out of his 4 attacks are fairly strong multi-target attacks.
Yeah. So the beautiful thing is, one of his attacks does nothing because we've got clear-headed. It would put you in the confuse. One of them puts 1 party member down to 1 health. And Zidane's learned auto haste, which is ridiculous. That's the sign of you've had too many encounters.
So one thing to point out is that Arc is definitely a bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this fight's become dumb. And this specific, that's the perfect one as well. That does no damage. Right. So if I get really lucky with damage rolls, I might be able to 1-round Arc. It's not...
Wait. He's only... Yeah, I thought I saw that wrong the first time, but he's only doing like 600 damage. Something's definitely wrong with Zane's equipment.
Let me have a look. Yeah.
Does he have the right weapon on?
That's more than likely what it would be. I definitely optimize him. So the only thing that could be wrong... What weapon's he got on? It should be the Rune Tooth.
Can't really tell from here because he's in the back. We'll just check it out after the fight, I guess.
Yeah.
But these silver forks are, you know, pulling most of the damage anyway. They're expensive to buy, but they really help out in this fight.
They're doing a ton. I mean, he should have the rune tooth on. The only thing would be, oh, maybe it's to do with... No, I put on that bird killer.
The weapon is correct. He didn't have MP attack or bird killer. Yeah, that would do it.
Yep, so there it is. Okay, that's fine. All good. That's really weird. Okay. Javelin. Okay, that's fine. Diamond, no. Pumice piece? Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Desert Palace. It actually worked out exactly the same somehow. Remarkable. How very odd. Because his was the last one. Oh, I know what I did. Instead of putting on Bird Killer, I took off MP attack.
Oh. Yeah, that's bad.
And then the rest of it was the same. That's what I did.
But he didn't seem to have enough to put on both anyway.
He shouldn't have auto haste.
Oh. Okay.
So if he learns auto haste, you would take off alert. And the reason we didn't put it in the notes is because it's never ever happened. But I've killed so many things in this run. So I mean, MP attack comes off for running shoes anyway. Not good for the ogre, but this is the correct setup for after this. Is it possible for me to get a little more game audio just for this one bit to try and do this mini game?
Right. So this little mini game here is basically like a. You have to, when he turns around, you have to stop mashing, and you have to mash when he's not looking. So.
Oh, I'm a corner. Yeah, the last like 2 or 3 steps he doesn't ever turn around.
That's so this is really hard, and the game kind of takes like pity on you if you fail it 5 times. So what pretty much everyone not named Metako does is intentionally fail it 5 times, and then it's easy. But it's a little bit faster. Like it's not even that much faster to do it first try because you're gonna have to stop a lot more because he's turning around so damn much.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, the fastest I've ever had on the clock is a 4:53. But if he turns around or he just stays staring at you for ages, it can be pretty nasty as well.
Yeah.
So
I've tried doing it this way. I do not have the reaction time to pull it off. I literally cannot do it.
Yeah, I basically saw Luzbel do it once, and I thought that's interesting. I'm going to start doing that. And then I made a bet with him. And it was one marathon, and I said that he had to go for it. So he did it, and then he said, "If I do it now, you have to do it." So I just do it anyway now. That was just like I played it, a little safe there, but you can go pretty ham on it. So the reason for putting Devil Killer on Steiner there is that every enemy in Valley Pier is a devil. Then Alert means that we can't get back attacks, MP attack, and then Coral Sword and Thunder Gloves work really well in conjunction with each other. So the gimmick behind Valley Pier is that there are certain bloodstones, and if you collect them, you can affect the resistances that Valiapira has. If you just ran through and didn't get a single one, I don't actually know if you can do any damage to Valiapira.
I think you can. It's just
Really bad. So the first one we get a promised ring which sells for 4,000, which is really nice, but that allows us to do elemental damage.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Otherwise, he would be immune to all elements.
Exactly. And the problem we've got here is even though we're using Steiner and we're using physical attacks, because he's getting the elemental boost from the Coral Sword to do thunder damage, we do actually need to activate that first one. And I need to remember to activate the anklet now as well.
Yeah.
Do I need anything? So it's that and the diamond, yeah?
Yeah.
Ooh. So I'm not going to have a diamond for Earth Guardian?
Correct. Do you normally?
If I've learned auto haste, which I have, we normally put the diamond on Zidane here, and that means that he learns it against Earth Guardian.
Okay.
But I have a backup, not for this, for something else that will work. So we'll keep the Jade Armlet on for Yana, and he should learn body temp from that.
Okay.
It'll work.
So yeah, that Bloodstone he got back there isn't for doing anything with the Valiapira fight. That's purely because he needs that item for the Rebirth Ring backup.
Yeah. The anklet and diamond are the two items that synthesize into a Rebirth Ring.
Isn't there another diamond somewhere?
There is, but it's after Earth Guardian.
Ah.
Yeah. So that Bloodstone that I activated allows me to do physical damage to Valiapira, and that's the last one that I need. In the VV Ico strat for Valiapira, you get the first one to do elemental damage, and then the last one.
So this is one of the most infamous dungeons in the run because it's you don't have Zidane, so you can't flee. And running regularly from these fights is pretty hard. So there have been various different routes and like methods of dealing with the enemies here. Like in the old time routes, the very old time, we used to specifically go out of our way and kill, or rather eat a whale zombie with Quina to learn level 5 death. Which is, it takes a long time to do, but it makes every encounter at least like relatively quick. I mean, it's still a long animation for that spell, but you can at least just kill everything in one turn because everything in this dungeon is a multiple of level 5.
Yeah. It's a great strat.
Then sort of the route after that, which was the route for a few years, was basically just screw it YOLO and just hope you didn't get encounters and just like try to run for them for 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And now more modern routes take, you know, characters who can actually do useful things to kill the enemies.
Can someone tell Trans Quina that splitting that screen gets you 2 less encounter checks and saying it's not worth it is absolutely irrelevant? But yeah, it's pretty nasty. Oh, I ain't taking shit here. But yeah, I mean, I think old route was basically Carbuncle and try and escape, and that's what we were running with. I mean,
you had like Amaranth there, and he could throw things. Yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah, actually, Amaranth's pretty good. Still, if you take Amaranth here with the Mythril Claws, and in conjunction with Knight, with Quina, you can actually get through things pretty well.
Good job. You lit the right candle.
I lit the right candle. That's never been a thing before, right?
It was a thing one day for a relay where 3 people did the same thing wrong.
I think if Toju hadn't have called everyone else out on it and then done it himself, it probably would have been left. But there you go.
I remember being casually stuck in that one for a long time.
It's only like 16 possible configurations.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think I got stuck in that too.
I don't know. It's been a long time since I played the game normally.
So Valiapira is great if you like long cutscenes.
Yeah, the beginning of the fight takes a long time to even start. So basically the first thing Valiapira does is checks off each of the bloodstones.
You know what I don't get? He's not a stone type enemy. He is a bird though.
Yeah. If there's one thing we know, Valipeer is a bird. That's why I put Bird Killer on Steiner for that. So the general plan, best case scenario, start off doing Berserk on Steiner, and then he just did 2 attacks in for Valipeer every round. After the 4th one, well, after the 3rd one you could do Knight, and then it's kind of a damage range as to whether or not you would kill in the 4th attack. I'm just, if it lands first time, oh well, if I get the chance to use it. Then I would do 4 attacks without, and then Knight for the 5th one. Oops.
This is the first time we're seeing Knight.
Potentially, if I use it.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
definitely not using Berserk then.
No. Yes, I'm going to use Knight now, I think.
So for the people who weren't here like 3 hours ago or whatever when we talked about this when we first learned Knight, Knight is a skill that brings everything in the fight to sleep that's not immune to it. And surprisingly, there's very few bosses that are actually immune to sleep, surprisingly. And we can make all our characters immune to sleep by learning Insomniac.
Yep.
So it's actually pretty good. Because it makes them not do anything because they're asleep, and then when you hit them with a physical attack, it wakes them up, but it also does 50% more damage.
Yep. So a Steiner crit here does 9,400, I think, in Berserk with Knight. I got a 32-second fight. I got an as fast as Amaranth fight with a crit with Steiner, which is beautiful one time. So Lapis goes on the Steiner now, which is preparation for Red Dragons. We really had a bit of a hard time deciding where to put the Lapis Lazuli on, or what characters to put it on and where, and what they were going to learn from it. So at one point we needed to have it on Amaranth here, but we now put it on in Ibsen's castle. So I want to fight an ogre here. It's effectively the only thing that I really need to fight. This is the only mandatory encounter in the run for AP, and we could mitigate it against Earth Guardian if we wanted to, but it's pretty likely between Hildegard 2 and Hildegard 3 you are going to fight a single ogre fight. So relatively assured. So Ice Brand. No, Steiner's attack won't kill because he hasn't got MP attack. So we will have to take it a little slower. But that's okay. And then we're set up now.
Oh man, the killing Ico thing, whenever I see it here...
I think about the FF relay.
Yeah. There was a rather infamous moment during one of the FF relays where Karakarn, he was going to kill off Ico there to give the other characters more XP, and just before he did that, the ogre used Trouble Knife on Ico, which is it inflicts the Trouble status, which is a status that's pretty much unique to this game, I think. But what it does is whenever a character with Trouble receives damage, half the damage will be dealt to the entire party. And you do quite a bit of damage with the hit that you kill Ico with.
Oh yeah.
So he murdered his own entire party with one hit.
Yeah. So his team was ahead at that point, and I think he lost 30 minutes.
Something to that effect,
or
yeah.
I don't know how long it was, but it was something else. I think that was probably a marathon first. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, basically the only reason we do it is because there's no reason not to. So, like originally we didn't have Ico in the party there, so it made no sense to him. We had Steiner, I don't even remember who we had in the party, but oh, it was Steiner. We had Steiner in the party, and then all we did was switch Vivi and Amaranth. So everyone got experience, and it worked out really well because Steiner does a lot of damage. So now we're working off this. Right, so the idea is that I will have enough money. I'll definitely have enough to get the Rebirth Ring. That's really... Tagueri was really far on. Should have plenty. Yeah, but now we do it too.
So now that everyone's back together, we go and we confront Kuja. And he's just like, okay, I'm taking the Gulug Stone and kidnapping Aiko. Okay, thanks, bye.
I mean, if we come here and like the correct pretense, we're actually going to give it to him, or are we trying to make a deal?
I mean, I think the plan was to just, you know, do what he says, because our friends were locked up, but they escaped by themselves. So then we were like, well, screw that then. We're gonna kick his ass, but you know, it doesn't quite work out.
Okay. So because we got the ogre fight, I can just switch Amaranth into the party. No, Vivi into the party. If I didn't get the fight, I would need to bring Amaranth in. And because Aiko's now left, we have to bring in... Well, we don't have to, but we choose to bring in Steiner. So we want to have him for the next fights. So again, the problem comes that if you don't get it in Hildegard Docks 2, and you've got your powerhouse party, you don't have anyone to suicide for that fight. But that doesn't matter today. I wonder what my final levels will be. I bet Steiner will be level 30. That happened last night, didn't it?
No, I think it was only 28.
Someone was a multiple of 5.
It was Amaranth.
Okay.
Amaranth was 25.
Oh yeah, 25. Which is, he's meant to get 21. It was amazing. Goodbye, Phil. See, this is the minute break and I don't need to go. No problem. It's alright, there's other ones at the end of Disc 3. They actually ramp up a lot more towards the end of Disc 3. Right, if Steiner's ATB is the fastest, I will actually kill. Or... That works too. I was like humming and hawing for a bit there, because this was quite good. But yeah, it's one Steiner and one Zidane attack to kill an ogre. Steiner's so strong. If it's just Zidane with good ATB, it's better to just flee.
So Kuja's plan at this point is a little bit unclear to me, but from what I understand, he's like, well, the whole Alexander thing didn't work out, so I need a similarly powerful Eidolon in order to be able to challenge Garland.
Right.
So he's kidnapped Aiko, and he's going to try to extract a more powerful Eidolon from her.
Huh.
And for some reason, he needs to do that at Mount Gulug, which is where we're headed. And for some reason, he needed the Gulug stone from Oilver to do it, to get there. From what I understand.
Could it be to do with the horn? That's the only difference I can think between Aiko and Dagger, that Aiko has a horn. I don't know. Do you not know? So yeah, we've got the right party, yeah. Steiner, Freya, Vivi. Yeah. So, last stutter step of the run. nice short one to finish. The guy in the middle is called Mr. Swansea.
Hello.
I'm just gonna pick out one comment every 20 minutes.
I used to run this game 3 years ago.
I still hate that you say things like used to and retired.
Why?
Just part of me hopes it's not true. I'll tell you what though, at least
there is one condition under which I will return to FF9, because I made a promise like years ago to Mutski that if he bopped me in this game, I would do a run on Christmas.
Oh, that is really nice.
Well, it's actually just like a joking reference to when I bopped him on Christmas.
Yeah.
4 years ago, nearly.
Yeah, well, that's great. I'll tell you, but I mean, one thing is, at least you're very straight and honest about it. I had the most horrible betrayal of my life about 5 weeks ago when Chuckalator was in my chat, and he promised me that if I ran Arc, Twilight, whatever it is, and it was either if I just like did a run, or if I beat his time, he would do a run of FF9, and then he later openly said that he would not do another FF9 run.
Disappointed.
I was heartbroken. I genuinely, when we had the conversation, I bought the game there and then. And he's like, nope. I was like, ah. Bop means get a better time then, or overtake someone.
Sorry, speedrun jargon.
To bop. I think is it? I'm pretty sure it's common.
I mostly use it in speedrun context.
Oh yeah.
As in, Kawaii bopped me by 1 second.
Again. Okay.
Should we start calling that getting kawaii?
I think that's a thing someone has said. Opinion Exploder, Promised Ring Trident. Okay. Trident's usually at the bottom. Oh, I just realized I don't even need to do that. So Vaccine's like technically a backup, if you will. So if I get an attack before Melty Gemini gets a turn in, I can still get a 2-round Melty fight, and I can learn auto haste with Zidane. But he already learned it before Arc, so I'm not going to use that at all. This is, safety save for Red Dragons, the next boss fight. It can just go badly.
Yeah,
it's
a very dangerous fight.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. When we had the Gold Choker and Zidane, it wasn't as bad. Vivi's basically your tank. So he absorbs Wind Elemental, and well, that's basically it. They basically just do wind attacks or physical attacks.
It's particularly their Twister attack, which is like has a ridiculous damage formula.
Yeah. So it's another like. Well, it's not even percentile damage, but the range on it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Similar to Meteor. So it can do like 1,000 damage, and it can do...
the thing that's good about it is that you can equip resistance to it, but who has wind resistance in this? Like, Vivi's immune.
He absorbs wind, that's all.
Yeah, through the
no one else has anything. The only thing we've got is Bronze Armor on Steiner.
Okay, so he has
50% or something. He can still get one shot by it.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Even with resistance, Twister is just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, so if they've got really good ATB...
And there's 2 of them.
Yeah. If they've got good ATB and they do double Twister, I don't think there's actually anything you can do. The recovery is disgusting, because you've only got Vivi, and you still need to kill 2 of them. So you can kill 1 of them with Vivi, because Blizzard does a ton of damage.
And this route doesn't have the Angel Bless, right?
Correct. We've got the Zorlin shape, which we just bought. Okay.
You know your party is full of glass cannons when BV is your tank.
Yeah,
I was like, why has he got the Lapis on still? Because I never took it off.
It's weird that the Octagon Rod just has randomly a bunch of absorption for like elements.
Yeah, the most recent thing we just got happens to give us everything we need. Okay, so I need to take off that. Oh, wait. We don't need auto. That's whatever. Actually, just that one. I'm just getting really thrown by the fact that I already have auto haste. So he shouldn't have it. But yeah, that's all fine. So here we go. Optimal scenario. You can one round Red Dragons, 2 Blizzagas, ATB with VV. Attack with Zidane, attack with Steiner, and we kill VV with Freya. Okay, so I'm going to check damage rolls. Let's have a look. So Zidane can do 2400 to 3000. Okay, he is likely to kill this. Okay, that's fine. Good. Now the other one hasn't got a turn yet. Okay, this is relatively likely to kill Steiner. Okay, that's fine. So if I'm really lucky, I'll have enough ATB to bring Steiner back. Oh wait, I won't because maybe just die. Okay, so
This is where things get sketchy.
tell you what, let's play it. Let's actually play it the properly safe way.
Okay. See, the older routes had the Angel Bless here on Zidane, and then you could use Soul Blade, which would confuse one of them. Which would help quite a lot. Okay, 5 HP.
So now,
this is fine.
Okay, so now the way to do it is actually to Elixir Steiner, and this guarantees that I can get a setup to win. I would just attack.
You want to Suicide Freya in this?
No. But I can revive her and attack with Steiner.
Okay.
This is like the safest way to do it. Okay, unless everyone KOs right now. If everyone KOs right now.
Yeah.
Worth every second.
Yeah. Why don't we get the Angel Bless?
Because it's in the synthesis menu.
Okay.
Live.
Oh, that's...
Live.
Oh. I was going to say that's pretty good, but right, he has the bronze armor, so he has barely any defense.
Yeah, this is pretty... I could revive Vivi and then reset up.
At this point, you might be better off just resetting or just, I don't know, killing it. I don't know. You could just kill it now. You'd have no experience on anyone but Zidane.
Yeah, I want the experience on the other people.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're going to go for that, you're either going to waste 5 minutes and then probably still die.
I mean, that's a fine point. That is not untrue by any means. Dive miss.
Yeah, yeah, okay. That's... Now you have Vivi.
Yeah.
Oh, low damage roll. Well, that's lucky.
Okay.
We're gonna be pretty low on elixirs for the end game if this wins.
I'm wondering, like, how do I go about this? Because I can revive Freya, not necessarily a huge amount of point in doing it, and then I want to kill Vivi, so I can do this. Or, tell you what, let's just cut our losses, and we'll have everyone alive.
Okay.
Does that seem like a plan?
Sure.
Okay.
That seems reasonable. Okay. We win! Yay!
Huzzah!
So ideally Vivi would be dead and everyone would get more experience, but yeah, this, considering how that fight was looking, I would take that.
Yeah, it's really, there wasn't really a way to recover from that, but it's okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem, but it's okay. I don't have enough MP for something. It's okay. Can I put it on now? Okay, that's good. This is why I wanted them dead, because I need the levels. That's okay. Oh, okay. Okay. This'll work.
Okay. I mean, again, this route was finished like several days ago, so I have no idea like about any of this.
Oh yeah. So
I'm just trusting that he knows what he's doing.
the biggest problem that we've got is going to be levels and equipment. I mean, worst case scenario is we just don't have alert for Zidane, or we don't have initiative for Freya. Steiner should be okay. His isn't too picky, and Amaranth's will be unchanged by this. I wonder what Amaranth's level is, because I could kill Amaranth at Amdusius and get more for Zidane and Freya. That might help, because Amaranth's not really super important for that. He's definitely the most... Okay. Oh, does he have to survive for Lapis though? He does. Oh, it's fine. We will deal with the consequences as and when it happens. I mean, the biggest problem is we're basically under-leveled on our 3 characters that aren't VV. So I don't even know what the damage rolls are for Melty Gemini and whether or not I can get the quick kill. But I assure you the damage rolls are well within our grasp. So I guess if I was to do this, basically because the other Red Dragon, I didn't wait for it to get an attack in. I could have gauged the situation before killing VV, and then I could have used them as a recovery tool. That might have been a better way to go about it. But hey. So
they were trying to do the extraction thing on Aiko, and sort of it didn't work, and Kuja's like, just keep going until it works. If she dies,
yeah.
And Mog's like, no.
Sweetie, thank you for everything.
Oh. And surprise, Mog was an Eidolon all along.
Ta-da. I tell you what, the real way to recover is to kill Quina against Abaddon, but then it makes Night way less likely to be able to be used. Oh well. Okay.
Another decent break.
Yeah, this one's actually fairly sizable. It's over a minute. I don't have it in my notes because it's a fight technically, but yeah, it's definitely.
If you're running PC, this is like one of your only breaks because you can skip FMVs, so you can't skip this. So it's pretty much like the Clara Dance and this are your breaks.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, they're pretty well spaced for that.
Right.
So it's not too bad.
Okay. I know where I can get experience. I can use elixirs on the Hectice in Terra.
I mean, weren't you over experience anyway because of encounters?
Oh yeah, but we get like 24,000 per Red Dragon. And then that gets, instead of getting divided by 3, it gets divided by 4.
It's not that big a difference.
I'll have a much, once I beat Yana, I'll have a much better idea of where my levels are at. If I might not have accuracy plus for Yana though, which is fine because originally we didn't anyway. But Zidane should be level 25. Steiner should be level 27. Don't remember Freya, or Amaranth should be 21. I can't remember. I think Freya might be 27 as well. So we'll see. So now we, Zorn and Thorn go back to their actual true form. So they're not actually 2 individuals, they're one sole being. Melty Gemini. So yeah, basically, I think one of the bigger things that we've managed to get to this is being able to 2-round Melty Gemini. So the idea behind it, so we bought the Heavy Lance, which no one else does and is very expensive. And that gives us more damage for Freya. We've got accuracy plus on. Steiner's got accuracy plus on the Flame Saber, which does a ton of damage. Zidane has the running shoes to get auto haste. I could have put the power belt on to give him +3 strength instead of the running shoes, but just whatever. Wouldn't normally happen. So he can get 2 attacks in. He's the only one fast enough to get 2 attacks against Melty Gemini. And then Aiko, I mean,
Aiko just kind of dies.
could heal? Oh, that is lame. Okay, so if it's a single bio, I can heal that person with Aiko. Alright, this is good. There's a very low roll as well. But if I have to go and do a 3 round... Okay, so... Normally, to be able to actually get the ATB weight, Zidane has to do the first attack and Freya went first. So... Okay, that was fine. His damage rolls are considerably lower than they should be. Venom Powder's fine, everyone's got antibody on. And there's no viral smoke so far. So ideally, if my attack rolls were high enough, which they're pretty guaranteed not to be, Melty Gemini would die against the next attack from Zidane. But I'm short by probably about 2,000 damage here. So it's one more attack and it'll be from Batman. So I've got absolutely no reason to use a vaccine on Zidane. Because he's already learned auto haste. So there it is. So that's a standard Melty Gemini fight. And it was just Zidane's damage. How much do you want to bet money he doesn't have Devil Killer on? And that was why underdamaged.
I feel like, shouldn't Steiner be doing more damage? Because
No.
I feel like he used to do like 6-7k.
No, 4-3 is typical. 4-8's the max he can do in this.
Okay, well, old route had more multipliers then. I don't know exactly what you don't have that we used to.
I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't mention anything about Devil Killer, so if he doesn't have it on, it would have been from earlier. Actually, I have no idea when the last time we would even consider Devil Killer on Zidane. It went on after Arc, so it should be on right now. So here's Hilda.
Oh yeah, she's just kind of here. I don't think we even knew she was here. It's just like, oh,
yeah.
hey, that's nice.
But she's not a captive, is she?
She was, but like, Kuja was relatively nice to her.
Yeah. What did he want her for? The airship or something?
I don't really know. He did take the airship. So
He did.
I guess.
But, I mean, she seems quite happy and contented. I guess she never really got over the man with the mustache. Back in Lindblom again. Is this the fastest Lindblom trip? It's actually quite long, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you go to Alexandria halfway into this series of cutscenes, so
Yeah.
in terms of actually being in Lindblom, it probably is. The one in the disc 2 is also short. Like, there's 2 pretty
Yeah.
short ones and 2 quite long ones.
Okay. Now the real question is, do we show off the risky Earth Guardian fight?
What does that entail?
Double auto haste, but it means that Karina gets wrecked by lightning. I think it takes her survival chance from 87.5 to 77.5.
Okay.
I mean, the whole reason of actually getting early auto haste in the first place is to be able to use double running shoes for Earth Guardian.
I leave it up to your judgment.
Oh, might as well. I mean, at this point, we're showing everything off anyway.
Okay.
If nothing else, this is a showcase of things.
Things are good.
As long as you save before the fight.
Yeah. It can be a bad fight no matter what. Even if you watch Those Bells NA record, his did not go prettily. He had to revive about 4 times. But we'll worry about that when we get there. And someone needs to remind me to go to Deguario. Because I just won't. So, we're going to the conference room. For some reason. But that's where everyone is. Oh, this is where she says, remember the way I was for who I am or whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's a while till that, but yeah.
Yeah. But no, that's because I thought that the end of this too was that line.
Yeah.
Have we got any exciting tales to regale?
I mean, yeah. If ever there was a dry spell in the run, this is kind of it. This is the last really big cutscene block before you start getting to the end of the game.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, we've got Sid's back to a human, and then we talk a bunch, and then
Hilda sort of knows what Kuja is planning to do, I think, because he was very talkative.
oh yeah, and then we have a little cat and mouse game between Zidane and Beatrix. And Steiner's there on the docks.
Oh yeah, that's a very important cutscene.
Yeah, we get the Excalibur too. If anyone would like to see Ozma beaten, it's somewhere on my Twitch page. I've done Ozma just as an actual incentive, and I've done it as part of the All Bosses. Strat's different between the two. In fact, we considered routing just an Ozma % run, which is just beat Ozma as quickly as possible, and we would do it in Disc 3.
See, I don't understand why anyone would want to beat Ozma.
I don't know.
Well, it's mostly, I mean, I would get it if you didn't have to do Chocobo Hot and Cold to get there.
Yeah, but Chocobo Hot and Cold's the best thing ever. Do you like Blitzball? Because
I like it better than Chocobo Hot and Cold.
I love Blitzball. I love Chocobo Hot and Cold. Oh, you would have hated the race that Gaddy and I did.
Blitzball was a minigame that actual effort was put into, rather than just being, we randomly place an item somewhere on the screen and you press A until you get it, or X.
Yeah.
It's the worst. Like, I'll grant you the rewards are good, but the
game itself.
The game itself is just, just terrible.
You get to go to 2 whole different areas. One's got water in it. It's practically the same as Blitzball. But yeah,
people who legitimately enjoy Hot and Cold just make me weep for humanity.
I know, it's fine. Yeah, I think last ESA, Gaddy and I had a race to Gold Chocobo. That's a legitimate race category.
To be fair, most FF games don't have great side content. It's mostly just kind of.
I actually really like Gold Saucer and FF7. It's got a variety of games. It's not too bad.
Best game is Tetramaster. I don't know about that.
Triple Triad.
I do like Triple Triad.
I love Triple Triad.
I'll be fair. I do like Triple Triad. I don't like some of the rules, some of the rules that get into it, and how hard it is to manipulate the rules. And everything it gets a bit too complicated, but the base game is kind of fun.
It's the 15 puzzle minigame in 1.
Or a fishing minigame in 12.
Yeah. I don't know why I moved my hand as if I was going to move anywhere. We could race it, Paul.
Yes. FF13 has the best side content. Don't at me.
Does it have side content?
Yeah, it has missions, which is literally just more fights.
Okay.
and the fights are good. So
They are.
That's all I wanted.
I've seen you do them. I just thought it was part of
But
the game.
FF13 has the best minigame. The Dreadnought.
the Dreadnought
The
minigame.
Dreadnought.
Yeah. The minigame of FF13. The pop-up for
Mandatory mini. This is the best thing.
about a minute, an hour into the run. no, not huge on minigames generally.
Yeah.
I like them as long as they're not mandatory.
Does FF12 have any minigames
In the speedrun?
at all? I don't know.
It
I
has the
haven't played
fishing
12.
minigame.
Is Chops a mini game? Would you count that? I know it's.
I guess you could count Chops as a minigame.
It's the closest thing I can think of.
Well, there's the shouting puzzle in...
That's a min. Yeah. Oh gosh.
The I'm Captain Bosch one.
Well, that and then the one in where you shout, "Hey Buckethead."
Hey, Buckethead.
Excellent.
If anyone would like to see all these games played in one go.
Who would do that?
Twitch.tv/Metako.
Who is that?
Never heard of him. Some unknown.
Yeah.
Some upstart. I need to decide whether it's going to be 3 or 13 next. Part of me just wants to get 13 out of the way.
Are you that far back now that you're
Next one's 4 to 12, yeah. I've done 5 to 12.
Oh my gosh. You've gone that far back and you still haven't just done 13 already.
But 13's the hardest.
It's fun though.
It's fun because you're good at the game. It was like, for me,
Yes.
12 was the hardest thing I've ever done in speedrunning until, and I'll not say until I got good at it, but until I understood it and what it wanted me to do, and then it became really good fun. But 13's hard.
13 is a lot of execution, which makes it scary for end of the marathon.
Well, 15's going to end the marathon, so.
Well,
And I have it on good authority, it's easy.
well, yeah, 15 is easy.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I mean, but 12's got a lot of execution as well. And I've
It
managed to get
does,
through
but
it.
not as much as 13.
Don't say that. It's a shorter. How could it have more execution? It's like 40 minutes shorter.
Well,
It does. I don't
It
know.
does.
I had the pause buffer through PC too. It was really funny.
So meanwhile in FF9,
what's FF9?
we've
Oh, it's the haircut.
we found
Haircut
Garnet,
minigame.
and she's got her
Oh.
voice back.
Yay.
That's good.
Yeah, we can now use her in the one more fight that she's in.
Yes.
Schwink. Okay, 125. Oh. She's very good with the dagger, seeing as she's a rod specialist. They really got lighting right in this game.
I just imagine like one of the characters with like a super anime haircut doing that. Like, I don't know, like Cloud. Like Seymour.
Seymour. Chunk, chunk. This would be the best one for a haircut.
Maybe I should have taken a knife and...
Right, Ibsen's castle. Steiner Frey leaving. Okay.
So now we're going to Ibsen's castle. Because reasons.
I have no idea why we go here. I presume we are told to.
Yeah, probably by Hilda.
Yeah, Hilda said there's something there that helps us.
Well, yeah, I presume it's the mirrors.
Yeah.
I once forgot there were mirrors and like sculpted plates. Okay. Right, so after Taharka, I need to put the Garnet on Freya, and Zidane needs to keep the Jade armlet. Okay?
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want you to tell me.
Okay, so
Because I need him to not have the diamonds.
I've been mostly like, most of the actual routing stuff you've been saying has mostly been going like in one ear, out the other.
It's fine. The important thing is that he doesn't have the diamond on.
Okay.
Because I need that.
Right, you need the synth. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's fine. I'll remember something.
Good.
So yeah. It's okay. I'll figure it out when we get there. I don't know if the Pumas piece is free.
Oh yeah, and Amaranth can't be used in here because he wants to do things on his own
He's
and
too
runs
cool.
ahead.
Yeah, basically he tries to make it a fun race between him and you. That's a nice easy shop. I think we've only got 2 more shops in the front. Of course. I wonder, is anyone actually counting encounters? Obviously we're not, but someone could be.
So yeah, this castle has a gimmick where your lower level weapons are stronger than your higher level ones.
Yep.
Which do we bother using physical attacks in this?
Freya does to bump up damage. An MPU route, you put the Iron Sword on Steiner, right?
No.
Is that Knight then? One of the routes I think you do. But the problem we've got is that we need the Coral Sword on Steiner here to learn Charge, which is a very important ability later on.
But yeah, even with your weakest weapons, you still don't do that much damage to the boss just because he has pretty high defense. So we're doing the major brunt of our damage with magic and poisoning him.
So because I've got the auto haste learnt on Zidane already, I can actually get in 1 steal attempt for the Orc Halcon. So the next boss has got Zidane's like 3rd most strong weapon. It's definitely the strongest of the daggers. It does roughly twice as much damage as the... Well, the Zorlin Shape's what he's got on now, but it would do roughly twice that. It does twice of what he usually has, whether it's the Angel Bless or the Zorlin Shape or whatever. And it makes Earth Guardian, which is the boss after, considerably better. Because we've got Quinn and we are going to eat Earth Guardian, which is something that the developers were nice enough to actually leave in as an opportunity and not take out. Okay. So Amaranth did make it here before us. And that's enough for him. He doesn't actually want to help us out with the story, so he's actually going to disappear again. Because I think, does he now think he's better than Zidane?
Basically. Like his logic is, see, friends suck.
Yep.
I can do it by myself faster, so I win. Even though he went in first.
Oh, for
he
sure.
He totally got a head start, too.
Oh, I don't have a rebirth ring. Okay, that makes sense. time it here. So might as well put. Actually, this map dislikes. Okay, put that back on for now. Okay. So this means that we're not going to get double auto life, I don't think, because we're losing the 22 AP from Taharka.
Oh, okay.
So we'll learn it against Death Guys maybe, and we can put it on for Transkuta. Right, so Taharka is generally okay. Only uses Ice Magic. Blizzaga does a ton of damage. So if he focuses one on Vivi, Vivi will die. Because he doesn't have the ribbon on. Which is what some other routes we've given him the running shoes so that we can get 2 Fire Giz in 1 round. So we'll see what happens. He can survive an AoE, even that's not super likely. You could put the Dark Hat on him to give him ice immunity.
This is pretty much the last fight in the run where we really use VV.
Yep.
Only 3-7? Is that normal? Do you not get the red hat in this?
Nope. Well, we do get a red hat, but he doesn't get it.
Oh, okay. Why?
Hang on, we put the Mage's hat on him.
Why?
That's a very good point.
Okay.
It's because, well, one of the options, like I said, one of the options is to put the Dark Hat on him. So then I put the Mage's hat on. You are correct. That's fine.
Yeah, you can poison this guy by using Soul Blade with the Rune Tooth, and that takes care of quite a bit of the damage.
So, if you're not holding ATB, the poison ticks will run over steadily. When you hold your ATB, that's when they don't. Okay, so this is not a good thing. Curl's the worst because you can't do Farragut Sword anymore. It doesn't do anything. Well, you can do it, but it won't do any damage because it unfortunately still takes
when
his
he's
attack.
curled, his defense goes up to 255.
Okay, he's one away now.
Air Steel.
No.
Unfortunate.
There he goes. So Curl's not something you want to see, but that's okay. Right. Poses an interesting dilemma for equipment on Zidane with no rebirth ring. So we should take that into consideration if we don't have nobles, or not nobles, card game.
So I noticed a lot of people in chat have been asking why we're not running the PC version. The plain answer is that speedrunners don't like the PC version.
I mean, there's enough truth in that, right? What did I say I was going to put on him?
Garnet?
Oh, no,
You said?
it was just not diamond.
Not diamond.
Yeah, that'll be fine. And then keep the cheat arm on for body time. That was it, yeah? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And he has that on already. And then
But yeah, the PC version, the people do run it, but just generally less because
yeah.
the main thing speedrunners don't like about it is the menus, which there's just so much more delay on the menus. You can't do fast menuing, and RPG speedrunners, we like our menus.
Yeah, that's a fun thing. But my personal take on it, because I haven't ever played it, but I'm well familiar with the menuing that a lot of people have a real problem with. I just think it looks really bad. I think the character models look worse than they do in the console
visually
version.
it's fine, but like the audio is terrible.
Oh, I've never
I
even
don't
noticed
know
that.
what they did with the audio on the PC version, but it is bad.
Oh, that's me.
Like, if you've ever heard Antlion use Sandstorm on the PC version, it's so bad.
Great.
But other than that, there's not really that much reason why it's like any worse. The encounter rate is drastically lower in PC, which would sort of necessitate routing around that differently.
This would actually work really well with PC. We did talk about that because it only requires one, and you can work around it. But yeah, that's the biggest thing is the encounter rate and then the loading times.
Yeah, and you can skip FMVs.
Are you going to save before going in there?
Yep.
Good.
So just want to check. So Zidane should have the diamond on, but he's going to cover that with Jade Armlet, so it doesn't matter what he has now. So the only thing that matters is after this, when we do that menu, that he gets the Rebirth Ring. So it's going to be free anyway, because we're not putting it on anyone. But I need to remind, or just to remember to put the Rebirth Ring on, and then I'll just check the abilities and make sure that's all correct. So the first problem that we came across when we did this is that we knew we wanted to put the Lapis Lazuli on Amaranth so that he could get accuracy plus. What we forgot to factor in was he also needed ability up. So that was the first Disc 4 problem we came across. There are lots of little things we've been doing.
So we end up having to save Amaranth anyway.
Yeah, I don't even know why. He doesn't want to be saved, but that's fine. Level 18 Ricky. He should be okay. So if we kill him at Amdusias, he'll stay level 18. That's fine, we'll run with it and see what happens. I have actually done it before. I messed up the Red Dragon fight and accidentally kept everyone alive. Or Freya missed or something like that. Okay. Eevee and Queen. It's a very versatile use of flight motif in the soundtrack.
Story-wise, we divide into 4 teams of 2.
Yep.
And we only have to do the part with Zidane and Quina.
Best girl. Question for.
And like we have to put the mirrors in the 4 different shrines at the same time, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be at identical times, and then we have to fight the 4 guardians at the same time, and then that does something.
Exactly how they communicate, quote unquote, at the same time without radio is beyond me, but you know, it might not be too precise, I guess.
So ladies first.
Yeah. I would actually really love to see how they take on whatever the Water Fiend's called.
Well, the
Right.
fight would just take 20 minutes because it would all be
Water
summon
Dragon.
animations.
Exactly. It'd be really fun to see. Like, Vivi and Steiner is a really nice matchup anyway. They complement each other pretty well. Quinn actually is pretty useful here because we get to use Eat. Amaranth and Freya. I think, like, well, the equivalent, like the Fire Guardian would spend more time asking them to stop fighting than actually fighting either of them. Or they would just make it a free-for-all. And it's like, everything is fair game. Okay. Taguario?
Yes?
Is this one on the bottom left, right?
Yes.
Here we go.
So, because cards were cards,
If anyone says the 3 words that I'm looking for, I will actually ask you to be permanently banned from this chat. Upsets me greatly.
someone's going to.
and then because you never do it, you never know how to do it. So you go to the right here. Daguerre is lovely, and it's got a really nice
Town of
soundtrack.
Shame.
Hey, I actually hate you. I could remove you from this room. Okay. Oh,
But
what
yeah.
fortune, I have enough money.
The Rebirth Ring is very useful, and I mean,
It
it
is.
is possible to run without it, but it's risky and probably slow. So, yeah.
I have a 902
Detour
with no
is-
rebirth ring. But
Okay, not bad. I mean, I can't say anything. My PB is 902.
yeah, that's slower than yours. But I just got lucky, basically. Earth Guardian is definitely, or not Earth Guardian. Shell Dragon is definitely slower.
Yeah.
Other fights are potentially the same.
But realistically,
I wouldn't advise it at all. The only reason I would do it is because I wouldn't want to waste that time. Because in theory, best case scenario, you wouldn't lose as much time as that in Disc 4.
City of Disgrace. I like that one.
This is not helping. It's also another city, just saying. Right. I guess I'll do the menu outside then. So we would have the bone wrist on Zidane here, but we've got Jade Armor to make sure we learn body temp. If we don't learn body temp, then we're trouble for this one. Land on grass! I hate this ship so much. It is the worst.
At least you know how to go forward.
I don't distract. Okay, great. That's fine. Now, what would I normally have on that gives me distract? I don't remember. It's not the bone wrist. It'll be whatever. Oh, the diamond has distract, doesn't it? It does. Okay. So, double auto haste, Earth Guardian. Fun fight. And it's got a trap as well. Like the QTs here.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you do actually game over if you don't mash.
I don't think so. I think it just makes you go back.
Do you want to find out?
Well, I mean, you did just save, so if you really want to.
I don't know.
I meant to try it, but I never got here with it not being an actual run, so...
Oh, fair enough. Okay, so the only reason to put the running shoes on Quina here and have both of them with auto haste is that their ATBs feel faster. It's optimally 20 seconds faster than without auto haste. So we're hoping, because they both have dark hats on, they have blizzard immunity. That's basically all I want to see. Zidane can't survive fire and thunder. Quina will die to fire and thunder. Quina has pretty high evasion.
Do they both have Gaia gear?
Only Quina's got the Gaia gear.
Okay. Which is Earth immunity.
Yeah. Zidane with one attack will never die to the Earth Shaker, whatever the equivalent is. So yeah, Zidane's pretty good. The only thing he really could die to is the double cutter. Quina can die to the double cutter, fire and thunder. So let's see what happens. So once I get Earth Guardian down to your core hit points, which is 5189, I can eat. Perfect. Unless Night misses.
Oh yeah, that's one thing we didn't mention about Knight. It has, unlike a lot of status abilities in this game, it actually has a very high hit chance, but very high is not perfect.
Oh, it's got 100% chance. It's the enemy's magic evasion.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. So I don't actually think I have to hold the ATB because the ATB plays fast enough.
This is the first instance of what we kind of call night locking, where we just don't let the enemy do anything, where we just input our next knight before we wake them up by hitting them. And that way, you know, they'll try to input their attack but be put back to sleep before they can execute it.
So I may have missed 2 damage rolls, but hopefully I'll be able to eat. If not, we could be in trouble. That was a pretty high roll.
Nice.
So that's a nice Earth Guardian fight, and that's your perfect scenario where you get 2 attacks off in the first round with Sedan, and then you Nightlock after that. We get the Atomos card.
That's gonna be useful.
I can card the Phantoms at Disc 4. We could actually have an enjoyable Disc 4 if we wanted and just not fight the bosses. We can absolutely do that. So this is where the 3rd text box is important for Amaran. So we'll see if I can get it. And then it's like one. But yeah, you can really clearly see the damage difference in Zidane. It's probably somewhere between 100 and 300 or something. There we go.
You tried.
I actually heard the beep before I even tried to press up. That was horrendous. Oh well. Okay. Now to the Shimmering Island. And into the final dungeon of Disc 3.
Yeah, now that we've placed all the mirrors in the places, done the things, we can go to this this portal to a different planet, which I think is implied to be inside our planet, sort of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say so. Maybe.
Because they're... like, basically the lore is that this other planet called Terra, our planet's called Gaia, it merges with other planets and sort of takes them over. And that's how they sustain their civilization, because planets sort of have finite lifespans otherwise. But when like hundreds or thousands or however much it is of years ago, when they tried to merge with Gaia, Gaia was too strong basically, and the merger sort of failed. So they're now in a sort of incomplete state, and the plan of Garland, who's the guy running the whole show, is sort of to slowly replace the life flow, I don't know, life stream, whatever you want to call it, the cycle of souls of Gaia with that of Terra. It's all very, you know, Final Fantasy.
Wishy-washy. Okay. I wonder what level Kuna is actually. So, Coral Ring and then level up back on, in case she's alive for Abaddon. And for anyone who wants to call me out on it, I do appreciate that Kuna is down as S/HE in the official thing, but it's easier to say one or the other. So I go for that. Hades incentive? No. I could just fight Hades. It's a 50% chance to win. It's identical to every other fight in Disc 4, really, isn't it?
Sorry, what?
Hades.
Pretty much, except he can just one-shot your entire party with Cleave.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean by 50% chance. So the first turn he's got 2 attacks that kill you and 2 that don't, I think. And if you survive the first one, then he goes into countdown for Judgment Sword or whatever it's called.
Yeah, once he starts counting down, you just win because you just murder him before he even does anything.
So no, but there is an incentive to do jump rope.
Is there?
I just want to do it. Even if we don't do it there, I'll do it on my own stream. I would love to do round robin on jump rope and see how everyone does. Is it a 0? Well, I shouldn't have said anything. Is that a 0 counter Terra?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So.
Beautiful. So in Ziak's route,
I think Disc 3 has overall been pretty dang solid on encounters.
yeah, it's been nice. So in Ziak's any % nightless route, you have to actually fight a Hektai there and use an elixir on it, or life with Ico to learn accuracy plus for Amaranth. There is a pretty easy way to work around it, which I looked at because I ran. Once he got the fastest time, I started running his route, and then added nobles into it. It's still really nice. I don't know if he'll come back to the game. So if I stole the Orichalcon against the Hark, I wouldn't have to buy it here. That would save me a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to go in there to get the diamond anyway, so. And remind me to get the diamond. Because I don't ever go back into the shop. I don't even know where it goes. Oh, it goes on the Steiner for body temp. I know that. I don't know if it's important elsewise. Because I think Freya's already got everything she needs out of it. And then once we get after Yana, basically, if people don't have the abilities, it's either because I did something wrong or they're not a high enough level to put it on. Should be okay, though. The safest way to make it work is actually to make sure that Quina doesn't survive Abaddon, which is quite easy to do normally. But then she'll need a rubbish level for Nova Dragon, because if you get all the levels of the Quina, Quina's got a 50% chance to survive against Nova's attacks, which is pretty nice for Nightlock, and it's pretty nice to have Nightlock for Nova Dragon. And then everything after that doesn't really matter. It gives us one more meteor roll that we can survive against Death Guys, which apparently means something. I mean, it does, it's not inconsequential, but it is what it is.
So here we are in this town with all these weird people that don't really want to talk to us. Basically, they're all artificial people called genomes or gnomes.
I still like it way better.
They're receptacles for the currently in stasis souls of the actual Terran natives.
Sorry, Mr. Miz just said it damn well means something. The extra damage roll against. He was the one that was making a deal about it. Yeah, Gnome.
Yes.
Does Gnome not sound cooler than Genome?
No, it sounds like gnome.
It doesn't. Gnome sounds
not
like
bloody gnomes.
There's no hard G in gnome. Gnome is a soft sign. Gnomes are harmless. Gnomes are like burly.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the worst sin apparently that I've committed with FF9 is what did I used to pronounce? So I've changed pronouncing it. Oh, I used to pronounce. So it's either Quina or I don't even know how I say it anymore. I used to pronounce it Quana. Apparently, that is the furthest it
yeah,
could be.
that's pretty weird.
I've always called it Quana, and then we had a real heart-to-heart chat in my stream one day, and there was several people who were like, "This needs to stop now." So yeah, I think more recently I've been saying Quina, but I think it's because of the people I've been speaking to in voice chat who say it. I think Quina is what I decided on most recently. Anyway. Right. I really hope I can afford it, maybe. It should be okay. So I need the Ori and the Coronet. Coronets for Quina. Oh, didn't do. Wasn't ability 2 pages. How much is the diamond?
Like a little... Well, that should be enough.
Yeah, well, I thought I'll cover it just in case.
Yeah.
I don't know if 4,000 was. I said 5,555. Oh, I had enough. Excellent. Okay, so now I'm good to. Oh, save.
Oh
Yeah, saving might be smart. There's some potentially dangerous fights in the upcoming section.
This would have been fine.
Well, now you're confirmed to one round it or
Yeah, perfect fights incoming now.
Yeah,
Dude, that's how we do. I would love if save manipulation was a thing. That'd be really fun. All right. Okay. So this is Makoto. She just basically filling Zidane in and all the information of the planet. Aiko's a bit jealous. She wants Zidane back.
Yeah, I think she specifically calls Makoto a bimbo.
Oof. Them's harsh words. So, I mean, this should be fine. Shell Dragon, even a bad Shell Dragon's fine. Okay. Let's hope that everything works. So he doesn't have Distract on, which is okay.
Oh, he's lower level than you're expecting?
Well, he's 2 levels lower than he should be.
Yeah,
he's 1 level lower than the old route, which is not bad. It just means he can't have accuracy plus.
Okay.
It's that or get rid of Bird Killer, which is not ideal.
Okay, so...
This is fine.
Alright.
He just needs to not miss.
Yeah.
And it is pretty unlikely that he would miss. So this is fine. This is actually a lot closer than it could have been. So I can work with this.
So this is basically where Garland explains the whole thing about Terra and the genomes, and specifically about Zidane and Kuja, who were special genomes created to. Well, Kuja was created first to go sow chaos and death and all that good stuff on Gaia, sort of speed up the whole cycling of souls, so that the whole process of Terra replacing them would sort of speed up. But Kuja was a bit of a rebellious teenager, and so he was like, "Oh, we'll make another one, just in case."
Yeah.
And that's where Zidane comes in, and then
He's the backup.
And then Kuja dropped Zidane onto Gaia because he was jealous. And then he got amnesia and forgot that he was supposed to kill people. So it's basically the story of episode 1 of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. And they both have tails.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Have you never heard this?
No.
Like, Kuja is Raditz and Zidane is Goku.
Kakarot.
Yeah.
Wow. That's super true.
Mm-hmm.
I should watch that again. Dragon Ball Z is a great show. Oh, my back. So it's unlikely I'll be able to one-shot him, Ducius. It might be possible. The max roll still might be 5551, but I'm not sure. But that's why we have Freya to build up the damage. And then for the second phase of Ducius, probably we'll end up throwing a Wing Edge with Amaranth. It'll depend how things go. Does that mean Steiner is Piccolo?
I'd say Amaranth is more of Piccolo.
But Piccolo takes care of his son. And if Vivi's the son, then Steiner would be a bit more fitting. I know what you mean, though. But, like, I mean, they're not really rival, Steiner and Zidane. Oh, that's tricky. Amaranth could be Vegeta, Lani could be Nappa. Okay.
Anyway, so this this section, you know,
Back to Final Fantasy IX.
the urinal alone music, we refer to these as the Yana fights.
Friendship Pepsi.
And they're 3 moderately difficult enemies that we have to fight with, you know, not a lot of characters. Choose our party.
You need to rest, Pepsi.
You need to
And,
rest. Have a Pepsi.
They're also the last experience we're actually going to get for like leveling up, so we're going to be, you know, strategically killing off some
I'm not gonna
characters
kill
in
anyone.
places. Well, I hope you're going to kill Dagger.
Oh. Yes. That is really important.
Yeah.
I mean,
Depending on your route, you might kill like Quinn
Yeah.
or Amaranth.
I've seen some kill Freya. I've seen some kill Amaranth.
Yeah.
some
I guess your route uses all of them. So.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky in that regard because like we don't go like the full night way, which is where Quita gets tons of levels. Really lots of suicide things because you actually utilize really much more. Yeah. That's a counter horn. Just a
So
shoot.
these fights all have like conditions for what caused the other people to show up. Like, for this fight, we just wait at the start, and then Freya shows up, and then we deal some amount of damage,
400 something, I think.
and then Amaranth shows up, and then we can kill him.
Nice. It's 5, 4, 6 turn. We actually killed Odysseus twice, basically.
Yeah.
So that was good. And they didn't have to throw Wing Edge. Abaddon's the scariest. Well, Shell Dragon's scarier, but Abaddon could do bad things.
Yeah.
So Abaddon does a really powerful attack. It can either do, I think it's either High Cutter, something like that. Blade Cutter and High Wind.
High Wind.
Yeah.
So Blade Cutter can one-shot Steiner and Quinner. And High Wind will put you into low health. So if you go into low health, you elixir Steiner, and then Quinner can die. So the goal is to get to fend off before Abaddon does anything, and it puts you in a much nicer position. So let's have a look. Okay. Good.
So we just have to survive 2 attacks here, then Zidane will show up.
Yeah. So I will actually keep Steiner defended. I could heal him right now. I want Thundaga on Quinna. No. Zidane will join, and depending on his ATB, you can actually ATB with Abaddon, because Abaddon's really slow. So if it's pretty high, it needs to be like fairly full. Or it could be empty. Yeah, so he'll get 1 attack off, but he'll not be able to ATB with him, so let's see what happens. Yeah, so this could not be worse, basically. Yeah.
So why didn't you heal Steiner before?
That's a good question.
Okay.
I guess I wanted to keep Quinner alive, but yeah, there you go. So now we're in a seriously bad position. Well, Zidane can die, and then he's got rebirth rating.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh no, I got a plan.
You do?
Kill him.
Oh, yeah, that's an excellent plan. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if you were going to get another attack in,
Oh yeah.
but that's the power of auto haste, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah,
So-
okay.
So Rip Steiner succeeded.
Yeah.
Steiner is not getting levels.
I mean, yeah, too bad, but that was gonna be a death.
It was definitely faster at this point to win the fight.
Yeah.
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 Well, today's gonna be really high level.
This is great. Okay, I guess I should probably play this fight normally then.
So just give Excalibur 2 to on Zidane and you're good.
You win. Or we could let's just do Chocobo Hug Cold and get the ultimate weapon. Okay.
So for this fight, the easiest trigger to hit is Zidane being in critical HP, which usually happens once he uses his attack Smash, which brings you to 1 HP. But you can manipulate it by, just hitting yourself and then reviving with auto life. So that's a quick way to get Garnet to show up, and then we can do the fight.
Yeah. I don't want charge. Charge would be so bad. Don't do charge. Do Smash or Earthshake. Earthshake is beautiful. I love Earthshake. This will depend on tonight's on. 11:02 I think is the most. Yeah, this is. Okay. This should be CFL.
As long as we don't miss. Because, with Berserk, it's a little bit of an all-in.
Yeah. It's also really important that you don't hold or queue up your action there, because once you get berserked.
Your ATB would empty.
Yeah. Okay, he doesn't have accuracy plus. But this will be fine.
Excellent.
Nice.
I mean, there is no other way to play the fight.
Yeah.
Really. Well, I could have not berserked.
Yeah. But that's that's a fast Shell Dragon fight, and that fight can, if it starts going wrong, it can go so slow.
Yeah, it can take a long time to recover. Okay. Cool. So everything is now lining up except for Steiner's levels and Freya's levels. But that's fine. Not essential. Not essential. And Gaia Gear, because we didn't learn Insomniac. That's something we've changed as well. Okay. Oh, I think I need to put Insomniac back on as well, because she hasn't been slightly important.
Oh, yeah, that would be awkward.
Using Knight without the character.
So now is basically our last chance to shop, so we're going to take advantage of that.
I'm going to high potion because I might need my elixirs. Probably worth saving beforehand. There's not as much that can go wrong. And I will save the next Moogle before Silver Dragon anyway, in case that goes badly. Okay.
So yeah, selling off everything that we don't need anymore, which is most of our equipment.
I don't actually know if I need that.
Okay.
I can't remember. It's fine. I don't need that. Keep all those. I probably don't, but just in case. Oh! Okay. What was the item that I'd had? That I didn't sell? Golden hairpin? We're fine without it. I never play it.
Ah, 13 Phoenix Downs? So like the remedies? You don't need remedies. Okay, that's
It's really
sort
sketchy.
of sketchy.
There is the backup thing.
You could go for the ultimate backup and go for the, yeah. He might have gotten that anyway. That was like super.
Really?
Yeah.
That's probably not bad. And
So to be absolutely sure we have enough Phoenix Downs to finish the run with, he's gonna go up here and pick up the Holy Miter.
we have a slight issue. We have a slight issue in capitals on the stream.
What about the Red Hat?
Amrant has it for MP attack because we have him with the Lapis Lazuli to get accuracy plus.
Okay.
He won't have it because I sold the Red Hat.
Oh, that's too bad.
But we could do it again.
Okay.
What do you think? Is it worth doing again? Because I can't buy a Red Hat anymore. What do you think? MP attack or no? That's not very useful.
Well, you don't have it, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything you can do about it?
No, I can't give it to him.
Okay. Well, too bad.
Okay.
It's gonna do less damage.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh. Yeah. There we go. That's fine. And
We're gonna have improvisation, which is a fairly common thing in FF9 runs.
okay, we're fine. Pretty sure I put ability up on Zidane. Mizu is currently checking everything.
I'm
mean,
guessing someone else needs the power belt.
Who's got it?
But he means like you can't put that on Emerald for MP attack.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Someone else.
Yeah,
needs
well,
it,
no, he needs the
question mark?
Lapis Lazuli for accuracy plus. I can put the power belt on him later,
Oh, right.
but right now he
Okay.
needs it for accuracy plus.
So I'm gonna have to bow out because I'm commentating another run that's starting on stream 1. I'm gonna get this over to Leo.
Yeah, Mizo, I am
And,
reading what you're saying. Are you serious?
And good luck, I guess.
Oh, are you serious? I asked you about it as well. I genuinely asked you about it. Okay. Why is Wanzu?
Also changed just a second.
Once it transformed into a Leonis. Welcome back.
Okay, so save it before Silver Dragon in case things go wrong. It's probably the scariest fight of the last 3 because it has AoEs, can actually do damage, and the other 2 fights can't. Oh, what? Are you serious? I can't afford auto life.
You're level 32.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Wait,
Do you really want Bandit?
yeah,
Okay.
but I want auto life. What's wrong? I actually have no idea which one's incorrect. I'll get rid of Bandit for now because I mean level 31 is what he should be.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what it is. But he should have Bandit on for Garland because we want to get the battle boots. And because we can't do a menu after this, well, we could do a menu before Nova Dragon if we wanted to, but we generally don't. So I'm gonna do nothing.
So you're basically missing something?
Oh, hang on. Is he meant to have ability up here? I don't think he is meant to have ability up. and then he puts ability up on,
Yeah.
or maybe it'll cover the Taharka. I'm sure he doesn't have ability up, and that's what it was. But I'm almost definite he doesn't need it for these two fights because he's fine for the two dragons. He gets 13 from both of them, and then he needs it for disc 4. Now he didn't get it to Taharka, so it will make a big difference. Not shocked. Okay, Batman and Freya should survive. Oh no, Freya will die. Oh,
Nope.
okay, that worked out
Cool.
super well. It's normally 5 attacks to kill Silver Dragon under the circumstances.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
I mean, they do really high damage.
That depends. Okay,
Nice.
cool. Oh. Excellent. So the last two fights are free. The Battle Boots is the common steal, so it is the 100% steal. But having Bandit bypasses the first steal chance. So like I said, it gives you guaranteed steal of something, and then you take one of the slots. We can. So he's also got Ninja Gear and something else. Dark Gear, I think, maybe something like that. But they'll affect Amaranth's wings. So like I said, the best thing about these last two fights is that they don't have any AoE attacks, so you're completely safe to be in whatever health you want. You just might have to revive someone.
You're gradually having a party with critical health, so you can use charge.
Exactly. So I'm letting my ATVs fill here.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't care enough about it. Stop. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that's just. We're just bringing both back in now. Not good next turn. Ideally, I would have either several people or everyone in crit health, and then I can charge, which is an ability we haven't been able to utilize as of yet. So, yeah. Ugh, she actually does quite a lot of damage. So, Remedy stop. Holding ATB so that she actually has time to get reaction before Garland gets a turn in. And then we'll see what happens. Did I sit? I didn't steal the battle weights, did I?
No.
Might want to do that now.
Here we go! We don't need the battle weights.
Be a plus, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh man. Okay, I'll give it one. I'll give it one.
Garland is playing okay today.
He is. I don't even mind if he does.
So, no better.
All planned. All planned. No experience in AP. I didn't need to use charge in that instance, that's why. Because if I've only got 2 characters in crit health and one of them is Steiner, he doesn't do his normal attack, he'll be one of the people that charges, and Amaranth does the least damage. So you'll get an attack from Steiner and an attack from Amaranth, then you can get plus a normal attack from Amaranth. So it's kind of situational as to whether or not it's beneficial to charge or not. Final boss of disc 3. I wouldn't be looking at the tower. So after this, they're like 3-minute cutscenes. No, 2 1-minute cutscenes. Maybe about 5 minutes after Kuja. Yeah, if I get a good disc 4, which is almost guaranteed now. Alright, that's fine. So this time I will actually
So
charge.
people should know that Demi in F9 is the only occurrence of that spell that can kill, actually.
Yeah.
Because in that game it takes into account max HP and all the
Yeah,
other
normally does a
FS
percentage of your
is
health.
just the current HP you have.
Nah, it's fine. Okay.
So did we explain yet what charge consists in?
When you use charge, everyone in critical health will get a free attack in. The nicest thing about it is that enemies cannot counter-attack when you use charge.
But there's one counterpart is that you cannot kill an enemy with the charges.
What?
Like, there's one fight, like for Kraken, for example, you cannot kill a tentacle with just charge.
Oh, yeah, but that's...
So that's one of the counterpart of it.
But the charge, I mean, it's random what your
Yeah.
characters
but-
will target. So if they
Yeah.
all target the tentacles will get
Oh no,
destroyed.
I think it was in the Lil Gecko task video. Like, when you use charge against Kraken, it will go from left to right in terms of targeting.
Yeah.
And you cannot kill the left tentacle with just with all the charges. It will come down to Kraken at the moment. That was a bit weird, so I don't know if it's just for Kraken or if it can be applied to anyone else.
No. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, if you charge Kraken before you get rid of the tentacle, it doesn't do anything. So now, Kuja's taking a number of missing hits. So he wrecks everyone here. Basically tries to destroy Terra. And everyone with it. And yeah, I mean, he's quite happy for himself to die as part of it. But instead of doing damage to himself, he goes Super Saiyan G4. So SSJ4, Vegeta. It looks very cool.
Yeah.
And he has a tail now. See, one of the weird things about trances is like, not only do your clothes change, the color of everything changes. So Kuja goes red, Sinan goes pink. I think Dagger goes like golden. Garnet's golden,
Kinda?
I think. I think it's golden.
Something like that.
Golden pink.
I don't know about the others. And then the last cutscene of disc 3.
Yep.
Oh, actually, no, there's one more after this, I forgot. This is the one where he says he won't let the world live without him or something like that. Yeah. There it is. And then there's one more. And then there's one at the beginning of disc 4. And then that's it. Oh, I mean, he goes, this is like a real Kafka moment.
It also reminds me of the Undying of
Oh, yeah.
12.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right at the end. Oh, man. I don't know. Do you find the Novus or the Undying harder?
In the speedrun, Undying is probably harder to execute, but Novus can just RNG say no to you.
Yeah. I mean, even though, like, I've seen people not kill Undying, and I've been one of those people. Yeah, being Novus, I really don't like. I think my biggest problem is proximity and getting the girls close enough.
Yeah, that can be a problem.
Oh, look, there's the Invincible. I actually didn't know it was underneath the platform there.
But they're just eyes.
Yeah.
Nothing creepy about them.
I mean, eyes in there, like faces in over.
Yeah.
Yep. It looks a bit like the Alexander thing as well, with the sword and the pillars on the other side. Okay. So the question is, what are we going to put on Freya for disc 4?
Oh.
We've got all the options. So Zidane does keep the Rebirth ring, and Steiner needs the diamond. So assuming we've learned ability up and/or accuracy plus.
That might be the dangerous information right there. We have options.
Yeah.
Which one should
Barbell
be
definitely is going to be the more beneficial one for Amaranth. Problem is when we bring him back in Kraken and
I mean, does she
Ditch.
have and does she need distract?
I mean, that's fine. Don't worry about Diamond. That's already sorted.
Okay.
The Diamond's already done. She's fine. Ability-wise, it's not a problem. She doesn't learn. The only thing she gets is HP 20.
Okay.
Like I said, the problem is that we put the feather boots on Amaranth for Kraken to give him auto. Hang on, is it for Kraken we give him the feather boots? Let's have a look and see. Oh no, so he gets the ribbon for the Kraken fight.
No. For body temp? No, it doesn't do body
No, it's for the elemental thing, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, so he gets the ribbon so that he's got water absorbing something anyway.
Okay.
So he doesn't die to water get. And then we put the feather boots on for that, so he's got auto float and doesn't die to the earth shake move. So we'll be fine.
That's gonna be an awkward position to swap the disc.
It's not going to be a nice disc change. It's okay though. Okay. Minute disc 4. Sub 40 is doable.
Yeah.
I know. If I die to death, guys, I'm in big trouble though. Big trouble. I might as well save, I suppose. Okay, final disc.
While we're switching over discs to get to the last part of the run, I've got a few donations to read out.
Yeah, go for it.
Great, we've got a $25 anonymous donation with no comments. A $10 donation from Knockfrost, who says, good job on the run so far, Metako and the couch. Shoutouts to the whole Final Fantasy community, and also shoutouts to there being so many fellow female streamers here this year. We have $3.50 from the Loch Ness Monster, who says, Mr. Runner, when you start feeling tired toward the end, just remember, you are not alone.
Was this mine?
And last but not least, we have a $2,000 donation.
Okay.
What?
$2,000 from Chrono GG.
Oh, wow.
And they say, we're thrilled to be able to donate $2,000 to save the children. Thanks to our fans and community for supporting this incredible cause. Congrats to all the runners. More donations to come. So if you don't know ChronoGG, they are partnered with us for this event, and they have great deals on games. There's one a day until the end of the event, I think. Right now is Super Hot, which is on sale for $9. So if you don't have it, that's a great price to pick it up at. You can check them out at chrono.gg.
And we would like to put this donation towards renaming cards.
I mean, you went to Dagger earlier. You could have checked
Stop.
the name away.
Stop. Oh man, my body is falling apart.
Yeah.
It's okay, we're
I heard
almost
that
there.
for quite a while now.
We'll get there together.
Yeah,
The after run will be something.
Disc 4 is by far the shortest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's consistent across. Well, I don't know if FF13's like that, but most FFs it's consistently like that.
I mean, you have a cool strat for Nova Dragon now.
FF13
Yeah.
it's like the opposite, where Disc 3 is more than half of the game.
Oh wow, okay. So yeah, in FF7 the last disc's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes tops. Oh, I probably should have saved there so I didn't have to go back and that's fine.
Ah.
Yeah, that's a better plan, but whatever at this point.
Just didn't die.
That's it, just don't die.
Yeah.
I haven't died yet.
Yeah.
If there's one thing, I've not died.
All the saves have been unnecessary.
Why did I bother? So yeah, Final Fantasy 7 it's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Same for FF8, FF9 it's 45 minutes normally. FF10, it's so short it doesn't have a disc for it.
I mean, FF13 doesn't have disc 4.
No, if you play on the best version. Okay, right. Yeah, I guess we just do the fight. There's not really much to it. So Nova Dragon can do a lot of damage. It's got a couple of AoEs, Aerial Slash, Shockwave. Shockwave does a ton of damage to everyone. Aerial Slash, we've got summon resistances and immunity too. Oh, since I sold the Red Hat, I could have got a second Coronet for Amaranth, and that would have given him wind resist stuff. Oh, he's not in the... Oh, not, okay, I remember. The reason we took the Coronet out from him is because he doesn't actually fight any of the wind monsters anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got Quina for them. Never mind, that's wrong.
So, badass cutscene.
Oh, yeah.
All the airships
Attack of the Silver Dragons is
existing
baller.
out there. The Red Rose.
The
all
other ones,
All the Lindblom airships.
the Hildegards.
Hildegards.
This is super cool. It's like they don't have like cannons or weapons or anything. Like they
I
can,
mean, it's just like tons of civil dragons coming
yeah.
from a certain spot now that Terra cannot successfully convert Gaia into just one thing. But it creates another kind of dimension, world that we're going in to enter. Nova Dragon has the Guardian.
Yeah. Okay. It's fine. I mean, Shockwave super sucks. Shockwave is... the worst thing is it's actually better not to heal
Now you
after
said it's
Shockwave.
going to be the opener.
It's,
you know that.
It's better to not heal after Shockwave because the other attacks are much less likely to do anything. Okay.
Oh, telekinesis. Oh, psychic.
Okay. Oh, that's
Nice.
ideal.
Nice.
Okay.
Are you nightlocking Nova Dragon? Okay.
Just give me a moment. Yes, is the answer. So I do want a counter. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, you can counter every normal attack, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I was too slow with my ATB. Well, everyone except Batman's dead.
He's actually the only one alive.
Yeah, so that
He's
will
using
revive.
charge.
And I got a charge.
One-man charge.
Okay, so now we need to recover. So yeah, basically I just was really insistent on having Freya's ATB fill. So what's it going to be?
So technically I was right. Shockwave was his opener.
Well no. Right, so that fully heals Steiner. So now we just want to get Nightlock off and then we're sorted. Good joke.
As long as you don't run out of Phoenix Downs.
I shouldn't. Yeah, I am.
Well, let's hope for a tidal wave.
Yeah, Steiner's he's basically the tank for the fight.
It's gonna be psychokinesis.
I hope not.
Okay. Slash.
I think they
That's
both
good.
survive. Alright. We can start the fight. The reason we have Freya first in the party, she does all the damage.
Queen is helping.
Yay!
Freya is here.
10 more, it was 50.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. Steiner didn't have insomniac.
No,
Okay.
it's okay. Oh, okay. Why does he not have that? I
Well,
want.
he's gonna get put back to sleep.
It can miss, but you're right. So what I should have done was cast. I would kill him and then revive him after night, and then but he wouldn't get the turn in. Okay, so this is what we do instead.
Well, it missed. So.
Exactly. Like I told you it would. So I'm also queuing up an attack with Freya. So even if he counters, I'll be able to revive it. Okay, here we go.
Oh, well.
Oh
She would have done 30 damage anyway.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, 10,000 health left. 2 attacks. From Freya.
Freya and then
Zidane.
a normal Zidane attack.
It depends if he counters. Oh! Or that.
Aha, you were 2k short.
Perfect fight.
Everyone is in crit.
Yeah, well that's... I mean, that's what I would do in a normal run. I would actually kill Stein and revive him so he's in crit health.
So earlier you said that you're gonna learn auto life on
Lich, that is going to
on
happen
Lich.
again.
Were
Yeah.
you supposed to learn it way before?
No.
Okay.
It's no, we're meant to learn it Lich. I was going to learn it against Death Guys.
Okay.
All good. It's like running old Green again. It's fun.
So yeah, does Steiner not have Insomniac learned, or did you just not equip it?
He might not have it on. Or I have not considered whether or not he would learn it from the fights that he was dead in.
Oh.
What was he dead? He was dead in Abaddon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he was dead at Abaddon, he was dead at Abaddon, and he was dead.
I think that's it.
That's it.
Is that it? I don't even know what would give him Insomniac with what we've got. Coral Ring? I don't know if we still have it. Probably not.
I think you sold the coral ring.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sold it.
We shall see. I don't think he's got any equipment that's got it on. So that means... Yeah, I can see. Yeah, we might end up just doing no Quinn of Disc 4. So Nightless Disc 4 to top everything off.
Why not at this point?
I know, right? Okay. I've got tons of ethers, though. Okay. So he's learned all that. Doesn't matter. Diamond.
Oh, it is there, it's just not on.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. See, now ability up's meant to go on. See, it wasn't meant to be on before. Which I thought, but it's okay. Oh, and we already had banded off. Great. Actually, we don't need to take that off because we don't have initiative. Give me health. Okay.
So this place is Memoria,
Yep. Final dungeon.
place which is filled with memories and from the past of every character, and we will see some more memories.
And some will not see any memories. The next fight, Malorus, isn't actually a problem fight at all.
I heard it.
I don't sound like a person anymore. But at the last FF relay, when I raced Nev, I had an unlucky crit from Steiner, and that resulted in me dying to Malorus and having to go back to whatever that fight is again.
Nova Dragon.
Nova Dragon, so we don't want that to happen.
Alright.
Okay, I am actually going to wait this out.
It's gonna be for a jump.
I want it to be on Amaranth because I want 3 in crit health. That'd be really nice. That is the worst thing that could have happened. I'm playing this real safe. So again, having people in good health means that we would be able to charge. FF5's on Friday on stream too. That's the other one. Oh, this is the best enemy.
Well, if you wanted to
So
kill
glad I
Armor,
queued that up. I guess I'm just not gonna get him into grid health. Which is okay. I think I'm going right at the minute. Yeah. So, oh my gosh, amazing. 3 encounters is not uncommon.
Oh, hey, Mr.
Monsieur
Cleave.
Cleave.
So this is the enemy that Mr. Zwanzig was referring to way earlier
I'm
during
not
Stream
even
1,
Not
when it
even.
was talking about taking 50% more damage when you are trying to run away and someone can just AoE physical damage you.
Cleave's brilliant. You can also use Might. I've had a one where I think he might have like crit punched Zidane.
Yep.
Killed Zidane. Zidane revived. Irie healed him, and I'll tell you the rest of the story. Okay, we're all fine for that. Okay, Malorus. And then he used Might, and Might makes him do even more damage.
Yeah.
So even though he couldn't have killed me with a normal attack, after that he could. So it was great. Okay.
So Marilith is kind of a doppelganger of the Fire Guardian that
Gary.
Amaranth and Freya battled in this 3. So yeah. Kind of a reminder of Gary from FF1.
No.
Wow,
The
that's-
big thing about this fight is when he dies, he uses an attack that pretty much kills everyone.
Yeah, the Death Wish one.
And Zidane has auto life,
which or had auto life, which would have protected him from that. But now alternative threats have to be used to get around that.
We're going to be jumping again.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's gonna count damage. Make sure that if he's charging, that he won't be able to charge now, but just controlling
Even
the
Freya's
damage.
not getting her attack in time.
He knows the finisher will come, make her jump and do the damage.
Yeah. I don't like doing this at the best of times. Okay, so this does heat status. Instant kill you. 26,000. Right, 9,492 left. Okay, so I should.
Like Zidane, Steiner, and jump.
It should kill. Assuming I get charge off. Yeah, okay, it will. And then Fearless.
Right, and
So the problem with this is that Zidane's trying to learn auto life so that we can have it on 2 characters at the end. And now that he dies, he doesn't get the AP from this fight. But he did have ability up on Silver Dragon and Nova Dragon, so he does have an extra 26 AP, and he gets 22 from this. So going good. He should still learn it.
yeah, and so about that desperation attack, we recently discovered that the PC version has a really weird coded kind of way to deal with it. It's
Oh,
like
it's cool.
if Freya is the last one standing and killing Marilith with jump, even if she falls back, she won't be targeted by the desperation attack because the game considers that the desperation attack just launches whenever the last damage has been done. And it doesn't.
Yeah, it's
when
weird.
she-
We basically saw someone do it and they didn't die to the desperation attack.
Does that happen in only PC version?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It is programmed differently. Because we tested it and we just died.
yeah. Another way to approach the fight would have been to have Zidane with Protect Girls, and then Freya with the auto life.
Yeah.
And that would keep.
MPU does that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because, yeah, no one else does protect girls. I don't know if MP was the first person to actually have it in a ROM.
that's a cool strat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the jump is cool too.
Yeah.
Cool way to avoid it.
Yeah. It's pretty much the only other way to do it is to just heal Zidane to full, and you can either defend with him or put him in the back row. In the back row, he won't die to it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yay, more. Okay, it's fine. Just don't target Zidane. Target yourself. I want some levels. Or Quinn, that's alright. Right, so I need to ether Batman and Chuchi. And then we're good. So one of the things that we're doing in this route that the other ones don't is we're like hybriding Quinn and Amrant. Amrant is better for some fights, and Quinn is really good for a lot of them because of Night. So Night locking Nova Dragon is way better, and it is definitely way better. Tiamat is only a dragon and not a bird for some reason, so Frey's the only one that can actually do the damage of Dragon Killer there, so it doesn't really matter because his damage is rubbish anyway, and Night locking's much nicer. Against Kraken, Sleep isn't going to do anything for you, and against Lich it doesn't do anything, so it's generally better to have Amrant there. I think it takes 7 seconds to put Gwynna in and out of the party, but you are more likely to save that time in the Tiamat fight than you are to lose it.
So for the bird category, isn't the general rule like enemies that can levitate?
Yeah, if it's in the air, it flies, but
So, as
in Tiamat's fairness, it is on the ground.
Yeah.
He jumps, but he can't fly.
And that's
or she,
why
sorry, to she.
that's what Vampira is a bird and not a stone.
Yeah, definitely a stone.
It could have been both.
But
Yeah, it's
no.
definitely more bird-like than stone-like.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Moon claws.
So as we said that Memoria was filled with memories, like on this particular screen we are confronted with the eye from the Invincible. So this is supposed to be from Garnet's memory, but it's also implanted in Zidane's memory for a reason.
Yep. And in the last one, Quinn is there, and Quinn doesn't actually see everyone else's memory because Quinn wasn't there for that part of the game. So it's a bit of a.
Ooh.
Quinn can nod to that.
nice.
Eat it.
For Tiamat, there's only
So I killed, whatever you call that guy, Pepsi here, because he's got auto life.
so Fuma Charger and Nightbot is the strat.
Yeah. And because because Tiamat cannot counter your attacks.
Okay.
This works out quite nice because you can actually hit with everyone.
So you're getting the perfect pattern right there. So Tiamat has a nice and tricky skill set. He can absorb your strength, he can absorb your MPs,
Yeah.
and he also has Jet Fire, which is an AoE which can do tremendous amount of damages.
Yep.
He can also make you float, and if you don't go down in time, he can just blow you out.
No, the way that goes is if you attack with the floated character, then use a snort and removes you from the battlefield. He will never snort you if you're floating. If you have to attack, you
Okay.
can charge with a floated character, but you can't do a normal attack.
Okay. When he uses that, you are actually one member short for the whole duration of the battles.
Yeah, there's no way to bring them back.
Yep. It's a bit like the X Zone from
Yeah.
12.
Yeah. Oh man, I hate that. The only reason I hate it is because I'm. It's for the reason I'm not doing another night, by the way, is because I'm gonna kill. Or it can miss. Incredible. Okay, this is fine. Okay. Now I'm also out of MP. So unfortunately,
I mean, if you revive Steiner, you might get enough time
no, I
to
can't
get
get it.
something.
So what I have to do is ether Quinna, then use another knight.
Okay.
One attack from. Oh no, it needs to be asleep to do the attack from Freya. So I'm gonna revive. Actually, I am gonna revive Freya, and then it's one more knight to attack Sven. Okay.
Perfect fight, right?
It was going well. At least he didn't Jetfire,
It
because
was
Jetfire.
really going well.
Jetfire is super bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case it would have been a game over.
Yeah, because I've also used my
Yeah,
auto
auto
life.
Yeah.
I'm not even. No, I'm just doing this. I'm just doing this. She's no MP. Okay. Ah. Perfect fight. Almost there. There are only a couple more enemies that can still kill me in the run. Next stop, Kraken.
So I think this landscape represents what remained from certain cities after being destroyed. I don't know.
Do not die.
You're such a
Good, 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 good. Excalibur 2 is after Lich.
Yeah.
So I've got Kraken, and I've got Lich, then we've got the Excalibur 2. Nice.
Nice.
You usually get 2 encounters in the screen. It's very long.
So this screen is very deceptive because you think you have many like ways to just navigate, and you just have to press 1.
You hold up
Yep.
on the D-pad.
Because
It's really-
when I was playing casually, I was misled in just going with the analog and doing some turns, and I was like, oh,
Yeah, if you
that
try to
doesn't
do it
work
with
well.
if you try to do it with analog, it's really nasty. He's so fast.
Oh, lightning
The service is so
returns.
fast. This fucking monster. Okay. Okay. Oh, it could have been 1, and that would have been so nice. 2's normal though, that's completely fine.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Good.
Yep. Leo's on couch check on him, it is true. To save the run. 13 is better than 15. Discuss.
I agree.
Okay. Next stop. Kraken time.
Or wait, isn't? No, it is better than 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greater. It's greater than, if nothing else. The number 13 is greater than the number 15.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, 15 should have been a 13 series. So.
Hades time. No. I mean, it'll only take a couple of minutes, but
I mean, good thing the singing wasn't an incentive this year.
it was never an incentive.
You would have never been able to do that
I can
in your
sing.
condition.
Don't challenge me to sing. I'll do it.
Should I continue? You're not gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, but everyone loses. So I lose what's left of my voice, and everyone who's watching has to suffer through agony for 4 minutes. Okay. I'm in gloves.
At least no one's level is divisible by 5 this time.
Yeah.
That's a really good thing.
Freya was really close.
Steiner was really close to being 25.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all good. Okay.
Is there time for one more quick donation?
Absolutely.
Great. We have $10 from Ramses Bjorn 90, who says, "Shoutouts to Metako. Always fun to see your runs. Greetings from faithful Ramses Bjorn 90." Thanks.
Thanks, man. Okay. Charge. I don't even care if someone doesn't have body temp at this point. Unless it's Frey. I wouldn't care a lot. Alright. So, if you attack Kraken, it can counter-attack with Leg or Waterga. Waterga can't kill Batman or Yomp and heals Ricky the Fool. Pepsi will not die, but hopefully will get put into crit health from it. Which is ideal. That's what we want. Okay, so that's...
Okay, so it's either guarding or absorbing, or it didn't kill. Okay.
Yeah.
But it does bring one less people into criticals. That's
Yeah, I do want... I mean, Armor's not going to get critical anymore, which is whatever. So, the idea is that if you don't get Water Good, you can attack with Pepsi, and then the counter-attack puts him in the crit health, and then you do a charge, and then you attack again, and then the counter attack kills him and he revives with auto life, and then we get the charge.
So is Watergar a counter?
Can be, yes.
Okay.
It is a normal attack and a counter. Leg is a normal attack and counter. So we're not going to see freeze again in the fight. It's just going to be Watergar and or leg. So I've already exhausted all my like tech for this. It's more important that Pepsi lives than Ricky does. So whatever happens, I'll revive Ricky. We're pretty much just gonna be charging from now on.
Yeah, so to avoid counters.
Yeah. Do something. I'll take that. Now we have a 4-man charge.
So thanks to that fight, we now know what type of guardian Dagger and Aiko had to fight in their shrine, but we didn't see.
Yeah. And I bet they did a really good job too. Well, they won, so that's what matters.
Probably used Ramu.
Ramu for
Great shot.
Thunder and Carbuncle for Watergar Reflect.
What?
Yeah, that would have been an ending battle, so I don't know.
Yeah, because obviously they've got someone who can cast Watergar. Or, yeah. Or whatever it was. Oh, you meant Watergar from Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, they had to survive that.
I don't know why
so-
I thought you meant VV.
No. I mean, Fenrir can do either earth or wind damage, so maybe one of those two.
Well, you can change, I think it's Fenrir's Elemental Affinity.
That's what I just said. Either earth or wind damage.
Oh, I thought you named two different things. Yep, that.
But you can also change Carbuncle's effect. Like, you can have... No, that's not Carbuncle. Is it? Oh, yeah. You can have Reflect, Protect,
No.
Shell, or...
Oh, come on!
Wow. So enemies can crit too. That's a thing. Okay.
Kraken's time. Lich time. Almost there. Okay. Right, we don't heal here because nothing can kill us random enemy wise or random encounter wise. Ooh. That's fine. Finish your shield for auto float. Feather breach for auto float. Body temp. HP. Insomnia. Antibody. Auto float. Lich. Let's go. Come on. Why?
Is it like the Red Stinger or a Behemoth? Maybe?
It's normally a Stilva. Or Behemoth.
It's a Behemoth.
It's fine. I can kill Zanan, but he's got all alive. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Left. Left is what I'm holding? Yeah, left. Okay. It's rare to get an encounter here, but it's okay. It's okay.
I think with your run, the word rare can just not exist.
No, that's great. Still deathless.
Yeah.
Still deathless.
Could have been on multiple occasions, but never once.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's subjective.
Tentarian and Abaddon. That's all. That's all.
Tantarian was definitely faster to survive. Red Dragons is bad. Abaddon wasn't too bad time-wise, but the problem is I played it normally instead of I haven't like adapted anything. Well, because we only finished the notes, I haven't really adapted anything for. Backup stuff. That's a very funny comment though from Sidon. Still deathless. You montage of every party member's death. A lot of people get killed in the run, but we don't die.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay. Party time at Lich's house. You absolute muppet. So in the old for Nightless, Amaranth had the something add-on on, which meant that he would get fully healed by the earth stuff.
Probably something along the lines of desert boots or...
Oh no, it wasn't desert boots.
Maybe boots.
I don't remember what it was. But auto float's better, so feather boots are better for this. And this is why, because Pepsi will die and will revive with auto life. Everyone else is fine. Can't be hurt by it, and then we get a 4-man charge. He's dead. Lich is the best of the Guardians for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely the fight where least things can go wrong.
Yeah. If there was a fight you could describe as fun, this would be the one. We're getting this close. Okay.
Haha. 3 more to go.
Boom. Final 3.
Nothing can go wrong in those fights.
No, all 3 of them are great.
But more importantly, why did we lose time?
Okay, so everyone's excited about the Excalibur 2. So there it is. So one of the things I'm doing here is I'm constantly flicking between auto life and auto haste for Saddam. Auto haste is good for random encounters because it means that we get our ATB faster and we can flee. Auto life is not as important. It is nice to have auto life because then he revives. Both would be really nice, but it requires a lot of shenanigans to...
You could probably use it if you would use an encounter to go into crit health. Something like that. For auto life.
I don't understand what you mean.
Like you would put auto life on for normal encounters to...
Not to get into
with
crit health, no. It was because he revives and we can flee with him again and we don't have to heal, like revive him with someone. And he is faster than quite a few things. So, there's some enemies where with auto haste he will be able to die, revive, and get the flee off before they get their turn in. No fight in space. Good. And now for the Crystal World. It's great. Okay.
So yeah, this is a world that appears a bit out of nowhere because I don't think anyone talked about any crystals throughout the whole scenario. So.
Did you not see the massive crystal in the back of Brown Ball? It's the one from the logo. It's unlit for whatever reason.
You know, because it's a Final Fantasy, there has to be crystals.
Don't forget the tagline of Final Fantasy IX is the crystals are back. The crystals are returning. Something like that.
Really?
Really?
Look at the case. It might be on it. It might not be on it. I'm just saying. But that's definitely the tagline.
Oh, the crystal come back. So
see?
that crystal.
What do you know?
Wow.
But oh well.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, you totally missed Hades. It was an incredibly good fight. Come on. Something. No encounter on the third screen. And then we're in. It was on stream 1. We're splitting it in 2 halves. We're sharing love across ESA. Go away! Leave me alone, enemies. Live. So we'll see if we're faster or not. That's fine. That's fine. 1.5 more screens. And then no more encounters.
Yep.
So nice.
But another high-level threat incoming.
No, it's all free. It's all free.
Until it's not.
The only... Perfect disc 4.
This should be the last encounter.
Yeah. If I get one now, oh god. This Tiamat can use Jetfire. And I've got garbage ATB. Okay, that's fine. That's completely fine. Do what you want. Take it all. Have all my magic. So absorb magic just reduces your magic stat and makes Tiamat's magic stat higher. Absorb MP is what gets rid of the MP. Lowers our MP and gives it more. So in the solo Garnet run that we talked a bit about earlier, Tiamat, the main Tiamat fight, it's like a war of attrition, where he keeps reducing your magic and then you keep doing less damage with your summons, and then eventually, with absorbing enough attack and MP, can actually kill you. Pretty bad. Okay. Here we go. Remind me to save as well, please. You guys learned?
Nope.
That's fine. That's not a problem. Okay. Wait, what did I just put on? Okay. I can't even see anymore. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
No auto life on today?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go auto life and auto haste, not auto regen.
No MP attack?
No, he's not gonna attack, he's gonna just be healing.
Good.
All alive. We want to all be in full health. Doesn't matter for
Peter Steiner?
I only need one more ether in the run, it's fine. I'll probably be elixiring him anyway.
Alright.
Yeah, in the fight, so it's fine, it's fine. Here we go. Fun fact, Death Guys has one more hit point than... No. One less hit point? Kraken has very similar health. Kraken's in the page before.
Oh.
Alright, here we go. Second last chance to die. Oh yeah, Kraken's got one more health.
Oh yeah. Indeed.
Okay, here we go. This is what it all comes down to. Hey, it's the logo. There's a crystal in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's glowing now.
You're gonna do it. Easy. Easy.
Easy life.
Just split it on 4 hours. And I'll show this is bonus content.
Yeah, the menu was the final boss.
we split on the final save.
Okay, let's do this.
Come on!
That was not the right character.
Yes!
GG!
Easy.
It's all worth it.
Well,
Everything we've ever done in
if
our
it
lives has come to
doesn't
this
miss.
moment. I don't care. I got night off before death, guys.
no, that it didn't. That's good.
I don't really know what to do, Oh, I know. Yeah. That's what we'll do. He'll revive, and then I can suicide Freya, revive her, and then I can charge. Although realistically I want... that was actually dumb. We'll just do attacks. Attacks is
Too
better.
bad we cannot break the damage limit. That crit would have been like 20k
Yeah.
damage.
Okay, good. So far, so good. If I don't input Knight before the first attack hits Death Guys when he wakes up, he'll go first and he'll get the action that he had queued. Okay. In theory, it's going to be 2 more attacks.
Are you taking the risk to kill Freya, maybe?
Yeah, we're gonna have fun. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I killed her herself, right? Good, okay. So this is more just for fun. This probably won't kill this round, but having 2 characters in crit health is nice for... Well, having all characters in crit health is nice for Transkuja the next fight. It should be one more. Don't miss now. Okay. This can go down in the history books. I don't know why. What am I doing? Why am I waiting for Quinny to get a turn? It does not matter in the slightest.
Meteor skip.
Yay!
And people say this fight is scary. I do not know why.
Good job, winner.
Good job.
Quinny saved it. Was amazing. There's not much left.
2 more fights.
We can do this. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, running shoes on Steiner. Now we can have
Nope.
for F6.
Nope.
That's whatever. I don't care anyway. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. There we go. We're all set up. Let's go and bring Thingy back in.
So Thingy is Amaranth.
Yeah, that guy. That'll do. Oh no, wait, I can elixir him. And then Ether Freya. Anyone who's in crit health needs to stay in crit health. Okay, the final party change. And the final save. Freya's got the power belt on, right?
I think
Don't
so.
remember.
I'm gonna put the ribbon on her
She might have
for
it.
Necron. Under the circumstances, definitely better. Yeah. Better stats and the half absorptive elements. Flare and Holy will still be bad, but whatever. So this fight can go badly because
Flash Star.
Transcruiser can use Flare Star. So once he gets to like 50% health or something like that, he can counter attacks with Flare Star. So charge cannot be countered, so that's nice. We work with that. We used to have the Reflect Ring, so if he did do single spell attacks, Steiner had the Reflect Ring and wouldn't get hurt by it, but
I mean, usually you would expect his first turn to be Reflect, so...
nice. Okay,
Or Holy.
so I want not Batman to be hit. Okay, that's fine. So he revives, so I'll attack with Freya, attack, and then 4-man charge. No, 3-man charge. So this is okay. I actually think Steiner's in a really bad HP range. Oh, I could have put the power belt on Zidane and put on MP attack. Oh well, it's too late now.
Dark
Nice.
Messenger.
Not Steiner. That's okay. Okay. Okay, this charge plus another charge and he's gone. The best case scenario for this fight is everyone's in crit health. If everyone's in critical health, then you can 2-round Transcution. It's really fast and it's really nice. With double auto life, it's also nice as well because we don't lose charge potential with Freya or Zidane. And we can kind of work around that. Okay. Okay. Well, there it is. Second to last fight. So we actually don't get the chance to save after Transcuja. So there's only 1, 2, 3 things that can go wrong now. Indeed. So for this fight, auto hiss needs to go on to Steiner. We've already set that up with Transcuja by not having the Reflect Ring. We would have auto life on Freya, which gives her a chance to recover if she dies, to do the tech that we need for Necron. And we're going to take auto life off Zidane. It's the only thing we're going to do, because we want a specific setup. So the way Necron works, effectively, will be we're going to wait for him to use Blue Shockwave. And then we jump with Freya, and that skips past a series of attacks. And then the next 3 attacks, maybe 4, I can't remember anymore.
3.
Next 3 attacks will be Blue Shockwave. In that time, I'm going to revive Steiner, and I'm going to do a butt ton of damage with just Steiner and Freya. The only thing I need to do is track damage, because if Freya doesn't do 14,104 or more in the 1 jump and 2 attacks, I need to do a charge with Steiner.
And you also have to be careful of which spell Necron will use at the very first turn, like if he uses Protect or not.
Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Or Freya trances, but whatever.
Oh yeah, the trance.
Trance would be really bad.
Let's just not have those things happen.
We could really
gonna
do
be
with having
fine.
Zwanzig here if I trance. I know that I need to jump. I think I land and then I jump after the next Blue Shockwave.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I have only finished 1 run ever, but that one had Protect and Trance Freya.
So you had the double or triple jump,
wow.
basically.
Yeah.
To do a double skip. So
Great
yeah,
luck.
yeah. If we do Protect, then it just means we have to only do charges, but it still works nicely. I think we had to do the old route before this. You had to do 2 jumps to like do 2 rounds of Blue Shockwave, so that it would wear off. The Protect, that is. Okay, here we go. Get rid of auto life on Zidane. And we're in business.
I
Normally,
hope nobody has Destruct on.
they've got accuracy plus,
Okay.
except for Amaranth. No, he does. He's got accuracy plus. He doesn't have MP attack. Oh, will he kill himself? Okay.
Let's go.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, okay. I still could have put the power belt on. I've had the chance. Every time I've had the chance. If I attack Hammer with himself and he doesn't die, I will feel so annoyed. Okay, here we go.
Oh. Oh.
So we skip Meteor once. Okay. Oh, there's not much I can do right now. In fact, there's nothing I can do right now. So this is rare, and it can end a run. It is going to end this run, by the way. I'm going to get Grand Cross, and then I'm going to get Neutron Ring.
Oh dear.
There was nothing I could have done about that. And like Meteor doesn't get reflected by Reflect Ring or anything. This would have killed anyone. Oh, now we need to go back and do Transkuja again.
I mean, this was the only scenario.
This is the only thing outside of my control.
So Distract or Arceus doesn't
Okay,
even
we can get no status effects. We can get no status
yeah, but there's
effects.
still neutral ring just after.
Okay, Mini's fine. I got this.
Oh.
Course time.
80 damage!
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I told you I would get Neutron
Okay.
Ring. Okay, we died. I'm gonna go back. But
Nice
we had a
try.
chance. So if Steiner was dead, we might have been able to do something.
Yeah.
But alas, it was not to be. Blast.
Was no order life on Freya on purpose?
Yeah, well, I could have put it on, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you did. Oh, look. Didn't you save with the ribbon? No.
Okay. Well, here we go again. Good thing this is the last run on stream 2 tonight. We're going. We're here for a ride. God damn it. Why the last fight? It was so unfair.
Would have been deathless, but no.
It should have been deathless.
Yeah.
I know. I wouldn't have had to save at all.
At least it made an interesting disc 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Interesting. Huzzah! Right, Flare Star can miss.
Or it can kill everyone.
So it's not even worth healing.
And there. Okay, that's
So now I need to revive the other two, and then I'm in a position where I can have everyone alive. I think I queued it on. Okay. Now we can fight. So I've done one attack so far,
we can
yeah?
try and fight.
We can now actually attack him again. I'm waiting for the next flare star. I am
Wait,
waiting
me
for
too.
it.
I saw Flare is like...
At least everyone will be in critical now.
Yeah. Full-man charge.
Ideal, one might say.
This is perfect scenario.
This is ideal. Good. It's impossible to tell who it's targeting. That's fine. We're good.
Alright. Recovered.
So, I guess I'll do Rebirth Ring for Necron this time. Oh!
That
The
crit
crit?
mattered.
Max damage crit! So strong. Yes! Tas!
And now he does
Perfect
reflect.
fight! Eventually perfect fight.
Yeah.
Became a perfect fight.
I mean, it started a couple of rounds late, but it was a perfect fight.
We transcended into a perfect fight. Okay. So the thing is, that fight started exactly the same. With ATP. I don't want the next fight to start the same. Okay. Okay. Just do this to me.
Please don't.
It's the only thing that I'm asking. Okay. Did I put the power belt on Amaran, right?
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's good. Tell me when it's over.
Might want to make sure that he can kill himself.
We can. For sure. I mean, the only thing he was missing was MP attack. He doesn't normally have the power belt on anyway. We have him with the feather boots on at this point, so he's
Right.
now got more strength than MP attack. So he can for sure do it. That's not a problem. The problem would be double meteor is impossible. Like Necron's got like every spell, like tier 3 spells, flare, holy, meteor. Why did it have to be meteor?
Do you smell the next meteor coming?
That's the first time I think I've ever.
Do you smell it or not?
I don't know what to talk
I smell something. I am not sure if it's a meteor.
about. It's breakfast. That's what you're smelling, Zero.
I mean, if this takes like 4 hours long still, then we can go to breakfast right after.
Perfect time.
Another disc 3 and 4 round.
Alright, so all I do is unequip the Rebirth Ring of Zidane, put it on the Freya, give Freya a life, and then win the fight. Easier. Grr, duh. Good. Wait,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Necron cannot physically
No,
attack you.
he cannot. Definitely a bird.
I mean, it's probably gonna make all the blue shockwave not missing.
Yeah, which is a good thing. Because we might need her in crit health to do charging, maybe. But that's okay. Okay, Win, 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 win. So I recommend everyone learns this game. It's a very, it's a very satisfying and reliable speedrun. I will be sticking with this route for the foreseeable future, definitely until I get everything down on it. The notes are publicly available, and now that they're actually in a workable format, this is the same ATB. Yep. That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Protect.
Okay,
It's
so now
better
I
than
need,
Meteor.
I need to see a timer. Okay. The time blue shockwave. This better be right. 1, 2. Well, I got the jump off, so it's between like 4 seconds and 6.5 seconds jump timing. So it doesn't matter if Freya does 14,104 health anymore, because she can't do that. Okay, we're good. So now I need to do all the charges with Batman. Oh. I need to revive Pepsi. Okay, so, so everything I do with Batman has got to be a charge now. So I'm going to ATB wait with Freya because she is actually. Wait. Because you can ATB wait. So as soon as Steiner's ATB empties, I need to instantly queue up Freya's attack. And the reason for that is whenever the ATB is moving and actions are happening, the protect timer is going. So I can't remember how many attacks after the protect wears off, but whatever it is. So I don't even have to hold ATB during the animation here. So whenever that is, that's when the thing happens. Okay, it's off. So, okay.
Ready
Right,
on time.
I would get ready on time. It's when I say time. So wait for it. 2 attacks. And time.
Time.
So, thank you for watching my run of Let's Recover Final Fantasy IX. If you ever wondered how not to die, this is a pretty good guide for it. So yeah, like I said, contrary to what the run may indicate, this route is really solid at the minute and has got potential to be really fast, if not potentially as fast as what MPU does in best case for both runs. MPU is the other most popular run, Zero does that. Like I said, the world records are both MPU route. Check them out, decide which one you'd like to do and go for it. It doesn't honestly matter between the two. Just don't do old route anymore because it's pretty lame, unless you're doing it for fun. There's an FF Discord, you can get FF9 stuff there. There's a ton of stuff on my Discord, we're talking about FF9 all the time, it's basically what I do most of the time. And then speedrun.com/FF9 for the leaderboard and stuff like that. Thank you for everyone who was doing commentary, thank you for everyone who stuck with it through this. It's been an emotional experience for everyone, and I'm going to trance before I go to bed. Thanks for hanging out, I'll see you guys later, bye bye.